incoming calls on the White House to take further actions. That's after the break.
Cannot provide the timeline. Tell us how many people have to die, how many legs, limbs have to fly away from people's bodies. So you hear us. How many people? We'll count and we'll wait until that moment where you feel comfortable. If you cannot provide that timeline, it's the same as happened with sanctions, how to introduce those preventive sanctions. They will not advance. Provide the full list of sanctions. I asked all the leaders, the response, thanks God, now we have those sanctions. And the whole world sees that they are efficient. Now I hope that the sky will be shut down. If you don't have strength and courage to do that, then give me the planes. Isn't it fair? When they tell me we have a question regarding the planes, so we have to do voting, we said, where are these planes? We found them. There are a lot of planes. We found them, very expensive planes. They are more expensive than human. We found planes that are of the Soviet times. Can we get those planes of Soviet times that we can fight back on our land, not a territory of Russia or Ukraine, on our land? Can we reply to all of these, military equipment, to this military equipment that is targeting us?
Biden, how would you describe your conversations with the U.S. leader? And do you believe the Americans waited too long to give Ukraine the support you need to push back this Russian offensive?
I'm sorry. We sleep 3-4
That's okay. I can ask again.
No. Just a second, please. About that, if I spoke with Biden, President Biden, yes, I think yesterday or day before yesterday, I don't remember. And we have good contact. I can tell you the truth. And it's a pity that it began after the beginning of this war, but we have it, and my appreciation to him and to his team. And so we can speak now often. That is the first part of your question. And the second part, can you... Що зробили?
Забарилися, що занадто пізно надали допомогу.
Я вам сказав відверто.
I told you honestly, I responded honestly. The question is not about Biden, it's more about indecisiveness of the world. I am telling you all these steps. The world is stronger than the military of Putin. I'm telling with confidence the military, because I know there is also opposition in Russia. There is the opposition of military, business opposition, there is the public opposition of civilians, and there is a split even within that people watch TV there. I didn't see your reports on Russian TV, but you all present here didn't see a lot of your footage on Russian TV. People live in this media space created by the administration of the president. And I would want all the decisions regarding diplomacy and NATO and our independence, and regarding the nuclear power, nuclear weapons, nuclear attacks, regarding all of it. I would not want that all of this I wouldn't want all of these decisions be adopted just by this very small selected group. There are other people, the military shouldn't. The whole world is late with Ukraine. Started late making decisions. Let them forgive me. Their nation talked about this. You saw what happens in all the squares of the world. People come out and support because they're people. They're smarter than all of us. That's it. And they said to them, they were pressuring them. But the whole world has to know that the whole world came late with this policy. The question is not about, somebody treating Ukraine well or not. Of course, most people and these leaders, they all treat well Ukraine. But nobody was even thinking that in modern world, a human being can behave like an animal. That's it.
Добрый день, господин президент. Я Андрей Крамер из газеты New York Times. Я очень рад, что я имею честь задать вам вопрос.
I'm very happy. I'd like to ask a question about Kyiv. In the whole world now, you're respected very much in the whole world as a human who defends democracy. Does it help Ukraine? I'll respond in Russian. Yeah, it helps. It's a big support. That's, first of all, what Ukraine expected from me. Honestly speaking, I don't want to say how I was and how I became. I think we all are the same. We love our country. You are in the place where you can help more, help the state, help the people. I'm in that place. And the support of people who come out to squares and say and talk with their governments, and the support of the government. I talked to many leaders. I became close buddies with a lot of leaders. We call each other several times a day. We talk on the cell phones. I like a lot that I can talk on WhatsApp with leaders without any bureaucratic red tape. When I have to go through all this complicated process of waiting for weeks while people are dying. But now it's a completely different moment. I need this support. It's important to me. I appeal to the world. I wouldn't want this support to weaken. This support gives a lot of confidence. We are the people of peace, but we're not ready to give up. This support tells us that we're doing everything the right way, and there is the strength of spirit in this. I'm very happy that the world united, unfortunately at such an expense, but still.
Yeah. Israeli television, if you ask for any assistance from the state of Israel regarding military technologies, what answer did you get? And as a Jewish man, you got expectation of the Jewish state?
Очікування, це правильно. Дякую вам за запитання. Я сьогодні
Thank you for your question. Today I saw a very interesting photo
стіни плаче.
by the Wailing Wall, Jewish, Hasidic Jewish
Вони
people,
всі загорнуті.
and they were wrapped in, I don't know if you know, into our yellow and blue flags. There's a
Я
photo.
був вражений.
I was really impressed,
І просто велика шана тим
and
людям.
my respect to those people who did that. They were praying.
Я не знаю, як вони молилися.
I don't know how they were
Я
praying.
бачив багато разів. Я не
So
знаю,
many
як це робиться.
times. I don't know how it's
Це
done,
мій дім,
honestly.
у мене,
This is my home here.
ви розумієте,
You
у мене
understand?
завжди була свободне відношення.
I always had this liberal attitude to every religion. I believe that everybody is equal, in this aspect on earth. But I was so thankful for them, for their praying. I talked to the leadership of Israel.
Скажу вам відверто,
I'll tell you honestly.
це буде звучати
Maybe now it will sound a little bit offensive, but I believe
що я повинен це говорити.
that I have to say it.
У нас непогані відносини,
We don't have bad relations,
але все перевіряється.
but everything is tested by moments like this.
Анджеєм у нас супер відносини. Щоденно здурюємо.
With Anji, we have perfect relations. We always talk.
Ми з Агатою хочемо
With Agata, we want to send to wounded.
Одну секунду, я паралельно набираю наших військових, кажу, що
I contact our military and I tell them, this is true. I'm thankful.
не знаю, хто міг.
I don't know who helped more, but I'm thankful. Lavrov.
Мне кажется, вообще
I think everybody's face shows his or her life, and the whole life path, as well as the end of one's life.
их интересует, что здесь и сейчас.
They're interested in what's happening right now. They're not interested in what's happening after them.
Все, что останется после меня.
Everything that comes after me, what will come after me? My kids, I want them to be alive. I don't want anything else.
Вообще люди чувствуют себя равными.
People feel equal. We build this society. We just started building it, but that's the way we are.
Это же тоже информационная бомба.
This is the informational bomb that everyone talks about.
Что ты хочешь?
What do you want us to give away? Go away from our land. If you don't want to do that, sit at the negotiating table with me.
Vladimir Putin has so far not been willing to. Do you have a message for him now that Ukrainian cities are under attack? This city is under attack. Convoy is on its way to there. Is there a way to prevent this war from escalating even further now? And how are you holding up? Internationally, you've become incredibly popular. People are comparing you to Winston Churchill, but you're not getting a lot of sleep. You're taking time to talk with us. How are you holding up under all this pressure?
Які меседжі будемо так передати? The first part, I'm thinking. Yes. What messages I want to directly to Putin?
Exactly. You said you want to talk to Putin. You just
No,
mentioned that.
no. It's not about I want to talk with Putin. I think I have to talk with Putin. The world has to talk with Putin because there are no other ways to stop this war. That's why I have to
So what would you tell him?
I think I said about it previously on this question that I'm very honest, and if it's critical, that is critical, open, not interesting word. That's right. I mean that, я відкрита людина, я знаю всі проблемні питання, про які піднімає питання.
I'm an open person. I know of every open questions that Putin knows and talks, and his minister. I believe that we have to talk about insults, to talk as simple humans. It's very important. If it's possible, I'm not sure if it is. There are questions I'd like to ask. I'm ready to discuss every question, every matter. All of these areas that we are mentioning, before the war in Donbass and the whole territory of Ukraine, knew in Kazakhstan and Belarus, I know mentality of these people very well. I know where we're similar, where we're different. Another planet. If we talk like humans on equal terms, we'll raise all the questions without regarding the absence of safety, security, and we'll take care of all these questions. That's my main message. Regarding Churchill, he's a little bit, I think, in another world, I think. He's a great man. A person has a chance to become a great person, but it's not decided by this generation. It will be decided by next generations. If I get to do what I want to do, then maybe I'll be mentioned. But the most important thing, how they mention you, not what they tell about. And I think he was drinking a little bit, but that's just between us. The first question for Ukrainians. The towns that are occupied, blocked by occupants on purpose, and it started so.
Turkey is one of your close partners of Ukraine that provides you with drones. But the Turkish foreign minister came out and said that he would not be supporting sanctions against Russia. What is your position on that?
Honestly speaking, I don't remember all the details regarding the drones. That's a big support. There are many questions where Erdogan helped us, where a lot of areas where he helped us. I'm very thankful to him. On a political level, he made a lot of steps so that the president of Russia has an understanding so that the war has to end. And not many leaders of the world have that possibility. Many want, but one has to have an opportunity. One has to be this influential person on geopolitics of the world. And Erdogan is this type of a person. He's a very serious president, and he helps. If you allow, if this whole, if for image of our history during World War II and all the years afterwards, everything was made in a positive. What happens if we allow this or that wind with such a risk, and it doesn't, cover just one country. It passes through the whole country and the whole continent, and then it's like a hurricane. one drop sometimes. You know, you have a new suit and there is a one drop, oh, and everybody sees it. And now it's red, as if it were from wine. In this case, it's red because of blood.
Hello, Martin Chalvaux from the French television. The war started 1 week ago almost. Would you say that it has changed you personally, and can you tell us about your life? I mean, in what conditions are you living since the beginning of the war?
It's hard to answer it. Life is as it is. My life today is wonderful. I believe that I am needed. I think that's the most important sense of life, that you are needed. That you're not just an emptiness that breathes and walks and eats something. That the fact that you live, on this fact, a lot of some things depend. That's important. It says one thing. We Ukrainians are not running away from challenges and problems. At least they're not running back. They're running forward. What about Belarus?
Great. Bye-bye. Thank you very much. All the best. Thank you.
So obviously that was a little bit earlier today, and we have had more action from President Zelensky just within this evening here. If you haven't seen it, this is a nuclear plant attack from Russian forces. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky saying that he informed the leaders of the U.S., Britain, the European Union, and the International Atomic Energy Agency about the dire threat of nuclear disaster after Russian troops shelled this nuclear power plant. This is the largest one in Europe. He said, quote, "If there is an explosion, that's the end for everyone, the end for Europe, the evacuation of Europe." He went on to say only urgent action by Europe can stop the Russian forces. Do not allow the death of Europe from a catastrophe at a nuclear power station. He called on politicians and citizens to pressure Russian leadership to stop Russian troops. And we're also hearing from Senator Lindsey Graham that he is calling on the Russian people to make changes. He says the only people who can fix this are the Russian people. Easy to say, hard to do. Unless you want to live in darkness for the rest of your life, be isolated from the rest of the world in abject poverty, and live in darkness, you need to step up to the plate. So this is big developments coming in through this evening here, as tough to see those explosions going off at one of the largest power plants, nuclear plants there in Europe. And we'll be following this into the rest of the evening. We had on several experts. We'll also have on Hal Kempfer at the top of the hour, who's joined us almost every single night of this Russian invasion here. But after the break, we are going to switch things up and move into another top story of the day, including one of the officers involved in the botched raid of Breonna Taylor. We all remember that. It ended in quite a bit of protest across the nation. Well, he was found not guilty in a court today. We'll have a recap of everything that happened, all the charges, everything you need to know in 2 minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We want to bring to you a story that we have been tracking here throughout the months. A jury today acquitting Brett Hankison of all 3 counts of felony wanton endangerment in the botched raid that left Breonna Taylor dead. Hankison, just 45 years old, tried for firing bullets through Taylor's window and sliding glass door that went into a neighboring apartment where 3 people were present. The defense argued that Hankison acted to defend his fellow officers, including one who had been shot in a chaotic situation. I want to bring in now Karen Charrington. She is a former prosecutor and trial attorney. And Karen, with this today, with this verdict, the not guilty verdict, were you surprised?
You know, to be honest, I really was not surprised, with knowing that the grand jury in Kentucky failed to indict the other 2 officers. I sort of figured that we may get this result, unfortunately. As you know, this officer was charged with what you'd call reckless endangerment, or wanton endangerment, by firing over, I believe, 10 shots or so at the door of Breonna Taylor. And although his gun and the firing of his gun did not cause the death of Breonna Taylor, he did shoot into the window and the doors of other residents nearby. And that was one of the reasons why he was charged, is that he was just firing so wantonly that he could have killed someone else. So that was really the issue. And the jurors, I believe, stated that they believed that the officer was attempting to save his fellow officer from oncoming firing. So that was sort of the reasoning behind the jury's verdict today. But I'm not really surprised.
So had he been found guilty, what would he have faced? What would penalty look like in this case?
Well, in Kentucky, there'd be a penalty phase. So it really depends. There's a wide range of what his sentence would look like. So depending on what his attorneys would propose and add as mitigating circumstances, that would give the judge some basis for how he would have sentenced this officer. But as you see now, he won't be facing any time or repercussions for his actions.
Well, we're also hearing that in September, obviously, Kentucky Attorney General Daniel Cameron announced that Cosgrove and Mattingly, the other officers, would not be facing charges, saying that their use of force was justified because they were shot at first. So what type of precedent does this leave for future shootings in America?
Well, I mean, this situation was somewhat of a unique situation, right? Because you have officers executing a search warrant and then they're being fired at and they're responding. So typically, if an officer is being fired at, the normal course of action for those officers would be to return fire. So in this case, the problem is that, the allegations that the search warrant may not have been proper and wasn't for that location, and all of those reckless facts coming together is, the problem here, whether or not they announced themselves, which caused, apparently her partner to start fire. So, it's really not a precedent per se, because typically an officer must return fire if they believe they or other individuals are in danger.
All of this, I feel like, was kind of uprooted again because of the Amir Locke shooting, which gained a lot of national attention. A different case, obviously, but still a no-knock search warrant. So what do you see as the future for search warrant cases such as these?
Yeah, well, I mean, already there's been change. There have been many states that have now outlawed no-knock warrants, right? So, unfortunately, because of Breonna Taylor's death, there had to be change. I should say fortunately, but unfortunately that she lost her precious life. But fortunately, change now was brought about where there are many states that are rethinking these no-knock warrants because of this specific type of situation. So I think that we'll see more of that. They see the danger of just entering someone's home to execute a warrant without making themselves known. So I believe that that will definitely change the course of how law enforcement executes warrants.
Karen, any last thoughts on this case?
I mean, it's just, the family obviously is suffering by going through these, trials and not finding justice. But the only justice we're hoping will come out of this is that the family will be made whole, there'll be change to the laws, and we'll have to keep trying to make sure there's proper reform so that this never happens again.
All right, Karen Sherrington, thank you so much for joining us here on the show, breaking it down.
Yes. Thank you so much and have a great night.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We are coming into the 9 o'clock hour here in Phoenix, Arizona, 11 o'clock out on the East Coast. We just want to thank all of you who are joining us right now. We have a lot of new viewers these days as we've been covering the Russian war and all the developments that come along with that, the videos, the updates from officials, and so much more. Well, tonight we are getting our newest development here, and we're hearing from Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, as he is saying that he's informed the leaders of the U.S., Britain, the European Union, and the International Atomic Energy Agency about the dire threat of nuclear disaster after Russian forces shelled this nuclear power plant, the largest power plant in Europe at this time. He said in an address, quote, "If there is an explosion, that's the end for everyone, the end for Europe, the evacuation of Europe." He said, "Only urgent action by Europe can stop the Russian troops. Do not allow the death of Europe from a catastrophe at a nuclear power station." He says that he's calling on politicians and citizens to pressure Russian leadership to stop Russian troops. And right here at home, Senator Lindsey Graham kind of saying the same thing, saying the only people who can fix this are the Russian people. Easy to say, hard to do. Unless you want to live in darkness for the rest of your life, be isolated from the rest of the world in abject poverty, and live in darkness, you need to step up to the plate. Well, we heard from Senate Republicans and some moderate Democrats as well in a press conference earlier today, saying that more Russian energy imports need to be banned. They're introducing legislation, presenting it to President Biden, to the administration as a whole, saying this is really going to hit Putin where it hurts. So let's listen in to them. And then again, at the top of the hour, we will be speaking with one of our experts, Hal Kemper, always joining us here on the show, giving us expertise on what to be looking for with all of these developments, as well as what to be looking forward for in the future as this is not going to be the end. President Putin is sure to take more strides in continuing to escalate war against Ukraine at this time.
It's only for 20 minutes. Don't worry.
Right.
Don't worry. We'll get out. They'll send us out fast.
Have you got copies of the bill and everything, right?
Yeah, we've got our bill, right?
Huh?
We got our bill. Even ours to match yours.
That's what I'm saying. 'Cause
Yeah.
You got to run yours. I think we have to ride on yours coming over.
Yes.
We're gonna hotline ours. Bill 14.
Oh, you will?
Is the house dropped yet?
Nancy sounds like
She's on it. She came on. Didn't
She absolutely said she's for it. Yeah.
Let's see if we can get on the bill.
Yeah, they said Nancy's on the bill.
Yeah. I'm wondering if I should get on. Like, what? I'm going to read it anything again. Good job, Joe.
No, we have 18. We have 9 and 9. We have 9. No. I'm saying we.
Yeah. I want to be after you. Or after one of them. Okay.
We have 9 and 9.
2:15, so we're right on time.
Yeah.
You got 6
Okay.
seconds.
6. They can't say we started without them, right?
3 seconds, Joe.
First of all, let me just say this to all of my colleagues. I just can't tell you how proud we all are of us coming together. And basically, we're coming together out of the support of Ukraine. What's happening in Ukraine is absolutely the carnage we see going on. Innocent, peace-loving people being attacked viciously by Russia, by Putin's Russia. Let's put it very clearly, Putin's Russia. And we have to do everything we can to support them. I was very proud of the president when he said that basically there won't be 1 inch of NATO land that we will not defend. That's a strong statement, and I feel very strongly about that. And I think showing the support that we have and united about this, we will. But one, what we can make no mistake. This is energy has become a weapon of war for Putin, and he's using that as a weapon of war. He's using it against all of Europe, if you will. But Ukraine is basically the catalyst of what he's doing. So what we're doing today is we introduced a bill. It's been dropped. We have, I think there's 18 of us, 9 Ds and 9 Rs, that are on this piece of legislation that basically bans the Russian Energy Imports Act. That's all it is. We're banning Russian Imports Act. What we're banning is basically petroleum products, crude oil, LNG, coal. Mostly all fossils coming into the United States and whatever they should be. It's an impressive group that we put together here, but we're also united. And basically, if we can't show the uniting support that we have for Ukraine and backing Ukraine, and making sure our allies, NATO allies, know how supportive we are, and that we're united behind them too, and protecting them. If we can't do that here, it's going to be very hard to have them holding lines together, and that's been always my concern. I've said this as a young person. I think I'm the oldest person here. No.
By a couple of years.
Let me just say, I've never been more concerned since the Cuban Missile Crisis. As a young 15-year-old, I remember that vividly. And man, we were scared, I mean really scared that what could happen because we knew the effects of a nuclear war. I'm as concerned now about what this could escalate into if we don't do what we're doing now and stop. And hopefully he will understand the economics of this to his country and the detriment to his own country and Putin. So with that, I think we can show solidarity here, but also we can make a difference. It also shows you the fragility of the energy in the markets around the world and what we're dealing with. The United States has the ability to backfill and help all of our allies around the world as they use this energy as a weapon. But we have to make sure that we're doing ours. We do it cleaner than anybody else. We do it in a better fashion than anybody else. And we have the ability with the reserves to do much more during this time of crisis. So I hope we all take that in consideration. So we're going to step up, and we're asking the government to step up. I've spoken to most of the largest CEOs, petroleum CEOs in the United States, that basically are all over the world. They have markets over the world. They have their tentacles everywhere in the world. And spoke to all of them, and I asked them, I said, I want you to do everything you possibly can. They said, we have basically started aggressively pulling back all of our investments and pulling back all of our dependency on Russian products. That's great. I applaud him for that. And I said, I need you to do something else. I need you to make sure you make a commitment that basically the United States economy and the citizens of the United States will not be impacted because of corporate profits or shareholders' profits, whatever it would be, during this period of time of crisis. They all said this is a matter of national unity for us too. And I was very proud to hear that. So I'm going to say that everyone seems to be very much on board 100% and supporting this effort. So with that, I have no concerns that we should have any shortages right here. So the United States of America in 2019 was producing 12 million barrels a day, 12.3. We're down 11.2 because of COVID. Market dropped off. We have no problem at all ramping back up with what we already have ready to go. So we can backfill that. We have tremendous amount of LNG. We have a tremendous amount of gas that we can produce the LNG for. We're expanding on our exports as far as with our LNG terminals. Germany is putting 2 terminals to receive LNG, so they don't have to depend on Russia. And it's up to us to make sure that we connect all that together. So without further ado, I want to thank one of our co-sponsors, one of our lead co-sponsors, and everyone you see here. This is a bicameral event. You have House members and Josh Gottheimer and Brian Fitzpatrick here, and then basically the group that we put together. So I'll bring Lisa Murkowski up at this time. And Lisa, if you will.
Thank you. So it's good to be working with my buddy Joe Manchin on bipartisan things. There's been a flurry of bills that you have seen, ideas floated out there in the past week, bills that have been introduced. I think the difference with what you have here is this is bipartisan. This means it actually has some legs, and the fact that it is bicameral as well, I think, is one of the reasons why you've got so many folks that are gathered here today, because this is actually something that can make a difference, that can get Putin's attention. Senator Manchin has used the words, Putin is not afraid to weaponize energy. He's been doing that. We've seen it all along into this lead up. And there's been an approach and a policy from this administration that says we don't want to do that. We don't want to put that on the table. Well, I'm sorry, sir. It's already on the table, and it's been put on the table by Putin. And so what can we do to respond? Well, I will tell you today, our message should be pretty clear and pretty simple. No more Russian energy should come into the United States for the duration of this bloody, horrifying, and unprovoked war against Ukraine. So this measure is in direct response to what Russia is doing with the bombing of the schools and the hospitals and the apartment buildings, forcing the Ukrainians to flee their country, killing the innocents that remain, and using some of the worst weapons in the world and indiscriminately to do it. So these are not just acts of war, they're war crimes. And there should not be a single additional American dollar allowed to finance these atrocities. So
Okay, there you're listening to a bipartisan group of lawmakers. Senator Lisa Murkowski, the Republican from Alaska. We just heard from Senator Manchin, the Democrat from West Virginia, who are calling on the Biden administration to do more to target the oil and natural gas sectors from Russia. There's growing support to put a ban on Russian imports of oil and natural gas. Even Speaker Nancy Pelosi came out for that today. Now, the Biden administration, though, not on board with that just yet. We'll see if that changes over the next couple of days, but they have not indicated that they are willing to put an oil embargo of sorts on Russian oil and natural gas that the United States imports for our use. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. It's 5 minutes after the top of the hour, 5 in the morning in Kyiv, in Ukraine. And of course, we have been following all the latest out of this nuclear power plant that was being shelled by Russian forces. And so right now, we just want to update you on where this stands at the moment. I'm going to put up some of these tweets that were kind of all happening in the midst of this. First up is Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba. Russian army is firing from all sides upon the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, the largest nuclear power plant in Europe. Fire has already broke out If it blows up, it will be 10 times larger than Chernobyl. Russians must immediately cease the fire, allow firefighters, and establish a security zone. Remember, we were reporting that firefighters who were responding to this were being targeted themselves by either, Russian forces and the shelling. And so we do have more video of the power plant itself, thankfully. We're also learning as we went along throughout the course of this. I'm just walking you through the reports that we got. Lucas Tomlinson, who's in Ukraine, he says from the IAEA, no change to reported radiation levels at Ukrainian nuclear power plant, where fire broke out in administrative buildings due to ongoing hostilities with Russian forces. So remember, that was good news that the radiation levels remained the same. Then we learned from the IAEA, that is the International Atomic Energy Agency. They said regulator told the agency there's been no change reported in radiation levels. That's now been confirmed by the White House as well. And so that was the main concern. And then we heard from a number of different officials, including Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky as well, who posted an impassioned video on his Instagram feed. And there is some of this video. You can see him making this address to the Ukrainian people. I want to read just some snippets in part. He says, I appeal to all Ukrainians and to all Europeans, to all people who know the word Chernobyl, who know how much grief and victims the explosion at the nuclear power plant brought. It was a global catastrophe. Russia wants to repeat this and is already repeating it, but 6 times more. There are 6 power units, 6. One exploded in Chernobyl. Russian propagandists threatened, we remember, to cover the world with nuclear ashes. Now it's not a threat, it's a reality. He says he spoke with Charles Michel, the German Chancellor Scholz, the Polish President Duda. He also spoke with President Biden and the British Prime Minister Boris Johnson. He says, don't let Europe die from a disaster at a nuclear power plant. He says, shout out to your politicians. We also have more coming in from other U.S. officials, also President Biden as well. The White House put out a statement saying President Biden spoke with Ukrainian President Zelensky. He also spoke tonight with the Undersecretary for Nuclear Security at the Department of Energy and the administrator of the National Nuclear Security Administration to receive updates on the nuclear power plant itself. And then, of course, Secretary of Energy Jennifer Granholm chimed in as well. We're going to get to some of those tweets, but you can see here from the IAEA, they say the fire at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant has not affected essential equipment and that plant personnel are taking mitigatory actions. And then, of course, Secretary Granholm, she is the United States cabinet member. She leads the Department of Energy. She says she just spoke with Ukraine's energy minister about the situation. Russian military operations near the plant are reckless and must cease. She goes on to say the Department of Energy has activated its nuclear incident response team and is monitoring events in consultation with both the Department of Defense, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and the White House. We have seen no elevated radiation readings near the facility. She ends the statement by saying the plant's reactors are protected by robust containment structures and the reactors are being safely shut down. So the reactors shut down. Remember, this power station generates power and energy for 25% of Ukraine. And so that was quite significant. And then we have just a few more, I believe. And we're going to get to this with our guest, Hal Kempfer, right now, who's joining us. And we do want to get your opinion on this, Hal, because this is quite significant that a sitting member of the U.S. Senate is calling for the assassination of Vladimir Putin. Hal, do you have us?
I do, and I'm looking at that, Andrew. I think he's being I don't know if it's a direct call for assassination, but it's a pretty clear inference that that's what he's talking about. And you know, we have a rule. I mean, it's an executive order 12333. It was signed by President Reagan this was in the wake of the revelations of the Church Commission in the mid-'70s about all the different things that were being done. And you may recall the CIA had plots to assassinate Castro down in Cuba. 12333 is kind of an interesting thing. It deals with intelligence oversight. And then there's this little section that says, in so many words, you can't go assassinate foreign leaders either. It kind of stands out in the section, and that was specifically because of what came out in the Church Commission in the mid-'70s. So that's an executive order. With that said, and I've been giving some thought to this, if you have an executive order, you can always put out another executive order to amend that order. And so I'm not saying as a practice, we don't do it and we don't want other countries doing it. So that's our rule. But it is interesting you saying that. Interestingly, I've never seen that codified into federal law. It is strictly an executive order in the U.S. So,
yeah, I mean, Hal, do you think it's appropriate though for lawmakers here at home to be saying that right now? I know emotions are very high, but cooler heads hopefully will prevail. But that is quite a statement from a sitting senator.
I think it's unnecessary, it's unneeded, and it's a little bit inflammatory. As you know, Russia and other countries will go through and parse out our tweets, our whatever's out there from social media, and they will distort that to make it sound like something it's not. So I think we have to be very disciplined in what we're doing, very disciplined in what we're saying. Part of our strength is our moral authority. And that moral authority comes from telling the truth. And that moral authority comes from being considered the adults in the room, if you know what I mean. And
exactly.
Purely in this situation, I think the global community is saying that Putin is no longer an adult in the room, if he ever was one. So I think we need to be very, very clear-headed and also very controlled in terms of our communication of what we're saying, particularly because we're very fearful that Putin is undisciplined or not controlled like he was at one time, and that he could lash out in some very strange ways.
Okay, Hal, I just wanted you to comment on that, but let's get to the news of the night at hand. The United Kingdom has called for an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council after this heavy fighting between Russian and Ukrainian forces threatened the security of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. It's the biggest nuclear power station in Europe. From what we understand, the fire is under control. The shelling around the plant, I believe, is still continuing, Hal. But was this targeted? Was this intentional? Or is this just the Russian armed services firing indiscriminately, not knowing what they're hitting? What do you think that is?
It could have been intentional, except for why? Why would you attack a nuclear power plant? For what purpose would you do that? I think what you're seeing is, and this seems to be true with a lot of the Russian operational art, if you will, the doctrine, they're different. And they're not as, we bring in some of our values into what we do. When we're looking at doing an offensive action, and I mean offensive as in moving forward, going in and taking territory, we go through an extensive process of intelligence preparation of the battle space. We look at everything, and in terms of targeting, whether it's with air, artillery, or whatever, we will mark off certain areas as restricted fire areas or no fire areas, RFAs or NFAs. And obviously something like this should have been at the very least an RFA, and I would say it should have been an NFA. Could there be exceptions? Well, if there were Ukrainian forces operating in and around the plant, then you might make some exceptions to do something about those Ukrainian forces. But you got to keep in mind the danger that this poses. And by the way, that's the same thing you do around where there's hazardous materials, possible chemicals, there's all sorts of things on the battlefield that can kill you that have nothing to do with being a bomb or a bullet or something like that. You can hit something, cause a massive chemical release, and certainly cause a lot of casualties. You can hit something like this, and obviously you could cause a Chernobyl or something worse. So you need to be very careful about that. And the Russians don't bring that value set into their targeting methodology. When they go through and they make these maps, and this goes back to the way Russia fought World War II and before, they tended to just blast on through. And we have certainly seen that with the cities, that they don't seem to have a problem with using overwhelming indirect firepower or direct firepower and causing collateral damage, meaning killing a lot of civilians. They don't seem to have a problem with that. Same thing here. They don't seem to have that discipline, if you will, that operational art that avoids something like this, which by every definition is avoidable, but it's also just plain stupid. You just don't do this in warfare.
Hal, just to update our viewers, this is coming in from the IAEA. Ukraine says the fire at the administrative building. Remember, we had to clarify that the fire was in kind of a training facility, administrative building on the campus of the nuclear power plant, not the reactors themselves. But they say the fire has not affected essential equipment, including the 6 reactors. So that is very good news. War is horrible. War is messy when either missiles are coming in, shells are coming into a nuclear power station, either intentionally or not. That is a huge deal. And Hal, just for our viewers, who might not have been around or too young to remember the Chernobyl nuclear disaster, enlighten us. What did that mean, not only for Europe, but the world in dealing with nuclear waste, in dealing with nuclear power, and how did that reframe our mindset about, 35, 40 years ago to today? We're seeing this. And of course, it's in Ukraine. The Russian forces have already taken the area around the Chernobyl power plant. But just kind of walk us through that if you can, if you have, information, history behind you. I know you do.
Well, Chernobyl, of course, that was under the former Soviet Union. And that was one of the containment spheres, for lack of a better term. They have 4 reactors. One of them blew, and it was just a calamity of errors that led to that. But it melted down, it exploded. The way we found out about it was radiation sensors started going off in Western Europe. And that was the indication that something was going wrong. By the way, it wasn't too long ago, I think it was, 2 years ago, that they had what we think was a nuclear rocket that they were testing further north, that they had another calamity, and we had radiation sensors going off up in Scandinavia and Northern Europe again. So this happens periodically, and of course, most of us probably remember Fukushima, what happened over in Japan with the tsunami and the earthquake. What this did was, it actually was one of the pillars that brought down the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union covered it up. They tried to make it sound like it wasn't that big a deal. They put out false information. And at that point, they'd already had problems because of an earlier earthquake where they tried to cover that up. Their economy wasn't doing well, which is interesting because the economy is dropped, I think, 35% in the second quarter in Russia. I don't know if you saw that. That figure just came out. So what that did was it had a combination effect where basically the Russian peoples lost faith in this, or I shouldn't say the Russian peoples, all the nationalities of the Soviet Union lost faith in this thing called the USSR. Interestingly, one of the places that really lost faith in the USSR is where it happened, Ukraine. And this is actually one of those things that actually goes to the heart of Ukrainian nationalism, which is don't be part of this bigger thing because they'll lie to you and they don't care about your safety. And that's what came out of that. Same thing with another republic with a major earthquake. They covered that up. And those two things, when Gorbachev was asked, what were the 2 things that caused the fall of the Soviet Union? Yeah, Afghanistan was in there, but the 2 big things he pointed to was the earthquake and specifically Chernobyl. So these things can have second, third order effects are actually bigger than the initial one in some ways.
Interesting. Just let's hypothetically say that the Russian forces were in fact targeting this. What would be the strategic advantage to take under their control a nuclear power station?
Well, one of the things, there's a number of nuclear power stations in Ukraine. And if they take over the nuclear power stations, which provide a lot of the power for Ukraine, it gives them the ability to literally turn off the switch, to cut the power to the rest of the country. Now, honestly, I think they could turn off the switch with a variety of other tools at their disposal, but this is one of the ways that they can do it. It also, these are obviously key sites, what we would call critical infrastructure, so it put them under their control. Targeting them like this was I think that was sloppy, and it was dangerously sloppy. Anything you do in and around there, and they shouldn't have done it. But that's the only reason that you might potentially target. One thing I would like to mention, though, this is where we saw them using indirect fire, and we were very angry about that because it caused fires. Another thing, though, if you run through a nuclear power plant area and you've got heavy tanks, a lot of times, any major infrastructure site like that, a lot of times there'll be water pipes that run under the roads, and they were designed to withhold a certain, an expected weight that they would run into. Many times tanks do not fit that criteria because nobody ever thought of a tank having a reason to move in that area. And I have been near sites where we had tanks come through. In fact, in Iraq, it happened. We moved into an area where our tanks literally cracked all the water pipes going into a very large facility. We didn't realize at the time. It was just their pipes weren't made to withhold that kind of weight underground. So that can have second effects, because that could be something tied to a critical water system that they need for a component or a subcomponent that eventually leads to what they have as fail-safe mechanisms to prevent a potential meltdown. And so there's just a lot of things that can go wrong in and around these nuclear power plants. Best thing to do is just leave them alone. Put that no fire area over them and just leave it alone. Don't maneuver in there. Don't do anything. And the Russians just don't seem to be disciplined that way.
Hal, it seems like this will be definitely a catalyst for more actions in the Western world in response to something like this. What do you think the ramifications of this particular act are? With Putin, with the Russian people, there will be consequences. Well, I know they've been instituting sanction upon sanction upon sanction, restricting airspace, U.S. businesses pulling out of Russia. But this is on another level, and we heard and saw Ukrainian President Zelensky on Instagram directly after reports of this were happening, give an impassioned plea to the West, saying that you need to act more. You need to have more tools at your disposal to use to prevent this. He says, don't let Europe die from a disaster at a nuclear power plant. How do you think we're going to respond to this?
It opens up some possibilities.
Okay.
Some rather unique possibilities. This is, first off, it's a very good reason to pick up the phone and call Putin. All right. And talk about how do we secure these nuclear sites. And we have seen in other areas, other types of war, where sometimes, for example, in major wars, the Red Cross will visit prisoner of war facilities, all right? And they will hand out stuff and they will take messages back. In other situations, we have seen where even though all the conflict has not gone away, we put peacekeepers, actual peacekeepers, in there. In this case, we might want to talk about, should we have some sort of international inspection regime at these nuclear sites? And then also, should we make sure that every unit in that area has them designated as no fire areas? And I think that would be a line of discussion. I don't know who the inspectors would be, but I'm always surprised with the international inspectors that show up, and you have somebody from Sweden showing up in the worst possible situation you can imagine. I'm just picking Sweden arbitrarily. I'm not picking on Sweden. I'm just saying you'll have them come from ostensibly neutral countries, and they will show up and they will be there as eyes and ears for the international community. One thing we have had globally pretty good is we have a pretty good system of dealing with atomic energy across the board, the IAEA and some other organizations. And in my history, among other things, I was the director of intelligence for a multinational organization in the Middle East that dealt with this issue. Because if there was something, fortunately, there were no nuclear power plants in that area, but actually at that time, interestingly, there was a situation where, and it was a former USSR thing, where they had tailings from an old uranium mine, and they had a rainstorm come in. And so there was talk about what would have to be done to mitigate that if that turned out to be a major radioactive hazard for that region. So these things, there's a good inspection regime that goes on with these things, and they can be addressed. And I mean, I don't know if it's going to work. Frankly, based on Macron's discussion with Putin today, it didn't sound like there was a lot of really good quality communication going on there. But on the other hand, this might be something where the world takes notice, and maybe extra care can be taken to make sure that these sites are definitely taken out of as maneuver area and taken out of fire area both.
Yeah.
And maybe international inspectors be put in there. I am really projecting down to get to that point, because I don't know if there's any way to open up that dialogue to that point. But this actually was something that was being looked at prior to the invasion. This was a big discussion, was what about all these other nuclear power sites or power plants? And of course, one of the things that I found very disturbing was they didn't hesitate to go right to the Chernobyl area.
Yeah.
And that caused a major radiation increase, because all that heavy equipment, all those tanks were kicking up radioactive dust. And frankly, I think the troops that went through there I know they were irradiated, but the question is, how much radiation did they get? My next question is, do they even have radiation dosimeters on them, so they even know how much radiation they got? Frankly, the way the Russians tend to do things, I tend to doubt it.
Yeah.
So,
Hal, I was struck tonight by the rapidity with which, Biden was on the phone with Zelensky. European leaders were on the phone with each other. The Energy Department was monitoring. It kind of underscores the level of concern that was there about this escalating into a full-blown nuclear catastrophe. Do you feel the same way?
I feel, yeah. It was interesting. Something like this happens, and the communication paths just open up.
Mm-hmm.
There are certain things that just cut through everything. Another thing, and I don't for a moment think that that's probably what was going on here, but there has been a lot of discussion and some study over the years about nuclear power plants as a radioactive dispersion, as a huge radioactive dispersion device. And usually we talk about that in context of terrorism, that they would like to attack a nuclear power plant or a facility with a lot of radioactive substance and use it as a weapon. I don't see where they had any intent here to do something to damage the plant, to essentially salt the earth with radiation. That would be a pretty diabolical plan if they had that. But they could do it by accident. It could be done inadvertently if they weren't paying attention. So hopefully this is a wake-up call that spurs action at all the nuclear facilities in the Ukraine to avoid something like this happening. And as long as they're talking about this, hopefully they're also looking at places that have hazardous materials as well, to make sure those aren't targeted too.
All right, Hal Kempfer, we appreciate your time and your insight. We are reporting that fighting has now stopped at this power plant, and that the fire that started from this shelling has been extinguished and is now out. So good news on that front as we continue to cover the war in Ukraine. Hal will be utilizing your expertise in the days and weeks ahead. Have a good night. We'll talk tomorrow.
All right, good night, Andrew. All right, have a good night.
Okay, right now we do want to move on to some of these other top headlines on this Thursday night. We're going to be hitting some of these domestic headlines as well. We're going to be showing you the White House press briefing when we come back from break. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us on your Thursday night. That's a live look at the White House. It's a little bit after 11:30 there, a little bit after 9:30 here in Mountain Time in Phoenix, Arizona. Right now, we just wanted to preview as well. We had reported earlier President Biden will be meeting with his Finnish counterpart. The president of Finland will be making a visit to the White House. No doubt they'll be speaking about Russia's invasion into Ukraine as now it enters a ninth day. It's about 6:30 in the morning, very early Friday morning in Ukraine. We'll have all the latest, especially in these overnight hours and going into Friday morning. Also, we're expecting jobs report, jobs numbers tomorrow coming out for the month of February. We have you covered there. We're also expecting just some sights and sounds from Secretary of State Antony Blinken's trip to Europe. He'll be visiting Belgium, Poland, Moldova, and the Baltics, talking about Russia's invasion into Ukraine. Right now, though, we want to talk White House press briefing. In case you might have missed it from earlier, here's White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki.
The president will sign the Ending Forced Arbitration of Sexual Assault and Sexual Harassment Act into law. The bill amends the Federal Arbitration Act to make it easier for victims of sexual assault or harassment to go to court instead of being forced into arbitration by their employer. This law will affect the more than 60 million workers who are subject to mandatory arbitration clauses in the workplace, often without realizing it until they come forward with a claim against their employer. President Biden has long spoken against forced arbitration clauses in employment contracts, and today marks an important milestone in empowering survivors of sexual assault and sexual harassment and protecting employee rights. The bill would not have been possible without bipartisan work, including from those members of Congress who will be in attendance today, Representatives Bustos and Representative Griffith and Senator Gillibrand and Senator Graham. Also wanted to note, it is Aisha Roscoe's last day in the briefing room seat before, yes. Thank you for all of your work. And she's going on, you've already announced this. I feel like I'm announcing news, but it's been announced, to host Weekend Edition for NPR as an NPR listener. I look forward to being in my sweatpants and coffee and listening to you this weekend. So congratulations and thank you for all of your work on behalf of the American people. With that, Colleen, why don't you kick us off?
All right. So I wanted to ask about oil prices.
Sure.
They're already about $111 or so a barrel. Pelosi has come out also in support of banning Russian oil. So why keep the carve out, especially when oil, with the argument that Putin is going to not benefit from oil. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yes, I think I do know what you're trying to say. Well, our objective and the president's objective has been to maximize impact on President Putin and Russia while minimizing impact to us and our allies and partners. And I know you've heard me say this a few times before, but we don't have a strategic interest in reducing the global supply of energy. And that would raise prices at the gas pump for the American people around the world because it would reduce the supply available. And it's as simple as less supply raises prices. And that is certainly a big factor for the president in this at this moment. It also has the potential to pad the pockets of President Putin, which is exactly what we are not trying to do. So as the president has said, we carved out payments for energy, trade, and transport from our financial sectors sanctions with that in mind. I would also note that we have been taking steps to degrade Russia's status as a leading energy supplier over time. That includes, of course, shutting down Nord Stream 2 or preventing Nord Stream 2 from operating. That's why we're surging LNG to Europe to help accelerate its diversification from Russian gas. And I think you've also seen European leaders talk about the need to reduce their reliance and to diversify. And we are continuing to look at other options we could take right now to cut U.S. consumption of Russian energy. I mean, for us, if you look at publicly available data, it's only about 10% of our imports. But again, reducing the supply out there would have an impact on prices and on prices at the gas pump.
I guess the question is, if oil is already so expensive, isn't he already benefiting from an already costly, price of oil? How does he stand to benefit if you continue to allow that?
If it reduces further, it makes it more expensive. So I think we look at it through that prism. Go ahead.
On the cost of this, I mean, the president has sort of braced American people for this, right? He's said that, you know, defending democracy and liberty is never without a cost. So is it just that banning all Russian oil and gas imports, that's just a cost that he thinks is too much for the American people to bear?
Well, I think there's two different pieces here. Banning banning Russian imports, right? Or what he has done is carved out payments for energy trade and transport from our financial sanctions. They're slightly two different things. And the president, the volatility in the oil markets, as the president has been predicting and as you referenced, he talked about in the speech he gave last week, is a direct result of the fact that President Putin invaded Ukraine, and that has created volatility. One of the big reason, of course, that the president announced the release of the strategic of 30 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and the coordinated release address that and ensure we are doing what we can to put more in the marketplace. But again, his prism he looks at this through is how can we maximize impact on President Putin while minimizing it on the American people.
And President Zelensky has called on Russia to be stripped of its ability to vote in the UN Security Council. Does the U.S. want Russia to be removed as a permanent member?
We don't see that happening. We certainly understand they have a permanent seat on the Security Council. Of course, that is why it's so particularly disturbing that Russia, given its particular responsibility for upholding the UN Charter, is actively subverting the Charter and abusing its position. The fact is they have a permanent, we're really focused on isolating them, on isolating Russia and holding them accountable. And as you know, that's what we and our allies are focused on doing. Go ahead.
President Zelensky is calling again for a no-fly zone over Ukraine. Is that something you're giving any thought to at all?
Again, the reason why that has not been a step the president has been willing to take or we have been interested in taking is because a no-fly zone requires implementation. It would require essentially the U.S. military shooting down Russian planes and prompting a potential direct war with Russia, the exact step that we want to avoid.
When the president of Finland visits tomorrow, does the president want to talk to him about joining NATO?
Well, the president is looking forward to welcoming the president of Finland tomorrow to the White House to continue their conversations about enhancing our strong bilateral relations. I would note that they have spoken twice in the last few months, once on December 13th and again on January 18th. I would expect they will discuss the U.S.-Finnish defense relationship, which is very strong and, in fact, complements Finland's close partnership with NATO. Along with Sweden, Finland's status is as an enhanced opportunity partner for the alliance, which helps ensure strong defense and close security ties in the Baltic Sea region. But it remains, for any country, up to that country and up to members of NATO to determine any path forward there.
Lastly, Russia's been cracking down on independent media and dissent at home. What's your reaction to that?
We have seen that and are deeply concerned. Let me give you some specific examples because as journalists yourself, I think you will hear it as quite jarring. One moment, sorry, I just want to find all the specifics in here. Thank you for your patience. One second. Okay. The Kremlin right now is engaged in a full assault on media freedom and the truth. Let me give you some examples. Today, independent media sites such as Echo Moscow Radio and TV Rain are off the air and threaten to block, they kicked them off the air, and they threaten to block online platforms such as VOA Russia. We've seen Russia prohibit Russian media from referring to what they are doing in Ukraine as, quote, a war, or, quote, an invasion, or, quote, an attack. They are banning their use of terms even, allowing media to use only government-sourced information to report on the war. They've called a special session of the parliament to consider a bill to make unofficial reporting on Russia's further invasion punishable by up to 15 years in prison. They've arrested more than 7,300 protesters, some immediately after they began to protest Putin's war of choice. They have blocked and shut down social media sites such as Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, and they've limited the amount of dollars citizens can take out of the country. What they are trying to do is block any information about what they are doing to invade a sovereign country, and they're taking severe steps to do exactly that. Go ahead.
Just to follow up, is the administration moving closer to banning Russian oil imports?
I don't have any assessment of that for you. I just wanted to note the difference between them, or that there are several different components of options.
I guess the question is, what's the calculus in waiting if it's ultimately the step that the United States is going to take?
Well, there's a policy process that is undergone for any decision that is made. Sometimes those move rapidly, and often there are a range of factors that are discussed as those decisions are made.
The Pentagon noted today that Russian convoy that's about 40 miles at least long is still stalled, largely, they believe.
Yeah.
Does the president still think, though, that ultimately Russia is successfully going to take Kyiv?
That continues to be their aspiration. I think the Pentagon also noted that they now have 90% of their military combat power pre-staged at the Ukrainian border is now in Ukraine. They've launched more than 480 missiles at Ukraine in the invasion. That's about up from 450 since Thursday. So they are continuing to take aggressive steps and move towards their ultimate objective, which is taking over Kyiv and taking over the country.
Any assessment on timing for that?
I don't have an assessment to offer from here. Go ahead. Oh, go ahead.
Is there any situation where President Biden would sit down with President Putin in person again, so long as Russian forces are in Ukraine?
I can't make an assessment of that, Caitlin. Right now, they're invading a sovereign country and continuing to escalate every day. We're never going to take diplomacy ever off the table, but again, now's not the moment for that.
But why not rule out an in-person meeting if his forces are in Ukraine, a sovereign country?
Again, we have discussions internally about what the best steps are to de-escalate what is clearly a horrific conflict on the ground. Now is not the moment. We're not planning a meeting between them or an engagement or a call. The president's been very, very clear about that. But we'll have those discussions internally and weigh the range of factors. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. We understand that new U.S. sanctions against oligarchs are going to be announced this afternoon.
Yeah.
Individual oligarchs might be named.
Yes.
How is the White House choosing which oligarchs to sanction? Do you start with the richest ones or the ones with the closest ties to Vladimir Putin?
We look at one of the big factors is, of course, the proximity to President Putin. We want him to feel the squeeze. We want the people around him to feel the squeeze. I don't believe this is going to be the last set of oligarchs. Making them a priority and a focus of our individual sanctions is something the president has been focused on.
And I understand that a travel ban is going to be one component of this announcement. What about oligarchs who are already here? Will they have to leave the country immediately?
Let me check on that for you. I think we'll have some sort of backgrounder on this to get you more details, and the president will have more specifics himself in about 30 to 45 minutes, depending on how close we are in time.
Okay. The president announced the other night a ban on Russian aircraft traveling over U.S. airspace. As far as you know, have there been any incursions on U.S. airspace by the Russians since then? And what would the U.S. do if a Russian aircraft were to violate that airspace?
I'm not aware of any incursions. I'm certainly happy to check on that, and I can check. I'd really point you to the FAA on that, but and I'll see if there's more we can offer.
Okay. And then finally, we all saw the news about the January 6th committee and their belief that there was criminal activity. I wanted to get your reaction to that. And also, does the president believe that former Vice President Pence should volunteer to testify before the committee?
Well, let me first reiterate something you heard the president say. The former president subverted the Constitution in an attempt to overturn a lawful and fair election. His actions represent a unique and existential threat to our democracy. And the president has been clear that these events warrant a full investigation. Part of this is what we're seeing play out and what you just mentioned and has been reported over the course of the morning. We, of course, respect the independence of the Department of Justice. That gives confidence to the American people. That's how it should always be. And they will make a decision about how to move from here. As it relates to Vice President Pence, I would say the president believes that anyone who is asked should participate in the process of getting to the bottom of what happened on January 6th. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. On gas, you just said that less supply raises prices. It's not in our strategic interest to reduce the supply. Yeah. We also know, the president as recently as yesterday talked about increasing domestic manufacturing to bring down prices on inflated items like goods. So why not apply the same logic to energy and increase domestic production here?
Well, there are 9,000 approved oil leases that the oil companies are not tapping into currently, so I would ask them that question.
Is there nothing that the administration can do to get those providers back to pre-pandemic levels?
Do you think the oil companies don't have enough money to drill on the places that have been pre-approved?
Just asking.
I would point that question to them, and we can talk about it more tomorrow when you learn more.
Do you think that opening the Keystone pipeline and having more energy-friendly policies might do that?
The Keystone Pipeline has never been operational. It would take years for that to have any impact. I know a number of members of Congress have suggested that, but that is a proposed solution that has no relationship or would have no impact on what the problem is. We here all agree is an issue.
So during those years where it would, take to bring down prices, as you're saying, we should just continue to buy Russian oil?
Well, again, Jackie, I think you're familiar with a number of steps we've taken, a historic release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Let me finish. What we can do over time, and what this is all a reminder of in the President's view, is our need to reduce our reliance on oil. The Europeans need to do that. We need to do that. If we do more to invest in clean energy, more to invest in other sources of energy, that's exactly what we can do to prevent this from happening in the future. We welcome any Republicans from joining us in that effort. Go ahead.
As long as we're buying Russian oil, though, aren't we financing the war?
Well, Jackie, again, it's only about 10% of what we're importing. I've not made any announcement about any decision on that front, but our objective here and our focus is making sure that any step we take maximizes the impact on President Putin and minimizes it on the American people. And anyone who's calling for an end to the carve-out should be clear that that would raise prices. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. On the oligarch sanctions, I know they haven't even been announced yet.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if you could tell us, if there are criteria that you've laid out for them to eventually get unsanctioned. So the idea being that you would incentivize them to pressure Vladimir Putin to end the war by laying out certain criteria that would essentially get them unsanctioned.
That's an interesting question. I mean, right now, obviously, we're in the middle of an invasion, so I don't think now is the moment where we are giving anybody that sort of an off-ramp, but I can certainly check if there's more that we have conveyed to them.
What about the broader or universal sanctions? I mean, same answer, that there's no real criteria being laid out of what steps the Kremlin needs to take for them to get unsanctioned.
I mean, I think right in this moment, they're marching toward Kyiv with a convoy and continuing to take reportedly barbaric steps against the people of Ukraine. So no, now is not the moment where we are offering options for reducing sanctions.
And then one more on the domestic front. The Senator Manchin had laid out something of a counteroffer to what the president had described during the State of the Union on his domestic agenda. It was involving deficit reduction, tax reform, and drug price cuts and some climate provisions. Have you heard from him about his ideas, or is there communication, and what did the White House think of that proposal from Senator Manchin?
There have been ongoing communications with every member of the Senate, Democratic Senate, and many, many, many Republicans. I'm not going to detail those from here. The president has conveyed that he sees a lot of components where there should be broad agreement on in what he has proposed. And he talked about them the other night. Some of them is the ability to negotiate the cost of prescription drugs. Everybody thinks the cost of prescription drugs should be lower. The president certainly believes in taking steps to reduce the deficit. This government, we reduced the deficit over the course of last year. That's something he already has a record of doing, and obviously taking steps to make the tax system more fair is something he believes in. But there are a lot of components that there's a lot of passion behind on Capitol Hill, and there need to just be continued conversations about that. Go ahead.
I want to ask you about the emergency funding request that sent up to the Hill this morning. About a third of it would go toward medical countermeasures, the antivirals the president talked about, the Union, the antibodies. Do you see us getting to a point where the availability of these treatments might mean that vaccine requirements are neither necessary nor justifiable?
I don't think I can make a prediction of that at this point in time. I mean, the vaccine is still the best and most effective way, and the doctors will say this, right, to protect people from hospitalization and death. The pills are certainly an important development, scientific development, but the best step anyone can take continues to be to get vaccinated.
A quick question follow-up to Jordan's here about Manchin's proposal to Build Back Better. The Manchin says it's dead. Is the transformation formalized here? Is it no longer Build Back Better, now Building a Better America?
That is formal. But no one cares about the name in the American public. They care about what's in it and what it's going to do. And so that's what we're most focused on. Go ahead.
Jen, thank you. I have a couple. I want to try one more on the potential oil ban.
Yep.
It feels like, because you now have Republicans and Democrats calling on the administration to ban oil from Russia. As you've laid out, there are a range of different options under consideration. What would the administration need to see in order to make a final decision?
Need to see how? Tell me more.
Happening on the ground. What would need to happen in order to prompt a final decision on an oil ban?
I don't know that we look at it exactly through that prism. Obviously, we have not held back in taking significant historic steps that are crippling the Russian economy right now. I think there's no question about that, and the president has led the world in doing exactly that. But what factor we're looking at here is the impact on the gas pump for Americans and reduction of supply in the marketplace. A reduction of global supply would have an impact on raising prices. So that's the prism we look at it through.
There are some interim steps that could be taken instead of a full outright ban that would potentially mitigate the costs on gas prices. Is there a sense that this is at a tipping point and that some of those interim options?
We are continuing, Kristen, to look at other options. We could take right now to cut U.S. consumption of Russian energy, but in the context of maintaining a steady global supply of energy. So that's what we're trying to balance.
Okay, let me ask you, is there any discussion about sharing U.S. intelligence with the Ukrainians about what is happening on the ground in real time?
We have been sharing it real time.
You have. Okay. And is there a sense that the communication has been enough to give them what they need in order to be in a defensive posture, in order to fend off the Russian forces to the best of their abilities, to the extent that they can?
Well, without getting too far into details of what we do, for obvious reasons, we have consistently been sharing intelligence that includes information the Ukrainians can use to inform and develop their military response to Russia's invasion. That has been ongoing, and reports that suggest otherwise are inaccurate.
The world is watching as this convoy is lined up outside of Kyiv. Mm-hmm. The U.S. has been very clear you're not going to send in military forces. Is there anything the West can do to stop the convoy in its tracks short of military action? Are there any possibilities that are under discussion?
Well, one of the reasons the president pushed to expedite the delivery or the approval and delivery of a security package over the weekend was to give them, the Ukrainians, more support, more equipment, more defensive weapons to utilize in this moment. But we are not reconsidering or taking steps that would prompt a war between the United States and Russia.
And if I could, there was a little bit of breaking news as we were coming out here. You may or may not be aware of it. Ukraine has said it's agreed with Russia to create safe corridors backed by ceasefires to evacuate civilians, deliver aid. Is the U.S. aware of this? Will the U.S. assist in this? What can you tell us?
We will continue to assist efforts supported by the Ukrainians. I obviously haven't talked to our national security team about this yet. I will venture to do that, and we can get you all any more specifics from here after the briefing, if that's helpful. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. President Putin spoke today with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman about the sanctions Russia is facing and specifically about global energy supply. Given the volatility of oil prices, does President Biden have any plans to talk to the Saudi Crown Prince?
Well, a couple of weeks ago, I would note Brett McGurk and Amos Hochstein made a trip to Saudi Arabia to talk about a range of issues, including global energy markets, as well as Yemen. And we will continue to have a range of ways we engage with the Saudis.
The president has no plans to talk to the Saudi Crown Prince?
I don't have anything to predict for you at this point in time.
And President Zelensky has said Russia's actions clearly constitute a war crime. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson also said that Russia's targeting of civilians fully qualifies as a war crime. The president wouldn't go that far when he was asked yesterday. Why has he been reluctant to label Russia's actions a war crime?
Well, there's a process, and we have stood up a process internally, an internal team to assess and look at and evaluate evidence of what we're seeing happen on the ground. That is a standard part of our process in the U.S. government. I would note that we work very closely with our international partners, and we will provide any information that we surface through that process. I think we've seen on the ground that reports of a range of barbaric tactics, of reports of targeting civilians. That's all factors that we look at. And again, that process that has been stood up would provide any information to the ICC or any other international body taking a look at this. Go ahead.
Excuse me. Are there any discussions now, or have you guys had in recent days, I guess it feels like weeks, with European allies about preparing staging zones for Ukrainian insurgency, perhaps to provide training, other assistance?
Well, right now our focus is on supporting the current Ukrainian government and leadership, and that includes expediting assistance, expediting military defense assistance, engaging closely with them, and we'll stay focused there.
Representative Adam Smith today on MSNBC said that the United States, is providing some intelligence to the Ukrainians, but not providing the type of real-time and targeting that you see the U.S. military getting in war. So why is arming the Ukrainians with Stingers and Javelins appropriate, but not providing them targeting intelligence for those folks?
Well, I think this is similar to what Kristen just asked. I would just say that there have been a range of reports out there that are false. We can't get into details of all of our intelligence sharing for obvious reasons, but we've continued and consistently shared a significant amount of detailed, timely intelligence on Russia's plans and activities with the Ukrainian government to help Ukrainians defend themselves. We've been doing that for months. This includes information that should help them inform and develop their military response to Russia's invasion. That's what's happening, or has been happening. Go ahead, Aisha.
Thank you. I know people have asked a lot about, the price of oil, but I want to come at it in a little bit of a different way. The fact is that the price of oil is high. It is very unlikely to go down anytime soon, and more than likely will go up. What is the White House looking at? I know that there was the strategic release of oil, but are there other things that the White House is looking at to help consumers at the pump? Maybe to, direct subsidies, maybe more biofuels, maybe easing the Jones Act. Look, what is the plan for Americans who are going to have to be living with these high oil prices?
Well, I would say first on the release of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, it first goes to an auction, and it's a process that will proceed, and a lot of that will happen over the course of the coming weeks. So we haven't seen, obviously, all of the direct impact of the announcement that was just made 2 days ago. But a range of options remain on the table. I can't get into all the details of those, but the president is quite focused on making sure that we are taking steps to reduce the impact, to ensure there's supply necessary out there. Obviously, tapping the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is part of that, engaging with global partners around the world who may be big global suppliers about putting more oil in the system. That is part of the discussion. And sure, there are a range of domestic options, but there have been ongoing discussions and considerations. Some of that you saw with the announcement of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve released just 2 nights ago.
What does the White House say to American consumers? Like, should American consumers right now be thinking, okay, I'm going to have to pay a lot more at the pump going forward? Should they be taking that into consideration when they're buying cars, or, should they try to buy more fuel-efficient cars, or saving their money? Like, what should they be doing practically at this moment, considering the price of gas is going to affect them?
Of course it is, as I've been saying, and that's why we've been focused on it for weeks, if not months, to ensure we are taking every step. The president is taking every step to reduce that impact. The release of his Strategic Petroleum Reserve, 30 million barrels that he announced just the other night. Again, that process is just starting. It's a bit of a process to get that going, and that will hopefully have an impact on getting more supply out there. But we would say directly to consumers, the president is going to do everything we can to reduce the impact, to make sure that we are working with our partners around the world to address the volatility in the global oil markets, to consider a range of options that he can continue to take to reduce the impact that they're feeling at the pump. And this has been front and center on his mind since the beginning of this conflict.
There was a call with Quad leaders today. Yeah. India has a military relationship with Russia. Was that discussed at all, or is there talk of talking to India about that relationship that it has with Russia? Is there anything that the U.S. plans to do on that?
Well, what I can tell you about the call, and we'll have a more comprehensive readout soon if it's not already out, is that the president felt it was a constructive conversation. He asked members, he suggested, or they all discussed, I should say, having members of their national security team follow up from there. But I'm not going to get into more details about the conversation beyond that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Pivoting to the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Can you respond to some of the criticisms that Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell laid out about Katanji Brown Jackson and I think he said that she won't shun court packing and that she's only had 2 opinions on the D.C. Circuit level.
Sure. So as I think you're referencing, Katanji Brown Jackson, Judge Katanji Brown Jackson has obviously started to have meetings on Capitol Hill that have been ongoing. I would note that as it relates to the first question, the Constitution is clear that the number of justices is a question for Congress, not the judiciary. And a number of you have actually pointed out this morning that during Justice Amy Coney Barrett's confirmation hearing, she was asked a question about court packing or court enlargement, and she said, quote, "That is a question left open to Congress." I'd also note that yesterday, Senator McConnell also said that there was, quote, "no question that Judge Jackson was qualified for the Supreme Court." And earlier in the day, he said they'd had a good meeting. I think there's no question that as a judge who has been confirmed 3 times by the Senate, someone who has a long record as both a jurist who has ruled in the direction of Democrats and Republicans, that she is someone who is eminently qualified for this job, which is why the president nominated her.
One more on the State of the Union.
Yeah.
The president repudiated the phrase defund the police, and I wonder if you can talk a little bit about the genesis of that line in the speech. Was it about rising crime in American cities or Republican attacks? And there's also been criticism, that he did not talk about police accountability more in the State of the Union. I wonder if you can respond to that as well.
Sure. Well, on the first part of the question, that's been the president's view for decades. He's never been a supporter of defunding the police. He made that clear on the campaign. There has been attempts to mischaracterize his position and the position of, frankly, a number of his Democratic colleagues. And yes, it is true that in the State of the Union, the president felt it was important to speak to safe communities, the steps that he would continue to support to ensure there was funding for local police departments. But that has been his position for decades. It was simply a restatement of that. On the second part of your question, I would say that the president has been clear many times that he believes that we need to continue to ensure police departments have the funding they need, that there are strong relationships and partnerships built with communities, but that there also needs to be steps that are taken to ensure there are accountability measures put in place. He was a strong supporter of the bipartisan discussion about police reform that unfortunately stalled, but remains, a consideration of an executive order remains under consideration. I would also note that there are a number of steps that the Department of Justice has taken, banning chokeholds, et cetera, at the federal level that the president is proud that has happened in his administration. Go ahead.
Jen, I wanted to return to this question of finding off-ramps for Putin that we discussed. So from your many years in the State Department in a situation like this, that's the first thing that diplomats begin to try to think about. You need something face-saving if you were going to get him to reduce the amount of violence and going into Ukraine. What kind of ideas are you kicking around here that might provide a way for him to find a more graceful way out of this before you've got the kind of large-scale civilian casualties you're clearly worried about?
Yeah, I think, David, we have provided many off-ramps to President Putin through the course of the last several months. There have been a range of discussions about transparency measures, about positions of missile defense systems that have been undertaken for the last several weeks. It's going to be very hard to have for diplomacy to succeed without military de-escalation. And whatever we do, we're going to do that in lockstep with our partners and allies. Secretary Blinken is leaving today for Brussels. He's going to meet with NATO, the EU, and the G7 allies and partners to continue our close coordination before heading to Poland, Moldova, and the Baltic countries. But again, our effort and our focus right now is continue to work with our allies and partners to implement these sanctions, put the pressure on, and leave the door open to diplomacy, of course. But it's difficult to do that in the middle of a war.
So if there is de-escalation, if you could get a ceasefire, for example, before Kiev turned into more of a ruin, is the administration willing to then suspend some of the sanctions that they've recently announced?
I'm not going to lay out conditions from here. I think those are conversations, the range of conversations, if there are de-escalatory steps that we would have with our European partners. And obviously, Secretary Blinken will be playing a front and center role in doing exactly that.
One last one for you. President Zelensky, in a news conference he gave a few hours ago, said that the West should recognize that where Putin is headed toward, he said, was Berlin. I mean, his point being that he wanted to take this war beyond Ukraine. Is that the administration's current assessment based on what Putin has said in public, in his conversations with Macron, with the president, and so forth?
I think we all watched the speech, which now feels like it was a year ago, but was only last week, where he made clear he had broad ambitions of what he wanted to achieve. It is also true, though, that NATO has never been more unified, thanks in part to President Putin's aggression. And there are a range of countries that are exactly in that region who are NATO partners and allies. And President Putin would have to make a decision to go into a country where there is a NATO alliance, where there's Article 5 obligations, should he decide he wants to proceed beyond. So I don't have a new assessment from here other than...
If you go to Moldova or Georgia, they're not NATO members.
Certainly, I understand that. But, again, David, I don't have a new assessment to offer. But we are also closely watching, of course, what President Putin does and is doing since he delivered that speech last week. But I don't have anything new beyond what he has himself said publicly. Go ahead.
Pivoting back to the President's State of the Union speech, on Tuesday he said that he wants to secure our border and fix the immigration system. That's a bit of a shift from last year's speech to Congress, where he spoke more about trying to find the root causes of why people are migrating. Why was there this sort of shift in messaging, kind of focusing on securing the border? And is that a new priority, or have priorities changed on immigration for the administration?
No, I would say first the bill that the president proposed on his first day in office included smarter security and border protections, and also included a more humane path for migrants entering the country. Both of those remain priorities for the president. He believes that the immigration system is broken. It's long overdue to fix it. He also believes, and worked on this very closely as vice president, that addressing the root causes is one of the central steps we need to remain focused on, even as we're trying to address the current circumstances at the border.
Then why was it important for the president to say advocate for securing our border? I know he's been criticized heavily, by Republicans, by certain folks on, how he's handled immigration at the border. So is that important for him to say?
Well, that's part of his bill that he proposed, so it's consistent with his policies.
And one last question. Has there been any discussion on ending Title 42? I know we've talked, the president even talked about it on Tuesday, about how we're moving past the pandemic. This is obviously a policy that's been kept in place because of the pandemic. Has there been any discussions on ending that?
Well, that is a decision for the CDC to make. I believe Dr. Walensky said yesterday that she's reviewing that decision, so I can't get ahead of any decision she makes, but she is looking at that, and that's an assessment they make from the CDC. Go ahead, Karen.
Thanks, Jen. Back to the oligarchs and the sanctions. You had said earlier that you want Putin to feel the squeeze and the people around him to feel the squeeze. How does the administration feel that these sanctions could actually change his behavior and result in de-escalation? What evidence is there that the sanctions like this would work for what you want to achieve right now?
Well, it's a factor. It's not the only factor, right? But what we're talking about here is seizing their assets, seizing their yachts, and making it harder for them to send, their children to colleges and universities in the West. These are significant steps that will impact the people who are closely around President Putin. It's not the only step we're taking. Obviously, the financial sanctions and the steps we've taken have crippled the financial sector so much in Russia that they've kept the stock market closed for a couple of days. So it's just an effort to get close to the people around President Putin.
Canada announced a new program to expedite refugee arrivals and says there's no limit on how many can apply. Is there a conversation in the administration about raising the refugee cap to a accommodate Ukrainians that would want to come here?
You know, I have to check and see if the cap would actually need to be raised. We have said that we continue to be open to receiving refugees, of course, that what our focus is on, given the vast majority of them have expressed an interest in going to European countries and neighboring countries, is being the largest provider of humanitarian assistance in the world, something that we increased over the course of the last several days, and Samantha Power made an announcement about that, and continuing to provide assistance that way. But we remain open as well. I think it's just, again, important to note what the preferences of the vast majority of the refugees who are leaving Ukraine. Go ahead. Oh, we got to wrap up in a second, but go ahead.
Yeah, President Zelensky earlier said, calling for a no-fly zone again, said, if you don't have the strength to close the sky, then give me planes. Is the United States open to sending more air support to Ukraine?
Again, I'm not going to get into more details of what the Department of Defense may or may not consider, but what I will tell you is that we have continued to provide a range of defensive assistance, something we have increased, only increased over the last several days, but we are not considering taking steps that would put us in direct conflict with Russia.
Is there any concern with, you laid out the explanation for why you're steering clear of sanctioning Russia's energy sector at this point. Is part of the calculation in terms of how much to ratchet up, worrying that Putin will at some point determine that the U.S. has already joined the conflict everywhere but the battlefield and will retaliate. Is that a factor in the administration's decision-making in terms of how far to go, or is that already
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, the sense that Putin may retaliate against the United States, whether through cyber attack, some other measure, is trying to avoid that and trying to maybe not go past a certain line potentially. Is that something that
I would say that the sanctions, the financial sanctions that we have issued are on par with what we have done to Iran. They are significant, they are historic, and they are crippling the sector. So I don't think we have held back in any capacity, aside from making sure we're prioritizing the impact on the American people. So no, I would not say that's how we view it. Okay, everyone, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. We'll do this again tomorrow, and we'll be here. Thanks, everyone.
All right, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki taking a number of questions, mostly on Russia's invasion into Ukraine, now going into its 9th day. It's about 7:15 there, early Friday morning in Ukraine, and we'll continue here on Live Now from Fox to cover every angle of this as we now go into its second week. We do have this really great detailed map of where things stand at the moment. It's from the Institute for the Study of War. And we have been talking, as you know, with Hal Kempfer, other national security experts, about Russian advances. They're mostly and mainly in the south of the country, especially Crimea. Russian warships have amassed in the Black Sea in what some are saying is a possible preparation for an amphibious assault on the city of Odessa. It's one of the largest cities in Ukraine. Of course, Kharkiv, Mariupol, Melitopol, Kherson, a lot of these cities have been taken over by Russian forces. Now, a lot of the civilian centers that I just mentioned are in contention about who controls what, and so we'll try to offer as much clarity as we can. We know intelligence on the ground and facts on the ground are very hard to come by and very hard to corroborate and to confirm, but we'll do our best here on Live Now from Fox as we guide you through and update you on the latest with Russia's invasion into Ukraine. I'm Andrew Kraft. We'll have more on that after the break. We'll be going into some of our overnight hours with some of the stories and events that we've shown you throughout the day. We'll have more as well, previewing tomorrow, Friday, the end of the week, finally to some of you, but a lot will be happening tomorrow as well. So more on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. We're taking a Live Now look at the U.S. Capitol. We learned yesterday that the confirmation hearings for Judge Katanji Brown Jackson will begin March the 21st in the Senate Judiciary Committee. And then if she is approved and voted out of committee, it will go to a full floor vote in the Senate. So we'll be airing those proceedings live. Most Supreme Court confirmations are quite highly watched, quite anticipated as well. We also have a Live Now look at the White House tomorrow. President Biden will be hosting Finland's president as they will discuss European stability, security, and Russia's invasion into Ukraine. We'll have that. Also to look out for tomorrow, the Bureau of Labor Statistics will be issuing the February jobs report. What are these numbers going to look like? We'll have special coverage of that tomorrow, as we do the first Friday of every month as the jobs numbers come out. Will they be up? Will they be down? We'll bring that to you here. Also, we're tracking as well Secretary of State Antony Blinken's overseas European trip. He'll be visiting countries like Belgium, Poland, Moldova, and the Baltics, meeting with his foreign counterparts, talking about Russia's invasion into Ukraine. For all of us here, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thank you for being with us. It's been a very busy night. It's been a very busy couple of weeks. But don't forget, give us a follow on Twitter. Our handle is @LiveNowFox. You can also give me a follow on Twitter. My handle is @AndrewKraft. That's Kraft with the C. Also, visit our website, LiveNowFox.com. So let's get into some of these stories we're going to show you in these overnight later hours. Earlier today, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky held a briefing with Western journalists talking about his experiences, urging Russian President Vladimir Putin to talk to him. He says that is the only way this conflict will be resolved. He also reiterated the need for a no-fly zone over Ukrainian airspace and talked about how he is getting the Ukrainian people through this war. Here's Volodymyr Zelensky.
Provide a timeline. Tell us how many people have to die, how many legs, limbs have to fly away from people's bodies. So you hear us. How many people will count, and we'll wait until that moment where you feel comfortable. If you cannot provide that timeline, it's the same as happened with sanctions, how to introduce those preventive sanctions. They will not advance. Provide the full list of sanctions. I asked all the leaders, the response, thanks God, now we have those sanctions. And the whole world sees that they are efficient. Now I hope that the sky will be shut down. If you don't have strength and courage to do that, then give me the planes. Isn't it fair? When they tell me we have a question regarding the planes, so we have to do voting, we said, where are these planes? We found them. There are a lot of planes. We found them, very expensive planes. They are more expensive than human life. We found planes that are of the Soviet times. Can we get those planes of Soviet times that we can fight back on our land, not a territory of Russia or Ukraine, on our land? Can we reply to all of these, military equipment, to this military equipment that is targeting us?
Biden, how would you describe your conversations with the U.S. leader? And do you believe the Americans waited too long to give Ukraine the support you need to push back this Russian offensive?
I'm sorry. We sleep 3-4
That's
hours.
okay. I can ask again.
No, just a second, please. About that, if I spoke with Biden, President Biden, yes, I think yesterday or day before yesterday, I don't remember. And we have good contact. I can tell the truth. And it's a pity that it began after the beginning of this war, but we have it, and my appreciation to him and to his team. And so we can speak now often. That is the first part of your question, and the second part, can you? Що зробили? Я вам сказав відверто.
I told you honestly, I responded honestly. The question is not about Biden, it's more about indecisiveness of the world. I am telling you all these steps. The world is stronger than the military of Putin. I'm telling with confidence the military, because I know there is also opposition in Russia. There is the opposition of military, business opposition, there is the public opposition of civilians, and there is a split even within that people watch TV there. I didn't see your reports on Russian TV, but you all present here didn't see a lot of your footage on Russian TV. People live in this media space created by the administration of the president. And I would want all the decisions regarding diplomacy and NATO and our independence, and regarding the nuclear power, nuclear weapons, nuclear attacks, regarding all of it. I would not want that all of this I wouldn't want all of these decisions be adopted just by this very small selected group. There are other people, the military shouldn't. The whole world is late with Ukraine. Started late making decisions. Let them forgive me. Their nation talked about this. You saw what happens in all the squares of the world. People come out and support because they're people. They're smarter than all of us. That's it. And they said to them, they were pressuring them. But the whole world has to know that the whole world came late with this policy. The question is not about, somebody treating Ukraine well or not. Of course, most people and these leaders, they all treat well Ukraine. But nobody was even thinking that in modern world, a human being can behave like an animal. That's it.
Добрый день, господин президент. Эндрю Крамер из газеты New York Times. Я очень рад, что я имею честь задать вам
I'm very
вопрос.
happy. I'd like to ask a question about Kyiv. In the whole world now, you're respected very much in the whole world as a human who defends democracy. Does it help Ukraine? I'll respond in Russian. Yeah, it helps. It's a big support. That's, first of all, what Ukraine expected from me. Honestly speaking, I don't want to say how I was and how I became. I think we all are the same. We love our country. You are in the place where you can help more, help the state, help the people. I'm in that place. And the support of people who come out to squares and say and talk with their governments, and the support of the government. I talked to many leaders. I became close buddies with a lot of leaders. We call each other several times a day. We talk on the I like a lot that I can talk on WhatsApp with leaders without any bureaucratic red tape. When I have to go through all this complicated process of waiting for weeks while people are dying. But now it's a completely different moment. I need this support. It's important to me. I appeal to the world. I wouldn't want this support to weaken. This support gives a lot of confidence. We are the people of peace, but we're not ready to give up. This support tells us that we're doing everything the right way, and there is the strength of spirit in this. I'm very happy that the world united, unfortunately at such an expense, but still.
Yeah.
Thank you for your question. Today I saw a very interesting photo by the Wailing Wall. Jewish, Hasidic Jewish people, and they were wrapped in, I don't know if you know, into our yellow and blue flags. There's a photo. I was really impressed, and my respect to those people who did that. They were praying. I don't know how they were praying. I saw many times. I don't know how it's done, honestly. This is my home here. You understand? I always had this liberal attitude to every religion. I believe that everybody is equal, in this aspect on earth. But I was so thankful for them, for their praying. I talked to the leadership of Israel. I'll tell you honestly. Maybe now it will sound a little bit offensive, but I believe that I have to say it. We don't have bad relations, but everything is tested by moments like this. With Angie, we have perfect relations. We always talk. With the heart that we want to send to wounded. I contact our military and I tell them, this is true. I'm thankful. I don't know who helped more, but I'm thankful. Lavrov. I think everybody's face shows his or her life, and the whole life path, as well as the end of one's life. They're interested in what's happening right now. They're not interested in what's happening after them. Everything that comes after me, what will come after me? My kids, I want them to be alive. I don't want anything else. People feel equal. We build this society. We just started building it, but that's the way we are. This is the informational bomb that everyone talks about. What do you want us to give away? Go away from our land. If you don't want to do that, sit at the negotiating table with me.
Internationally, you've become incredibly popular. People are comparing you to Winston Churchill, but you're not getting a lot of sleep. You're taking time to talk with us. How are you holding up under all this pressure?
Які меседжі Путіну так передати? The first part or something. Yes. What messages I want to directly to Putin?
Exactly. You said you want to talk to Putin.
No, it's not about I want to talk with Putin. I think I have to talk with Putin. The world has to talk with Putin because there are no other ways to stop this war. That's why I have to. So what would you tell him about that? I think I said about it previously on this question that I'm very honest and that is critical, open, not interesting word. I mean that я відкрита людина, я знаю всі проблемні питання, про які піднімає питання.
I'm an open person. I know of every open questions that Putin knows and talks, and his minister. I believe that we have to talk about insults, to talk as simple humans. It's very important. If it's possible, I'm not sure if it is. There are questions I'd like to ask. I'm ready to discuss every question, every matter. All of these areas that we are mentioning, before the war in Donbass and the whole territory of Ukraine, knew in Kazakhstan and Belarus, I know mentality of these people very well. I know where we're similar, where we're different. Another planet. If we talk like humans on equal terms, we'll raise all the questions without regarding the absence of safety, security, and we'll take care of all these questions. That's my main message. Regarding Churchill, he's a little bit, I think, in another world, I think. He's a great man. A person has a chance to become a great person, but it's not decided by this generation. It will be decided by next generations. If I get to do what I want to do, then maybe I'll be mentioned. But the most important thing, how they mention you, not what they tell about. And I think he was drinking a little bit, but that's just between us. The first question for Ukrainians. The towns that are occupied, blocked by occupants on purpose, and it started so.
Turkey is one of your close partners of Ukraine that provides you with drones. But the Turkish foreign minister came out and said that he would not be supporting sanctions against Russia. What is your position on that?
Honestly speaking, I don't remember all the details regarding the drones. That's a big support. There are many questions where Erdogan helped us, where a lot of areas where he helped us. I'm very thankful to him on a political level. He made a lot of steps so that the president of Russia has an understanding so that the war has to end. And not many leaders of the world have that possibility. Many want, but one has to have an opportunity. One has to be this influential person on geopolitics of the world. And Erdogan is this type of a person. He's a very serious president, and he helps. If you allow, if this whole, for image of our history during World War II and all the years afterwards, everything was made in a positive. What happens if we allow this or that wind went with such a risk, and it doesn't, cover just one country. It passes through the whole country and the whole continent, and then it's like a hurricane. One drop sometimes, you have a new suit and there is a one drop, and everybody sees it. And now it's red, as if it were from wine. In this case, it's red because of blood.
Hello, from the French television. The war started 1 week ago almost. Would you say that it has changed you personally, and can you tell us about your life? I mean, in what conditions are you living since the beginning of the war?
It's hard to answer it. Life is as it is. My life today is wonderful. I believe that I am needed. I think that's the most important sense of life, that you are needed. That you're not just an emptiness that breathes and walks and eats something. That the fact that you live, on this fact, a lot of some things depend. That's important. It says one thing. We Ukrainians are not running away from challenges and problems. At least they're not running back. They're running forward. Okay. What about Belarus?
Great. Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
Великой Отечественной войны воевали на стороне Гитлера. И то, что мы воюем именно с неонацистами, показывает сам ход боевых действий. Националистические и неонацистские формирования, а среди них есть и иностранные наемники, в том числе из Ближнего Востока, прикрываются мирными гражданами как живым щитом. Я уже говорил, есть абсолютно объективные данные, фотографии того, как они размещают тяжелую военную технику.
Technology, heavy, complex weapon systems in the residential areas. That's exactly how bandits would act. And instead of carrying out the commitment to take it out of the residential areas, from the kindergartens, from the schools, they deploy additional military hardware there. And they took hostages, took foreign citizens as hostages, thousands of young people who studied in Ukraine. Several days in Kharkov, they kept 3,179 citizens of India, and majority of these people are still being kept hostage, including people in the city of Suma. Neo-Nazis also shelled some other students who were trying to leave Kharkiv. Some of them are wounded. Hundreds of foreigners are trying to leave the theater, but they're not allowed to do so. They are kept hostages, or it is proposed to evacuate them via Lvov to Poland, that is, to cross the whole combat area. Our servicemen provided corridors in all areas of clashes and provided transportation so that civilians and foreign citizens had an opportunity to leave for safety. Let me stress once again, nationalists are not allowing to have it done. Moreover, foreign citizens are told to call on their authorities, and the authorities would have to apply to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. Essentially, people are thrown into the fire. Moreover, neo-Nazis treat their own population as a human shield. Our servicemen identify such cases where in Donbas cities, in Sichansky, in others, apartment house inhabitants are brought to special floors, and the upper floors, the windows and doors are open, and machine guns and snipers are placed there. Only fascists treated peaceful population this way when the Soviet troops were liberating the territory of Ukraine. Let me stress once again, our servicemen, our officers are trying to prevent victims among civilian population, and unfortunately they are themselves sustaining casualties. Our goal is to protect all people, to protect our servicemen who were fighting for the people of Russia, all servicemen who were lost in Ukraine. Their families will receive insurance and special benefit, 7 million, in excess of 7 million rubles. They will also receive monthly compensation. But apart from that, I would like to establish additional payments for each family of servicemen who died in Ukraine in the amount of 5 million rubles. All servicemen who were wounded during the operation will also be compensated. What I mean is one-time benefit and insurance payments. If the servicemen will no longer be fit to serve, they will receive in excess of 2 million rubles. And if he becomes disabled, he will be receiving monthly compensation. All of that has already been stipulated by our law. At the same time, I believe we need to also look into additional payments to our servicemen, not only of our armed forces, but also other detachments who were wounded. Each one should receive 3 million rubles. Let me stress once again, our officers, our soldiers are fighting in Ukraine for Russia, for peaceful life in Donbas, for denazification of Ukraine. So no country that would be hostile to us would be, so that we wouldn't have an enemy right at our border, especially threatening us with nuclear weapons. We will always remember those who've fallen. We will do everything to support their families, their children, to provide their education, to support their loved ones. I would like you to pay special respects to our servicemen and officers who lost their lives during the special military operation in Ukraine.
Пожалуйста.
Please.
Уважаемые товарищи, хочу сказать, что специальная военная
Esteemed
операция
comrades, I would like to say that the special military operation is going according to the plan, according to the schedule. All of the tasks are successfully completed. The Minister of Defense is going to report in detail. Please.
With more developments that have just come in the last hour, I want Hal Kempfer, national security expert, to react to some of them. Hal, thanks for being with us yet again tonight. A major development we just got in about 30 minutes ago, confirmed by the Associated Press. I'm going to put up a tweet for our viewers from Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson with a picture of Major General Andrei Sukovetsky, the commanding general of the Russian 7th Airborne Division, killed in Ukraine. That's being confirmed by the Associated Press and Fox News. Significant battle loss for the Russian army. What say you about this? What does this mean?
Andrew, it's significant because he's commanding general of an airborne division, which is one of the more elite divisions, but he's also the deputy commander of the 41st Combined Arms Army, basically the CAA, a huge group, which is north of Kyiv. And I think that's pretty big. You know, you saw the 40-mile parking lot along the hardball roads north of Kyiv. All reports out there are that the Ukraine forces are having some pretty good success with some ambushes, if you will, some raids going in there. They have not been decisively engaged. And I think that's the strategy of Ukraine, is to avoid decisive engagement. But they've been inflicting casualties on that force where the morale is horrible. There's a lot of surrendering of Russian forces. There's reported desertions. There's reports that they've been sabotaging their own vehicles so they don't have to move. They've been running out of fuel. They didn't have enough food. The commander of that whole group up there was just killed. I think that has a combined effect. I wouldn't be surprised if that convoy, as they're calling it, has a tougher time moving. as they try to figure out their command and control and some other things. Obviously, in a military organization, there's somebody right there to step in, but that's a big loss.
Hal, I want to stay on this convoy that's outside of Kyiv right now, because I'm getting a lot of questions from family, from friends, even coworkers. Why can't the Ukrainian, air power take this convoy out? Why can't NATO and the U.S. do something about this convoy that is a sitting duck, if you will? Explain to our viewers why the U.S. and NATO cannot touch that.
Well, for the U.S. or NATO to go in there and attack that convoy would be to go in direct military conflict with Russia. If we go in direct military conflict with Russia, we just kicked off World War III with the second largest nuclear arms power in the world. A nuclear arms power that has not been quiet in recent days and weeks about making sure we remember the fact that they have this capability. So we don't want to do that. I mean, look, what's happening in Ukraine is horrible. A nuclear Armageddon across the planet is worse. So what we're doing is we're trying to provide as much resources, aid as we can without tripping into a third world war. And if you look at the history of warfare, particularly World War I, it is so easy to get into wars, so tough to get out of them. And a lot of times, just proximity of forces can cause events that weren't intended to kind of escalate. And the next thing you know, you have a full-armed conflict. And frankly, the strategic weapons on both sides are just something that we can never use.
So in your view, I guess, militarily and philosophically, the strategy of escalate to de-escalate is not prudent, or maybe does not work, or is not an option?
I hear a lot of armchair sort of, maybe we should put a no-fly zone over there. It's one thing to put a no-fly zone over northern and southern Iraq. I mean, what's Iraq going to do, honestly, all right? You put a no-fly zone over there, you're in. There's no way to get out of it. By the way, that goes to something we'll talk about in a bit, those humanitarian corridors. If you have corridors that you're flying over, you're not permitting them to fly, but you are protecting the shipment of arms to their forces. In fact, you're indirectly potentially protecting their ability to fly offensive military operations against Russian forces. You're into an escalatory pattern, and you're really parsing words to say that we're not in that conflict. So that's why we're backing all the way off and saying, look, NATO is the line, but we will do all these other things.
You know, Hal, though, Vladimir Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, he held a press conference with members of the Western media today, and he reiterated and reemphasized to European allies in the United States that he really is stressing the need for a no-fly zone. He said he didn't know how long Ukraine could hold out against Russian forces. I mean, that's to be expected from the Ukrainian leader, but he has not let go of that prospect.
I think he hopes that it would happen. It would, obviously, from a Ukraine government standpoint, from a Ukraine standpoint, they would like to see NATO and the Western powers roll in on their side. They would love to see a no-fly zone. I'm sure they would love to see some armored divisions rolling in north of Kyiv to stop this from happening. But we just, once we go in like that, or any NATO power goes in like that, it's just, you know, you're parsing words to say that this won't escalate. And frankly, those aren't words that will be parsed in the Kremlin. And that's the bottom line. You know, if Russia feels that we have entered a conflict, then we have entered the conflict.
Yeah.
And the threat of strategic weapons, nuclear weapons, cannot be underestimated. I mean, I'm a Cold Warrior. We lived under this forever, all right? And we knew why we didn't do certain things that could have been done because of that umbrella that encompasses the world. We can't do it. And we don't have enough defensive weapons to knock out all the missiles that can be fired. I mean, there's been some improvements, but it's just there is no anti-missile umbrella system that protects the United States or protects Europe. If it goes to that, we will be losing cities, countries, civilization. It's bad, but it's, there are lines.
Hal, to that point, that was another development today, the United States and Russia creating a military communication line to prevent accidental escalation. So to your point, this is on the minds of both American and Russian officials in order to not make a grave mistake. Hal, I just want to move on to another major development we got in the last hour as well. I'm going to put up this tweet from an Associated Press reporter with the latest filing. A plant spokesman says Russian troops have begun shelling Europe's largest nuclear power station in Ukraine. I just want to read more information. This is the biggest nuclear power plant in Ukraine, one of the biggest in Europe. The plant manager is reporting that it's been shelled by Russian forces over the past few hours. It's on fire. According to U.S. officials who are aware of the facility, there are 6 nuclear blocks there. Now, in Chernobyl, there was only one, and it was much smaller than each of these. The International Atomic Energy Agency, that is their mandate to kind of monitor all of these stations, said in a statement that indeed has confirmed that it is getting shelled. The IAEA has warned about the fighting around this facility, and now we know it is on fire. How worried should we be about this development?
Well, I would be very concerned. Hopefully they're going to shut down procedures, or they've done shut down procedures to shut down the entire plant. But, that was always a fear. In fact, as we were kind of looking at this whole what could happen thing before the invasion began, the concern was that Chernobyl was one of I think 4 or 5 nuclear facilities that had to be looked at throughout Ukraine. And this obviously is the biggest one. The fear is they get in there and frankly, the troops just don't know. And it's not that they're going to necessarily, they have the weapons to potentially, breach the containment sphere, or the containment vessel, I should say, for the plant, but they could also take out all these other things around it. Don't forget what happened in Fukushima. What happened was a wave came in and it took out all the other things around it that were needed to shut down the plant. And that's what caused the meltdown to occur, was that all the other stuff had been flooded, taken out, and therefore all these fail-safe mechanisms didn't work. That's my concern with this, is that the shelling, the fighting, the displacement of key personnel who need to be there to go through the procedures could lead to a situation where all the things around it, the fail-safe stuff, doesn't work because there's nobody there to do it, or it got inadvertently taken out in the fighting.
All right, Hal, I want you to respond as well, and I want your opinion on if this is, a sense of optimism. We learned earlier today that a meeting on both sides, from both the Ukrainians and Russians, agreed preliminarily to humanitarian corridors and potential ceasefires in areas where civilians need to get out. Should we be optimistic about this? And if so, do you think it'll hold?
Well, I thought it was a very positive development. The big, you have a lot of civilians who are really stuck in these urban areas. Kharkiv, Kyiv, and soon Odessa will be stuck in that area. And the big problem is, how do you get the civilians out, to get them out of that combat zone safely? The other thing is, how do you get aid in to help them? That's going to be the tougher one. I think the evacuation, going one direction, getting people out, that's something that could be probably monitored and done. I think where the Russians are going to really be sticklers is on what can come into these cities. And I think that's going to be a further negotiating point. In principle, it can be done. But, the concern they would have is, will lethal aid be snuck in with non-lethal aid? And then again, if you have food and other materials going into the city where there are resistance fighters, it's basically you're opening up a logistic supply line for the resistance fighters from the Russian perspective. And you're enabling them to resist longer. So there's a lot of details that have to be worked out on something like this.
All right, Hal Kempfer, we're at the top of the hour. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be talking about some of these other diplomatic developments, also what's going on with the Russian economy, more sanctions being put in place on many Russian oligarchs. So we have all that and more in 2 minutes. Hal, stick with us. The latest. Hal, good to see you. You know, diplomatically speaking, I wanted to get that on everyone's radar. Also, what we are also watching for is, at least this was concerning to me today, this call between French leader Macron and Putin. Now, what reports are saying is Putin dialed up Macron first. He requested, and then from reports of what the call essentially said was Putin is going full speed ahead. He has no intention of backing down from his directives and from his initiatives, essentially that he's going full bore to capture Ukraine. This call was very concerning. Putin's not letting up anytime soon.
No, he's not. In fact, it looks like they're just going to keep pushing. I think he's pushing beyond the capability of their military forces to really follow his plan. I think he's isolated himself, and this has happened historically with various leaders. Hitler's a very famous example. Certainly prior to World War II, Stalin would be another example where they insulate themselves, where they kind of live in their own bubble. It's a reinforcement of whatever they believe and whatever they say. They have absolute control. And it certainly appears that Putin may have put himself in such a bubble that he's just not quite grasping either what's going on the ground or quite possibly he just puts it into a different interpretation of what's going on the ground. But the math is real simple. Russia doesn't have sizable enough forces to occupy and control Ukraine. It's too big. It's the size of Texas. There's just no way to do it. Even Kherson, the city that they overran or they took over yesterday, there was some discussion today about what will the Russians maintain in that city. And it was interesting that the Ukraine military forces had pulled out. Unfortunately, some of the volunteers that had joined up to do stuff tried to fight off the Russian forces coming into the city, which, as I understand, they're coming into the city basically when the mayor went out to greet them. They went out to fight the Russian forces, and they were basically taken out by the Russian forces. They tried to go after them with Molotov cocktails and light arms, but the Ukrainian military had actually pulled back, and I think with that whole economy of force way that they're sort of thinking, that they know that, okay, we will trade urban terrain for Russian casualties. They'll come in and take the city, but at some point they have to move those forces forward to go after Odessa. And when there's a lightly armed force left there or no force left there, they can literally go back into the city and cut off those lines of communication supporting the forces forward in Odessa. So there's some interesting possibilities in terms of the battle space of what the Ukrainians will do, won't do, and how they're doing it.
Yeah, and of course, Hal, let's get to the brewing confrontation now with Odessa. That's going to be happening. Some type of amphibious assault is in the offing here. And Odessa is on the Black Sea, and it's a huge population center. So far, it hasn't really been touched yet by this war, but do you think it soon will be?
I think it will be. I'm kind of curious as to where the landing beaches will be or how they plan to insert those amphibious forces otherwise. One of the interesting things is you've heard a lot about the Javelin missiles that we've been sending in there. One of the uses of Javelin missiles, I know we trained for this, the British have trained for this as well, but one of the uses is to repel an amphibious force. You can sit on the shoreline. It's got a lot of length or a lot of range. I don't know if they have the newest ones, but the newest ones will reach out about 4,700 meters, about 4.5 kilometers. The ones they probably have about 2.5 kilometers, but that's still a bit of range. So if someone's coming out, in landing craft or whatever, that's enough range that you could cause a lot of damage for the landing force with not that many Javelin missiles. You can imagine what Javelin missiles would have done on Normandy to our forces if the Germans had had them, and you can kind of put that in reverse to see what could happen here. So I think that if they are there, and the reason I say that is because the internal lines of communication for the Ukraine army or Ukraine military, in terms of moving things from Poland, where this stuff is, and Romania, where this stuff is coming in, to where they can deploy it, that's a lot easier move than trying to go all the way across the Ukraine to Kyiv or further out to Kharkiv. So I think that there might be some of these systems down there that they could employ against a potential amphibious assault. The other thing too with the Javelin, there is a mode you can set on it. And so if the amphibious assault's using helicopters, it's not the greatest weapon for it, but you can actually use it as an anti-aircraft weapon against helicopters. And it's got some range out there. So.
Hal, I want to move away kind of militarily speaking about where this conflict is going to be going now, almost into its 9th day. But let's get back to what's going on in Russia. We also heard from not only Vladimir Putin today, we heard from Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. He said, in Kharkiv, there are no Russian troops. You like the word murderer. Kyiv regime, those are real murderers. Zelensky, yes, he is a Nazi and a neo-Nazi because he's on their side. Why are they sticking with this pretext that the Jewish leader of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky, is a neo-Nazi?
It's just the narrative, and I don't mean to say that I can read Putin's mind, because I absolutely cannot. But within the Stalinesque framework, they look back at what happened in World War II when the Nazis came into the Ukraine, and Ukrainian nationals or Ukrainian residents who were there, many of them collaborated openly with the Germans. Now, in historical context, we look at that and we think it's absolutely horrendous. And certainly, when we look at the Holocaust and all of that, it's horrendous as well. But the reason there was some rationale behind it was because Stalin had engaged in some of the most brutal tactics you can imagine to crush Ukrainian nationalism, to include starving the Ukrainian population, literally killing off a large percentage of the Ukrainian population through starvation. So they were happy to see pretty much anybody coming in that was going against Stalin. That seems to be sticking in Putin's mind, and I think that's why he keeps referring to the Nazi thing, was at World War II. He also, look, are there neo-Nazis, or I should say, yeah, somewhat neo-Nazis within Ukrainian politics? There are. All right, it's very disturbing. They have a political presence. They're not a dominant political presence by any means, but they are there. All right, and I think that he's over exaggerating that presence as well.
You know, Hal, I also wanted to get your opinion too, because we learned today from Vladimir Zelensky in his press conference that now about 16,000 foreign fighters have come in or are coming into Ukraine to assist with the war effort because they've opened up this fight to foreigners. Is that customary in wars and conflicts like this, where we see men and women from all over the world come to aid the Ukrainians?
Well, Andrew, we've seen it before. In fact, we saw it on the other side in Iraq. When I was over there, one of the problems we were dealing with was what we call foreign fighters. They were motivated by Al-Qaeda, by their philosophy, doctrine, everything that they were talking about, and they would come over and they would fight against the United States and our allies over there supporting the Iraqi government. The same phenomena happened over in Afghanistan, not just to us, but it actually happened to the Soviet Union. They had that issue going back. If you want to go back further, you can go back to Spain during their civil war in the 1930s. Very famously, there was a couple of brigades that were largely manned by Americans and some other Europeans. They weren't successful, but they were fighting the fascists, fighting Franco. So that does happen. What the concern that we have here in the U.S. With that is who's going over to fight. And there would be a slight concern, obviously, if there were extremist elements here that were going over to fight in that war to pick up tactics, techniques, procedures, capabilities with some idea that they want to bring it back here. And that's something that we just have to look at. That's why, generally speaking, we don't encourage American citizens to go join foreign armies, and we kind of prohibit them from becoming mercenaries, if you will, in a strict use of that term. But it's amazing how many people just so far, and think about this, how far are we into this? 1 week, 16,000 in 1 week. Where are we going to be in 1 month?
Right. Plus a million refugees.
It's a million refugees. You got 16,000 foreign fighters. I'm just doing the math as where we're going to be 2 weeks or 3 weeks from now. You know, potentially we could see 5 million refugees, depending on what happens coming out of there. That's been projected. Yeah. But I also think we might see a lot more foreign fighters going in as well, and that could be significant.
All right, Hal Kempfer, we got to leave it at that. We appreciate your time and your insight into all this and helping us make sense of Russia's invasion into Ukraine. We'll be talking yet again probably tomorrow, Hal. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Andrew.
Okay, right now we're going to
You look at video that just came down of Russian shelling of Europe's largest nuclear plant. We now know President Biden has spoken with the Ukrainian President Zelensky, the White House releasing a statement saying that Biden spoke with President Zelensky of Ukraine this evening to receive an update on the fire at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. President Biden joined President Zelensky in urging Russia to cease its military activities in the area and allow firefighters and emergency responders to access the site. President Biden also spoke this evening with Undersecretary for Nuclear Security of the United States Department of Energy and Administrator of the National Nuclear Security Administration to receive an update on the situation at the plant. The president will continue to be briefed regularly. We also are getting in a video posted by President Zelensky to his Instagram page. You can see it right here. We have the translation of his message to the Ukrainian people saying Europe must wake up now. The largest nuclear power plant in Europe is on fire right now. Russian tanks are firing at atomic blocks. These tanks are equipped with thermal imagers. That is, they know where they are shooting. They are preparing for this. I appeal to all Ukrainians and to all Europeans, to all people who know the word Chernobyl, who knows how much grief and victims the explosion at the nuclear power plant brought. It was a global catastrophe. Hundreds of thousands of people struggled with its consequences. Tens of thousands were evacuated. Russia wants to repeat this and is already repeating it, but 6 times more. Europeans, please wake up. Tell your politicians Russian troops are shelling a nuclear plant in Ukraine, Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, and Energodar city. There are 6 power units, 6. 1 exploded in Chernobyl. We contacted the leaders with our partners. I spoke with Charles Michel, Schultz, Duda. I spoke with President Biden. We contacted the head of the IAEA, Grossi, as well as Prime Minister Johnson. We warn everyone, not a single state except Russia has ever fired at nuclear power plants. This is the first time in the history of mankind that a terrorist state has also resorted to a nuclear terror. Russia has never fired at nuclear power units. This is the first time in the history of mankind that a terrorist state has also resorted to nuclear terror. Russian propagandists threatened, we remember, to cover the world with nuclear ashes. Now it's not a threat. It's a reality. We do know how the fire at the station will end. We know there will be an explosion, or when, God forbid, it will not happen. But no one will ever figure this out. But our guys always kept the nuclear plant safe so that there were no provocations, so that no one could go there, so that no one could seize it and mine it. To mine and then blackmail the whole world with a nuclear catastrophe, the Russian military must be stopped immediately. Shout out to your politicians. Ukraine is 15 power units. If there's an explosion, it will be the end of everything, end of Europe. This is the evacuation of Europe. Only immediate action by Europe can stop the Russian troops. Don't let Europe die from a disaster at a nuclear power plant. Again, that is part of his remarks on Instagram here. President Zelensky with some pretty emotional thoughts and a warning, really, to not only the people of Ukraine, but Europe and the world all the way around. Well, I want to go back into this video that we are getting here, and I want to bring in foreign policy experts Michael Santo. He's been with us here on the show before. Michael, do you have us?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I do have you. Okay, so we have talked in the past on the show about the nuclear forces and how prominent they are out of Russia. Tonight, with this attack, is this a showing from President Vladimir Putin? What is the message behind this?
It's one more sign of how ruthless he is. The Ukrainian president is correct. Putin is a terrorist. Russia is a terrorist state. Let me correct him a little bit. Russia has engaged in nuclear terrorism before. They used polonium in 2006 to assassinate, murder a former KGB agent in London, contaminating areas in London Thank God nobody else got injured from that. So that was sort of an act symbolically of nuclear terrorism. If these tanks appear, we don't have all the information right now. They do appear as if they may be attempting, possibly, horribly destroy these reactors. And so that could, God forbid, be on paper, in theory, could be, and this plant probably has had so many improvements since '86 and so much reinforcement since the Chernobyl crash and all kinds of safeties. But it could be worse than Chernobyl. But I want everyone to keep calm about this, including in Europe. Chernobyl, a lot of the harm that was done was because the Soviets covered it up. They didn't evacuate people. They didn't tell them to stop drinking contaminated milk, and they didn't rush to give iodine pills. So, and it was actually two things that caused a rise in thyroid cancer in particular, is the fact that they didn't tell the people, warn the people that the milk was contaminated, and they didn't give the iodine pills. So it does sound kind of, based on my reports, and you might even have more information right now than I do, it does sort of sound like Russian forces may be trying to trigger a meltdown or something like that. It does sound like it to me, but I'm not sure. But I think the worst case scenario, it would be environmentally very bad. But the biggest challenge right now, two challenges we'd have, is getting people to the plant, and they would normally be Ukrainians to put out any fires, and to evacuate civilians. And the problem is, from the vicinity. And the warfare and the aggression by Russia makes that much, much, much harder and maybe impossible. But I don't want anyone to panic. It's not the end of the world. He used that language.
Michael, we're actually getting some good news in here from the IAEA. They say the fire at the site of the nuclear plant hasn't affected any essential equipment. What does that mean?
I mean, that's good news. That's good news, of course. Essential equipment keeps the reaction under control so it doesn't overheat and it doesn't melt through the containment stuff. So hopefully we'll be okay. It's just an Instagram message talking about tanks deliberately targeting. So maybe maybe the Russian actions seem worse in this limited instance than it is. But that's what exactly kind of news we want to hear. And then, everything could be contained in terms of radiation.
I want to go back into the conversations between President Biden and President Zelensky. Obviously, this was a big enough situation to have everyone come together at a very early hour out in Ukraine and also a very late hour here in the United States. What would those communications look like, and what should be coming out of this?
I mean, so the U.S. ordinarily would offer any aid necessary to try to control problems with the reactor. But the Russians are not cooperating. It's it is kind of unprecedented that you're not able to reach an agreement even with enemy forces to avoid a reactor. I mean, obviously the conversations could include other things and how we help the Ukrainians stop this completely illegal, outrageous, disgusting Russian invasion. But the U.S. can offer all necessary support and fly people in to help secure this reactor. But we can't do that without the cooperation of Russia, because that would put us in direct military conflict with a country with the world's largest nuclear arsenal. And we want to try to not do anything that escalates the military situation so that it starts to escalate and get really, really bad, even far worse than it is now.
Right. And so, like you said, up until now, we have not been helping out militarily, technically. Is this enough to get the U.S. more involved?
Yes, but we're kind of playing a fine line. The United States and our allies are shipping key weapons through various conduits, and some of them may be covert, and particularly the Stinger anti-aircraft missile, which you can practically carry over your shoulder, and the Javelin anti-tank missile. And that has been a critical part in the Ukrainian military's ability to resist the Russian invasion. And even that is a little bit risky from an escalatory standpoint. We have to hope for the best with the reactor, but it doesn't change the calculus. We always are very, very careful to avoid military clashes with Russia because they're the only country that can destroy the United States. They have like 1,500 strategic nukes and intercontinental missiles pointed at us. Thank God, let me emphasize, we have spent $500 billion since 2016 modernizing our strategic nuclear arsenal. And what that means is the Russians know never, ever attack a U.S. city. But we still have a rational fear of things escalating out of control with Russia. That doesn't mean that we're totally afraid of them and we won't step in when they cross red lines. But we have set a red line. If they attack a NATO country, we will fight to defend. We will go to war with Russia. But we didn't set that line with Ukraine, and Ukraine is very geographically close to Russia. So the United States has been avoiding pushing things too far. And we haven't set that line. And if we go in now, we just start a war with Russia. And that's the line too far to cross. I don't think that this situation with reactors, though it's absolutely disgusting, I don't think it changes our calculus. It just can't, because that's a matter of world peace and preventing, and I don't want people to think that any clash with Russia suddenly leads to like total nuclear war. That's a misconception. But we would rather not test that, because one thing leads to another, which leads to another. And Putin is so incredibly ruthless that we've always been careful with clashing with the Russians. That's been true for most of the last 70 years.
So I'm curious, do you foresee other European leaders taking moves here? Because this was kind of a call to action from President Zelensky. He said to the people who were watching it, shout out to your politicians. Ukraine is 15 power units. If there's an explosion, it will be the end of everything, end of Europe. This is the evacuation of Europe. So do you foresee other leaders making changes after this attack tonight?
No, and because the U.S. military is what they all depend on. By the way, we do. The United States has the most powerful military in the world. And if we ever have a battle with the Russians will lose. And they should know that they need to keep it under control as much as us and not let it escalate out of control. But there is no European military that even slightly, they're largely dependent on the United States to defend them against Russia at this point, and that's been true for many decades. The language of Zelensky is unfortunate in this case, and he might be overreacting. It's not the end of Europe, but it's horrific. It is an act of nuclear terrorism, and it shows that Putin is incredibly evil. He is evil. There is no question that he's evil and ruthless. But even if all those plans melt down, and that's the worst case scenario, it's not the end of Europe. It is not the end of Europe. It's not the end of the world. What is being done to the Ukrainian people is starting to look like almost a little bit genocidal. It is a slaughter. It is horrible. But it doesn't mean that if there is a meltdown of those plans, that it's the end of Europe. It's just not. It is a very, very nasty environmental situation. It's one of the nastiest situations we've seen. We did have Chernobyl, for example, which was really nasty. And the U.S. and the Soviets tested so many nuclear weapons, some of them that were actually very dirty, like in the Pacific. And sometimes the winds carried them places we didn't expect. And people on entire ships in one case, and one fishing ship, like most of them basically died. And then there was an island that was horribly contaminated. Our planet can survive this. It would technically it would not have a statistical effect on European cancer rates, right, if you look at the statistics carefully. But it's absolutely disgusting to pollute our planet, and it is a disgusting act of terrorism. Unfortunately, Putin, there is a slight risk. Putin is deliberately doing this to blame it on the Ukrainians, and so that he can accuse the Ukrainians of an act of nuclear terrorism. But this is not a nuclear bomb, but it is not a nuclear explosion, but it is very, very dirty potentially. But that's the worst case scenario. But everyone needs to know, in the very, very, very worst scenario, it's not the end of Europe. It would not technically, statistically affect cancer rates in Europe. It's just very dirty.
Michael, we are just getting in some other updates from the Energy Secretary, Jennifer Granholm. She says, I just spoke with Ukraine's energy minister about the situation at the nuclear plant. Russian military operations near the plant are reckless and must cease. She went on to say Energy has activated its nuclear incident response team and is monitoring events in consultation with the Department of Defense and the NRC and the White House. We have seen no elevated radiation readings near the facility, and the plant's reactors are protected by robust containment structures, and reactors are being safely shut down. So good news on all of these fronts, right?
Yes, absolutely. So I believe they got some containment structures that we even built to withstand the crash of an airliner after 9/11. So it is conceivable, God willing, that the Russians let our teams or European teams. The European teams certainly can go in, but it would be hard for them to do it in a non-permissive environment without the Russians accepting that as agreement, which is not impossible. It's just, this is weird because it doesn't look like an accent from what I'm hearing. Of course, as news comes in, sometimes things are not quite as they seem. But so far, everything's under control. But I have to emphasize that nobody should feel, especially outside of the very tragic country of Ukraine that is facing this horrific onslaught from Russia, nobody should feel like a threat from that, including in Europe. Even in Poland and nearby countries, it's in the worst case scenarios. I mean, but the thing is, with Chernobyl, you had to get the people out of the contaminated area. The Soviets failed to do that. You had to prevent people from ingesting contaminated food. The Soviets didn't tell the people to do it, and it didn't get iodine to the people. So Chernobyl, the fallout did technically spread around the world and was detectable, but it honestly didn't have a statistical effect on people. But to do it 6 times, it is so extraordinarily disgusting to even take the risk of it. And it's just a horrible thing to be watching, that this dictator of Russia would do something so horrific. But nobody should panic about this. Nobody should panic about this. But what the Ukrainians are going through in general is so incredibly tragic, and it's so hard to watch it. And, in a situation where our country, the United States of America, the most powerful country in the world, is in a situation where it's hard for us to respond and to stop this terrorism, this horrible terrorism.
Last question for you, Michael, here. We just so appreciate you coming on and sharing your experience and knowledge on this. As we know, you have been warning of this and explaining the reason for the lack of involvement militarily from the U.S., which is a common misconception for people who are watching this go down. My last question for you is this the beginning of other attacks from President Putin? Is this a beginning point of more to come?
There is a very huge risk of it, and the warning sign was in 2006. Yes, he only murdered 1 man in London, but it was polonium that came out of a Russian nuclear reactor, former KGB agent he didn't like. The danger is that the Russians have 10 times as many battlefield nukes as us, and they see it as an equalizer in conventional forces. And that kind of strategy and buildup is very dangerous. And the Russians sometimes call limited nuclear strikes de-escalation. However, I have to emphasize, our conventional forces are so incredibly powerful, we can still prevail in any battle. If there's a battle in Lithuania, if Putin makes the mistake of attacking NATO ally in Lithuania, even if he did, God forbid, use tactical nukes, we would still blow his forces to bits. But we would just have to bring in more conventional forces. So that is what I've been warning about. There are certain destabilizing consequences to the fact that the Russians have 10 times as many tactical nukes. But in strategic nukes, in terms of our ability to deter a Russian attack against the United States, our deterrent is absolute. We have spent $500 billion since 2016 modernizing it. Most of our strategic nukes, which are part of our deterrent, are unsub. And basically, absolutely nobody in the world even knows the location of those subs when they're at sea. So it's an absolute guarantee. Putin knows that. The United States always makes that very clear. It's just something called escalation dominance. If the Russians use a very, very small nuke, we're going to be very careful, and we can't massively retaliate because we really, really don't want it to escalate out of control. And that's the limiting factor with Russia, because it has the theoretical capability of destroying the United States, basically. So we would make sure to, unfortunately, destroy them too, because that's our strategic deterrent. I mean, that's a mutually assured destruction, and that is the danger with the Russians, and that's why it's extremely difficult to deal with this KGB, basically Russian mobster, basically.
All right, foreign policy expert Michael Santo, thank you so much for joining us here on the phone, Michael. We'll talk to you soon.
Been following all the latest out of this nuclear power plant that was being shelled by Russian forces. And so right now we just want to update you on where this stands at the moment. I'm going to put up some of these tweets that were kind of all happening in the midst of this. First up is Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba. Russian army is firing from all sides upon the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, the largest nuclear power plant in Europe. Fire has already broke out. If it blows up, it will be 10 times larger than Chernobyl. Russians must immediately cease the fire, allow firefighters, and establish a security zone. Remember, we were reporting that firefighters who were responding to this were being targeted themselves by either, Russian forces and the shelling. And so we do have more video of the power plant itself, thankfully. We're also learning as we went along throughout the course of this. I'm just walking you through the reports that we got. Lucas Tomlinson, who's in Ukraine, he says from the IAEA, no change to reported radiation levels at Ukrainian nuclear power plant, where fire broke out in administrative buildings due to ongoing hostilities with Russian forces. So remember, that was good news that the radiation levels remained the same. Then we learned from the IAEA, that is the International Atomic Energy Agency. They said regulator told the agency there's been no change reported in radiation levels. That's now been confirmed by the White House as well. And so that was the main concern. And then we heard from a number of different officials, including Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky as well, who posted an impassioned video on his Instagram feed. And there is some of this video. You can see him making this address to the Ukrainian people. I want to read just some snippets in part. He says, I appeal to all Ukrainians and to all Europeans, to all people who know the word Chernobyl, who know how much grief and victims the explosion at the nuclear power plant brought. It was a global catastrophe. Russia wants to repeat this and is already repeating it, but 6 times more. There are 6 power units, 6. One exploded in Chernobyl. Russian propagandists threatened, we remember, to cover the world with nuclear ashes. Now it's not a threat, it's a reality. He says he spoke with Charles Michel, the German Chancellor Scholz, the Polish President Duda. He also spoke with President Biden and the British Prime Minister Boris Johnson. He says, don't let Europe die from a disaster at a nuclear power plant. He says, shout out to your politicians. We also have more coming in from other U.S. officials, also President Biden as well. The White House put out a statement saying President Biden spoke with Ukrainian President Zelensky. He also spoke tonight with the Undersecretary for Nuclear Security at the Department of Energy and the administrator of the National Nuclear Security Administration to receive updates on the nuclear power plant itself. And then, of course, Secretary of Energy Jennifer Granholm chimed in as well. We're going to get to some of those tweets, but you can see here from the IAEA, they say the fire at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant has not affected essential equipment and that plant personnel are taking mitigatory actions. And then, of course, Secretary Granholm, she is the United States cabinet member. She leads the Department of Energy. She says she just spoke with Ukraine's energy minister about the situation. Russian military operations near the plant are reckless and must cease. She goes on to say the Department of Energy has activated its nuclear incident response team and is monitoring events in consultation with both the Department of Defense, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and the White House. We have seen no elevated radiation readings near the facility. She ends the statement by saying the plant's reactors are protected by robust containment structures and the reactors are being safely shut down. So the reactors shut down. Remember, this power station generates power and energy for 25% of Ukraine. And so that was quite significant. And then we have just a few more, I believe. And we're going to get to this with our guest, Hal Kempfer, right now, who's joining us. And we do want to get your opinion on this, Hal, because this is quite significant that a sitting member of the U.S. Senate is calling for the assassination of Vladimir Putin. Hal, do you have us?
I do, and I'm looking at that, Andrew. I think he's being I don't know if it's a direct call for assassination, but it's a pretty clear inference that that's what he's talking about. And you know, we have a rule. I mean, it's an executive order 12333. It was signed by President Reagan. This was in the wake of the revelations of the Church Commission in the mid-'70s about all the different things that were being done. And you may recall the CIA had plots to assassinate Castro down in Cuba. 12333 is kind of an interesting thing. It deals with intelligence oversight. And then there's this little section that says, in so many words, you can't go assassinate foreign leaders either. It kind of stands out in the section, and that was specifically because of what came out in the Church Commission in the mid-'70s. So that's an executive order. With that said, and I've been giving some thought to this, if you have an executive order, you can always put out another executive order to amend that order. And so I'm not saying as a practice, we don't do it and we don't want other countries doing it. So that's our rule. But it is interesting you saying that. Interestingly, I've never seen that codified into federal law. It is strictly an executive order in the U.S. So,
yeah, I mean, Hal, do you think it's appropriate, though, for lawmakers here at home to be saying that right now? I know emotions are very high, but, you know, cooler heads hopefully will prevail, but that is quite a statement from a sitting senator.
I think it's unnecessary, it's unneeded, and it's a little bit inflammatory. As you know, Russia and other countries will go through and parse out our tweets or whatever's out there from social media, and they will distort that to make it sound like something it's not. So I think we have to be very disciplined in what we're doing, very disciplined in what we're saying. You know, part of our strength is our moral authority. And that moral authority comes from telling the truth. And that moral authority comes from being considered the adults in the room, if you know what I mean. And
exactly.
Clearly, in this situation, I think the global community is saying that Putin is no longer an adult in the room, if he ever was one. So I think we need to be very, very clear-headed and also very controlled in terms of our communication of what we're saying, particularly because we're very fearful that Putin is undisciplined or not controlled like he was at one time, and that he could lash out in some very strange ways.
Okay, Hal, I just wanted you to comment on that, but let's get to the news of the night at hand. The United Kingdom has called for an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council after this heavy fighting between Russian and Ukrainian forces threatened the security of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. It's the biggest nuclear power station in Europe. From what we understand, the fire is under control. The shelling around the plant, I believe, is still continuing, Hal, but was this targeted? Was this intentional? Or is this just the Russian armed services firing indiscriminately, not knowing what they're hitting? What do you think that is?
It could have been intentional, except for why? Why would you attack a nuclear power plant? For what purpose would you do that? I think what you're seeing is, and this seems to be true with a lot of the Russian operational art, if you will, the doctrine, they're different. And they're not as, we bring in some of our values into what we do. When we're looking at doing an offensive action, and I mean offensive as in moving forward, going in and taking territory, we go through an extensive process of intelligence preparation of the battle space. We look at everything, and in terms of targeting, whether it's with air, artillery, or whatever, we will mark off certain areas as restricted fire areas or no fire areas, RFAs or NFAs. And obviously something like this should have been at the very least an RFA, and I would say it should have been an NFA. Could there be exceptions? Well, if there were Ukrainian forces operating in and around the plant, then you might make some exceptions to do something about those Ukrainian forces. But you got to keep in mind the danger that this poses. And by the way, that's the same thing you do around where there's hazardous materials, possible chemicals thing. There's all sorts of things on the battlefield that can kill you that have nothing to do with being a bomb or a bullet or something like that. You can hit something, cause a massive chemical release, and certainly cause a lot of casualties. You can hit something like this, and obviously you could cause a Chernobyl or something worse. So you need to be very careful about that. And the Russians don't bring that value set into their targeting methodology. When they go through and they make these maps, and this goes back to the way Russia fought World War II and before, they tended to just blast on through. And we have certainly seen that with the cities, that they don't seem to have a problem with using overwhelming indirect firepower or direct firepower and causing collateral damage, meaning killing a lot of civilians. They don't seem to have a problem with that. Same thing here. They don't seem to have that discipline, if you will, that operational art that avoids something like this, which by every definition is avoidable, but it's also just plain stupid. You just don't do this in warfare.
Hal, just to update our viewers, this is coming in from the IAEA. Ukraine says the fire at the administrative building. Remember, we had to clarify that the fire was in kind of a training facility, administrative building on the campus of the nuclear power plant, not the reactors themselves. But they say the fire has not affected essential equipment, including the 6 reactors. So that is very good news. You know, war is horrible. War is messy when either missiles are coming in, shells are coming into a nuclear power station, either intentionally or not. That is a huge deal. And Hal, just for our viewers, you know, who might not have been around or too young to remember the Chernobyl nuclear disaster, enlighten us. What did that mean not only for Europe, but the world in dealing with nuclear waste, in dealing with nuclear power, and how did that reframe our mindset about 35, 40 years ago to today? We're seeing this, and of course it's in Ukraine. The Russian forces have already taken the area around the Chernobyl power plant, but just kind of walk us through that if you can, if you have information, history behind you. I know you do.
Well, Chernobyl, of course, that was under the former Soviet Union, and that was one of the containment spheres, for lack of a better term. They have 4 reactors. One of them blew, and it was just a calamity of errors that led to that. But it melted down, it exploded. The way we found out about it was radiation sensors started going off in Western Europe, and that was the indication that something was going wrong. By the way, it wasn't too long ago, I think it was, 2 years ago, that they had what we think was a nuclear rocket that they were testing further north, that they had another calamity, and we had radiation sensors going off up in Scandinavia and Northern Europe again. So this happens periodically, and of course, most of us probably remember Fukushima, what happened over in Japan with the tsunami and the earthquake. What this did was, it actually was one of the pillars that brought down the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union covered it up. They tried to make it sound like it wasn't that big a deal. They put out false information. And at that point, they'd already had problems because of an earlier earthquake where they tried to cover that up. Their economy wasn't doing well, which is interesting because the economy is dropped, I think, 35% in the second quarter in Russia. I don't know if you saw that. That figure just came out. So what that did was it had a combination effect where basically the Russian peoples lost faith in this, or I shouldn't say the Russian peoples, all the nationalities of the Soviet Union lost faith in this thing called the USSR. Interestingly, one of the places that really lost faith in the USSR is where it happened, Ukraine. And this is actually one of those things that actually goes to the heart of Ukrainian nationalism, which is don't be part of this bigger thing because they'll lie to you and they don't care about your safety. And that's what came out of that. Same thing with another republic with a major earthquake. They covered that up. And those two things, when Gorbachev was asked, what were the 2 things that caused the fall of the Soviet Union? Yeah, Afghanistan was in there, but the 2 big things he pointed to was the earthquake and specifically Chernobyl. So these things can have second, third order effects that are actually bigger than the initial one in some ways.
Interesting. Just let's hypothetically say that the Russian forces were in fact targeting this. What would be the strategic advantage to take under their control a nuclear power station?
Well, one of the things, there's a number of nuclear power stations in Ukraine. And if they take over the nuclear power stations, which provide a lot of the power for Ukraine, it gives them the ability to literally turn off the switch, to cut the power to the rest of the country. Now, honestly, I think they could turn off the switch with a variety of other tools at their disposal, but this is one of the ways that they can do it. It also, these are obviously key sites, what we would call critical infrastructure, so it put them under their control. Targeting them like this was I think that was sloppy, and it was dangerously sloppy. Anything you do in and around there, and they shouldn't have done it. But that's the only reason that you might potentially target. One thing I would like to mention, though, this is where we saw them using indirect fire, and we were very angry about that because it caused fires. Another thing, though, if you run through a nuclear power plant area and you've got heavy tanks, a lot of times, any major infrastructure site like that, a lot of times there'll be water pipes that run under the roads, and they were designed to withhold a certain, an expected weight that they would run into. Many times tanks do not fit that criteria because nobody ever thought of a tank having a reason to move in that area. And I have been near sites where we had tanks come through. In fact, in Iraq, it happened. We moved into an area where our tanks literally cracked all the water pipes going into a very large facility. We didn't realize at the time. It was just their pipes weren't made to withhold that kind of weight underground. So that can have second effects because that could be something tied to a critical water system that they need for a component or a subcomponent that eventually leads to what they have as fail-safe mechanisms to prevent a potential meltdown. And so there's just a lot of things that can go wrong in and around these nuclear power plants. Best thing to do is just leave them alone. Put that no fire area over them and just leave it alone. Don't maneuver in there. Don't do anything. And the Russians just don't seem to be disciplined that way.
Hal, it seems like this will be definitely a catalyst for more actions in the Western world in response to something like this. What do you think the ramifications of this particular act are, with Putin, with the Russian people? There will be consequences. Well, I know they've been instituting sanction upon sanction upon sanction, restricting airspace, U.S. businesses pulling out of Russia. But this is on another level, and we heard and saw Ukrainian President Zelensky on Instagram directly after reports of this were happening, give an impassioned plea to the West, saying that you need to act more. You need to have more tools at your disposal to use to prevent this. He says, don't let Europe die from a disaster at a nuclear power plant. How do you think we're going to respond to this?
It opens up some possibilities.
Okay.
Some rather unique possibilities. This is, first off, it's a very good reason to pick up the phone and call Putin, all right? And talk about how do we secure these nuclear sites. And we have seen in other areas, other types of war, where sometimes, for example, in major wars, the Red Cross will visit prisoner of war facilities, all right? And they will hand out stuff and they will take messages back. In other situations, we have seen where even though all the conflict has not gone away, we put peacekeepers, actual peacekeepers, in there. In this case, we might want to talk about, should we have some sort of international inspection regime at these nuclear sites? And then also, should we make sure that every unit in that area has them designated as no fire areas? And I think that would be a line of discussion. I don't know who the inspectors would be, but I'm always surprised with the international inspectors that show up, and you have somebody from Sweden showing up in the worst possible situation you can imagine. I'm just picking Sweden arbitrarily. I'm not picking on Sweden. I'm just saying you'll have them come from ostensibly neutral countries, and they will show up and they will be there as eyes and ears for the international community. One thing we have had globally pretty good is we have a pretty good system of dealing with atomic energy across the board, the IAEA and some other organizations. And in my history, among other things, I was the director of intelligence for a multinational organization in the Middle East that dealt with this issue. Because if there was something, fortunately, there were no nuclear power plants in that area, but actually at that time, interestingly, there was a situation where, and it was a former USSR thing, where they had tailings from an old uranium mine, and they had a rainstorm come in. And so there was talk about what would have to be done to mitigate that if that turned out to be a major radioactive hazard for that region. So these things, there's a good inspection regime that goes on with these things, and they can be addressed. And I mean, I don't know if it's going to work. Frankly, based on Macron's discussion with Putin today, it didn't sound like there was a lot of really good quality communication going on there. But on the other hand, this might be something where the world takes notice, and maybe extra care could be taken to make sure that these sites are definitely taken out of as maneuver area and taken out of fire area both.
Yeah.
And maybe international inspectors be put in there. I am really projecting down to get to that point, because I don't know if there's any way to open up that dialogue to that point. But this actually was something that was being looked at prior to the invasion. This was a big discussion, was what about all these other nuclear power sites or power plants? And of course, one of the things that I found very disturbing was they didn't hesitate to go right to the Chernobyl area.
Yeah.
And that caused a major radiation increase because all that heavy equipment, all those tanks were kicking up radioactive dust. And frankly, I think the troops that went through there I know they were irradiated, but the question is, how much radiation did they get? My next question is, do they even have radiation dosimeters on them so they even know how much radiation they got? Frankly, the way the Russians tend to do things, I tend to doubt it.
Yeah.
So,
Hal, I was struck tonight by the rapidity with which, Biden was on the phone with Zelensky. European leaders were on the phone with each other. The Energy Department was monitoring. It kind of underscores the level of concern that was there about this escalating into a full-blown nuclear catastrophe. Do you feel the same way?
I feel, yeah. It was interesting. Something like this happens, and the communication paths just open up. There are certain things that just cut through everything. Another thing, and I don't for a moment think that that's probably what was going on here, but there has been a lot of discussion and some study over the years about nuclear power plants as a radioactive dispersion, as a huge radioactive dispersion device. And usually we talk about that in context of terrorism, that they would like to attack a nuclear power plant or a facility with a lot of radioactive substance and use it as a weapon. I don't see where they had any intent here to do something to damage the plant, to essentially salt the earth with radiation. That would be a pretty diabolical plan if they had that. But they could do it by accident. It could be done inadvertently if they weren't paying attention. So hopefully this is a wake-up call that spurs action at all the nuclear facilities in the Ukraine to avoid something like this happening. And as long as they're talking about this, hopefully they're also looking at places that have hazardous materials as well to make sure those aren't targeted too.
All right, Hal Kempfer, we appreciate your time and your insight. We are reporting that fighting has now stopped at this power plant and that the fire that started from this shelling has been extinguished and is now out. So good news on that front as we continue to cover the war in Ukraine. Hal will be utilizing your expertise in the days and weeks ahead. Have a good night. We'll talk tomorrow.
All right, good night, Andrew.
Before I begin the cabinet meeting today, I want to give you an update on Ukraine. We continue to impose very severe, well, at least it's in the middle, we'll drop in the middle. Shouldn't be, the severe economic sanctions on Putin and all those folks around him, choking off access to technology as well as cutting off access to the global financial system. It's had a profound impact already. And the goal was to maximize the impact on Putin and Russia and to minimize the harm on us and our allies and friends around the world. Our interest is in maintaining the strongest unified economic impact campaign that on Putin in all history, and I think we're well on the way to doing that. In the State of the Union address, I announced that the Department of Justice is going after the crimes of Russian oligarchs. The Attorney General spoke to that earlier, and who line their pockets with Russian people's money, and while Ukraine and the people are hiding in subways from missiles that are being fired indiscriminately in Russian cities. Today I'm announcing that we're adding dozens of names to the list, including one of Russia's wealthiest billionaires, and I'm banning travel to America by more than 50 Russian oligarchs, their families, and their close associates. And we're going to continue to support Ukrainian people with direct assistance. I had a meeting this morning with the quartet down in Southeast Asia, including India and Japan. And we're going to continue to support the people with direct assistance. And on Tuesday night at the Capitol, we saw America united in support of Ukraine and in our work to hold Putin accountable. And now to today's meeting, we're going to discuss how we're going to keep the economy growing by bringing costs down for the American people, as well as we know that people are feeling the pinch. And we're going to do everything we can to make everyday things more accessible and more affordable for the American people. And we're also going to discuss the unity agenda I announced, and there was broad bipartisan agreement, trying to end the opioid epidemic, ending cancer as we know it, providing support for veterans and mental health, especially for our children. The response, as you all know, because I've read your polls, have been overwhelming on all four of those issues, and because they're of great concern to the American people. And today, I have progress to announce on two of them. Just this morning, the House passed a bill to provide health care to veterans suffering from toxic exposure like burn pits. And 34 Republicans joined the Democrats to make bipartisan progress on this project, keeping our sacred obligation that we have to veterans who, when we send to war and they come home, we care for them. And when it comes to the mental health of our children, today I'm instructing the Departments of Education, Health and Human Services to develop initial guidance to schools that will help them provide mental health support for students in our schools. And this is going to include enabling schools to use Medicaid funds to deliver those important services. And because to me, the State of the Union was more than a speech to me. It was an action plan to lower costs, to address our critical needs, and as for the American people. And because they're confused out there, understandably. The world is changing so rapidly. And we have a lot to cover in this meeting today, but I'm going to invite my friends in the press to depart in a minute. But the bottom line is, I meant what I said when I said I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic if we use the kind of ability to unite the country I think it exists, and I think we saw at the State of the Union. I don't think there's anything we can't do. I really don't. And we are at one of those inflection points in world history where we have an opportunity. If we act swiftly and we act with courage, we can change the dynamic the world is moving toward. If we don't, we're going to be in real trouble. But I think it presents an opportunity as well as a problem. Like I said, my mother used to always say, out of everything bad, something good if you look hard enough for it. And we're looking hard, and I think we found some answers. So anyway, thank you all for being here, and we're going to get on with the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Mr. President, Mr. President, thank you, guys. Thank you. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Speaker Pelosi says Russian oil should be banned.
Hey guys, let's go. Thank you. Let's go. Out the door. Come on, turn around. Out the door.
Sanctions be enough, sir.
Guys, out the door. Let's go. Thank you.
Will you ban Russian oil?
Let's go. He said no. Let's go. Thank you, guys.
He didn't say, actually.
He didn't say.
He didn't say.
He didn't answer anything, right? Thank you.
What? He didn't answer anything. He didn't answer anything. He didn't say what? Biden said he said no.
I don't think he did respond.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Please have a seat. Good afternoon. President Joe Biden, members of Congress, and my fellow Americans. Today, we are gathered to celebrate the passage of a law that will make our nation's workplaces more safe and more just. Forced arbitration silences survivors of sexual assault and harassment. It shields predators instead of holding them accountable and gives corporations a powerful tool to hide abuse and misconduct. And it compels the people of our nation, and most often the women of our nation, to sign away one of their most fundamental rights, the right to seek justice in court. The legislation the President will sign today will end forced arbitration in all cases of sexual abuse. And almost equally as important, it will apply retroactively. Invalidating every one of these agreements, no matter when they were entered into. And as many of you know, it has been a long road to get to today. I co-sponsored this legislation 5 years ago when I was a senator, and we would not have reached this very moment were it not for a bipartisan group of legislators, many of whom are here today. These leaders, they saw clearly this is not a partisan issue. This is not about Republicans or Democrats. This is about right and wrong. As I think about the future, our administration will work with Congress on broader forced arbitration legislation And we will do that to also protect the rights of workers in cases of wage theft, racial discrimination, and unfair labor practices. So I will conclude today by thanking all of the people who are here and all that you represent to make this day possible, and in particular, all the survivors and their allies who spoke out and demanded change. Thank you for your courage and your resilience and for your leadership. And now I will welcome to the podium a woman who was instrumental in the passage of this law, Gretchen Carlson.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gretchen Carlson. It's such an honor for me to be here today, a culmination of a 5-year journey of hard work and perseverance. An historic day that proves that both parties can come together to get something good done. I can't think of a better way to kick off Women's History Month than by signing a bill that will make the workplace safer for millions of women. Heartfelt gratitude to President Biden, Vice President Harris, Senators Gillibrand, Graham, Grassley, Durbin, Representatives Bustos, Griffith, Majority Leader Hoyer, Jayapal, Nadler, Buck, and to so many others, and to all of your staffers, some of whom I see here today. I know how hard you worked. And today I'm here on behalf of the millions of American workers who up until today have been voiceless, silenced for simply having the courage to come forward to say something bad happened at work. And in return, they got shunted into the secret chamber of arbitration. I could have never imagined that 5 years ago, after filing my harassment lawsuit against Chairman and CEO of Fox News, Roger Ailes, that this day of real change could actually come. Back then, a dear friend of mine said to me, "You know, Gretchen, something good is going to come of this." And at the time, I didn't quite believe her. But you know what? She was right. Something great has come from my decision to come forward and stand alongside millions of others to say that it's not okay for companies to hide harassment and assault. A lot of good has come from walking the halls of Congress for the last 5 years, to see both sides of the aisle and try to encourage them to do what's right. A lot of good will come from this law, change, that will allow survivors in all sectors to be able to have a choice. And I also believe that this law will have a dual effect. It's going to help companies get on the right side of history and be more transparent. But I believe it's also going to stop the bad behavior, because now everyone will know that women's voices can be heard. So what I found out is that marching in the streets can inspire, hashtags can galvanize, but legislation is the only action that lasts. On behalf of all American workers, I'm grateful to President Biden for making this crucial legislation the law of the land today. And I look forward through my nonprofit Lift Our Voices to continue fighting, as the Vice President said, for other disenfranchised groups in the workplace so they can also seek justice. I often say that I did all of this for my children, and nothing would have been complete without them here today. Kaya and Christian, thank you for your bravery and for allowing your mom to transfer my contagious courage to you. And to my husband, Casey, I know we never planned on this, but thank you for your support. And now, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the President of the United States.
Well, Gretchen, thank you. And are they your two children? Stand up so everybody can see you. Who's that guy in front of you? Is that Dad? Just remember, moms you get along with, you can work it out, but dads are hard to raise. Be patient with us, okay? Well, look, Gretchen, thank you very much. You know, you went from speaking to millions to speaking for millions and speaking for a movement. You remind us that even a powerful job didn't protect you from having to contend, you're over this side, I'm sorry, for having to contend with so much you had to face. And to all the other courageous survivors, there's 4 here today, would you all stand up? You're the survivors who led to this historic reform. And thank you, thank you, thank you. On behalf of my daughter, my granddaughters, all my family, thank you so very much. Between half and 3/4 of all women report that they have faced some form of sexual harassment in the workplace. And too often they're denied a voice and a fair chance to do anything about it. Today we send a clear and strong message that we stand with you for safety, dignity, and for justice. In my State of the Union, I said I disagreed with the notion that we can't work together on important things. Last year, I signed 80 bipartisan bills into law, from preventing government shutdowns to reforming the military justice system, as Kristen knows very well, on a whole range of issues relating to how women are treated. Today, I'm proud to sign another bipartisan bill into law. And I want to thank the many champions of this bill, the Vice President, Representative, an old friend, Sherry Bustos. Good to see you, Sherry. And Ken Buck, Morgan Griffith, Pamela Jayapal. Where is she? There you are. Good to see you. And Senators Kristen Gillibrand and Lindsey Graham. By the way, Lindsey used to be a really close friend. I'm going to work on it again. And Dick Durbin, and I'm leaving so many people out. But look, for the folks at home, here's what this law is going to do. Time and again, women and sometimes men are forced and faced sexual harassment and assault on the job. And it took that courageous step to reporting when it happened. And some of them, when they did, they found out the reporting harassment behavior triggered a part of an employment contract they had never seen, they didn't even know existed, that they were powerless to change. The mechanism called forced arbitration. Forced arbitration is in court. In fact, forced arbitration prevents survivors from going to court. And under forced arbitration proceedings are conducted in secret, often by arbitrators selected and paid for by the employer. And the outcomes of the arbitration are usually hidden from the public and the employees and co-workers, and they usually can't even, and they can't be appealed or can't be overturned. In some arbitration clauses, you can't even acknowledge that you're bringing the claim. And parenthetically, employers can still forbid people from talking about what happened to them through non-disclosure clauses. And I think that should be changed as well, but that's another day. When it comes to sexual harassment and assault, forced arbitration shielded perpetrators, silenced survivors, enabled employers to sweep episodes of sexual assault and harassment under the rug, and it kept survivors from knowing if others have experienced the same thing in the same workplace at the hands of the same person. And yes, there will be cases where victims want their claims resolved in private, but some survivors will want their day in court. And that should be their choice and nobody else's choice. I know there's discussion in Congress about whether forced arbitration clauses should also be banned for other kinds of employment disputes beyond sexual harassment and assault. I think it's all wrong, and they should be banned. But that doesn't cover it here. Giving the employer absolute power to decide isn't how justice is supposed to work. It should be the choice of the employee about whether they want to go to court or not. I've made clear that my belief that is no worker should have to make a commitment before any dispute has arisen to give their access to justice in the courts when they believe a right has been violated. 60 million American workers are bound by forced arbitration clauses that were included in the fine print of their contracts, and many don't even know that it exists. You might have signed one without knowing it. I strongly believe no worker should have to make such a commitment. And that's why I support legislation in the House of Representatives that's going to consider in the coming weeks that would prohibit mandatory arbitration of all types of employment disputes. But look, today marks an important step in an effort to ban mandatory pre-dispute arbitration clauses that takes the power to choose how to pursue justice away from the worker. And I'm glad that there was a broad bipartisan support and unanimity in the United States Senate that we should never be forced, there should never be a forced arbitration clause for sexual harassment and/or assault. And folks, this is, I think, a momentous day for justice and fairness in the workplace. And for those who experience sexual harassment or assault, you're going to have the right today that you did not have yesterday. And that's good news. And by the way, I'd also argue that it was also good for the employers, as you mentioned. I think it is good for the employers. If a worker experiences sexual assault or harassment, it's in the employer's best interest to address it. Many times the employer may not know. And to make sure it never happens again, employers can't successfully compete for the best workers if the workplace practices are unsafe and unjust. Employers, it puts you on the right side of the workers. And as Gretchen said, it puts you on the right side of history. And so, on behalf of the workers of today, on behalf of my daughter, on behalf of my granddaughters and grandchildren, and with gratitude for the bravery of so many women who, by speaking out, have made the workplace fairer and safer for others, I'm now going to step over here and sign this bill. And by the way, it's my hope that with the support of all the members of Congress here, I look forward to signing legislation to strengthen and renew the Violence Against Women Act. Which I first wrote and championed 3 decades ago. So, folks, it's time to get that passed too. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to walk over and sign this legislation. And invite up
I can survive it. You're doing good. Congratulations, Mr. President.
All right. Usually you have a pen for everybody. I promise you're all going to get one. If they don't. All right? Now the wall. Your son and daughter. Okay, make yourself comfortable, everybody.
It's pretty exciting. Let's start with the beginning of the week. Earlier this week, when the President of the United States delivered a State of the Union address that gave the American people hope and confidence in their future, had empathy for those who are still suffering from the aftermath of COVID and the economic downside of all of that. And again, talked about our commitment to democracy by helping the people of Ukraine. Let me just start with Ukraine. It's just amazing to see the diabolical actions taken by Putin as he has complete disregard for sovereignty, democracy, or human life, including civilian lives, and those of children. Very pleased that we had a very strong bipartisan resolution yesterday expressing support for the people of Ukraine and talking about our commitment for helping with their defense, helping with their economy, helping with their humanitarian needs. And then, again, we will be, in our appropriations bill, we've received the President's request, having that under consideration now as to how we go forward. There's so much to be said about Ukraine, including just the most recent statement by the readout from the French on the Macron-Putin conversation. I don't know whose analysis it is, but the readout was that the worst is yet to come. There's more bad to come. So it's pretty horrible. So again, I want to salute the President. He, working with our allies, are presenting a united front against Putin. If his intention was to divide NATO and the West, not just NATO, but other countries, in fact, he has instead unified them even further in terms of their commitment to sovereignty, democracy, and peace. Again, over the past year, the U.S. has sent to Ukraine over $1 billion in security assistance, and again, with our allies, to continue to do even more in those areas I mentioned: security, economics, their economy, and meeting their humanitarian needs. The President also talked in his speech about some unity measures in the Congress of the United States. We are now in the midst of completing the Competes Act. We call it Competes. It has another name. America Competes in 2022. The America Competes Act. They have a different name, but we have the same goal. It's about three things. It's about making chips, developing chips, $52 billion for chips and semiconductors. It's about addressing the supply chain needs, $48 billion to address the supply chain, to increase supply and therefore reduce cost and make us independent and self-sufficient as a country by not depending on the needs of some countries, the supplies of some countries of concern. And then the third part, which is about education and research and STEM research, science, technology, engineering, and math, in order to have more diversity and more everyone participating in the economic security and prosperity of our country. The President also talked about what we can do in some other areas in fighting cancer, opioids, issues like that, where I think we do have common ground and can participate. And he talked about our veterans in that unity message. And in that, he talked, and I was particularly excited about honoring the PACT Act. Some of you have heard me say before, this goes way back 40 years for me as a chair of the California Democratic Party when I went with Dick Gregory to be part of a hunger strike with our Vietnam vets who were protesting against the use of Agent Orange and what it meant to their health after the war. It took us a very long time to address those concerns. In fact, we didn't really complete it until a few years ago when we addressed the Blue Water, the Navy part of that. But we can't wait that long for the burn pits. So right now on the floor, we are just gaveling down, and that's why I was running a little bit late, the burns pits legislation, where our young people who, our men and women in uniform, whatever their age, find themselves in harm's way to fight for our freedom, are also in harm's way because of the burn pits. And they have cancer after the fact. Sometimes it doesn't come until 6-7 years later. But the fact is, if they were present, there is a presumption that is a relationship. We had a press conference yesterday on it. We had our amendments yesterday. Today we passed the bill, and now we will work with the Senate to make it easier and healthier for our, it's a cost of war. And it really amazed me, and I'm rarely amazed and surprised around here. But for the Republicans to go to the floor and say, the veterans really don't want this help with their help because it's going to cost money. And they're more concerned about the budget of the than they are about their health. Oh, really? You just gave tax cuts in 2017 to the richest people in America. Tax cuts for the rich, cancer for our veterans. That's how we see this discussion and this debate. That's Mr. Raul Ruiz, who's been a very important part of all this, says it, and I agree with him. Mr. Mark Takano, chair of the Veterans Affairs Committee, has done a great job with all of this, and I'm very proud of his work, honoring our pact, and honoring the pact, and then Elaine Loria, who has a veteran herself, also a member of the Armed Services Committee, very much a part of this legislation. But again, we have bipartisan support. It's a good number of Republicans who voted for it today. A larger number did not, but nonetheless, it's a bipartisan bill. So getting back to the State of the Union, I was very proud of what the President had to say about Ukraine, what he had to say about our veterans, what he had to say about our country's future, and the priorities that he put forth where he saw places where we could be unified, Democrats and Republicans, in coming together on all of this. We are in the midst of putting together our omnibus bill, so I'm going to have to run. We are also in the midst of putting together our competes bill, and both of them, the omnibus has a shorter fuse, but both of them need to be done as soon as we possibly can. With that, I'll be happy to take any questions you may have. Yeah. Why don't you go first this time?
Obviously, the 1-6 committee had a filing last night, and I know you don't want to talk directly about their work.
That's right.
But let me ask you. Obviously, you don't want to talk about their work, but that said, when you were on the dais on January 6th,
yes,
your security details rushed you out.
Right.
Do you think that the threat was there, that they were trying to overturn the election, the mob outside the building? Because that's what's reflected in the filing today. What did you think was going on when that happened on January 6th?
Frankly, my concern was for the safety of my members, if you want to know what I was thinking. I was thinking about the safety of my members, the safety of our staff, the safety of the press who were covering us. So I was totally consumed, and I didn't want to leave because I was like, well, but again, that was totally consumed my thoughts.
You didn't think this was a threat to the electoral college and the integrity of the election at that moment?
I thought it was a threat to our democracy, our Constitution, and the Capitol building, and all that entails. Jake?
On the omnibus, can we get an update on where you are? I mean, it seems like there's a bunch of riders still outstanding, and furthermore, on the $22.5 billion in COVID money, Republicans are balking at that. How do you see the state of play?
Well, the appropriators will be negotiating all of this. The fact is the $22 billion for COVID is absolutely necessary. In fact, we probably will need more as we need more therapies. One of the pieces of this is to buy the pills that will be. You get a sign, you take the pill. It's no longer about something being sub-freezing temperature, only having a shelf life of a certain amount of days. This is science. This is going forward. So I would hope that they would see the wisdom of the science of what we need to do in terms of COVID, because the last thing we need is more transmission. Transmission is where variants are created. And a new variant is a new challenge. So let's do as much prevention or early intervention as we can. And I would hope that they would. Now, how they pay for it and this or that, that's a negotiation there. What was the other part?
Do you plan on pushing that out as a separate vote? And then how do you plan on handling the Ukraine money?
Well, at the present time, the fastest way for us to get the Ukraine money is for us to have it on the this legislation. So we'd hope that we can just come to agreement to putting it forth. And it's about, again, humanitarian assistance. It's about security assistance, and it's about economic assistance for them. So it's very important, and this is the legislative process. We will. I'm an appropriator, so I'm always trusting that left to their own devices, the appropriators, Democrats, Republicans, House and Senate, understand the urgency of meeting the needs of the American people as we keep government open. And in this case, we have a pandemic to address and the challenge that we face in Ukraine, and hopefully that won't. Now, that will be, Ukraine and COVID will be emergency. It will be emergency. They won't be part of the regular budget caps and the rest. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Speaker, average gas prices in the Bay Area surged above $5 a gallon for the first time ever in history. So how
To about $5 a gallon.
Yeah, above $5 a
Yeah.
gallon. So how high do gas prices need to get before you would support something like opening up federal lands to drilling?
Well, let me just say that the issue of the price of gas and the price of oil is directly related to what is happening in the Ukraine. Doesn't mean it can't go up and down without a Russian diabolical intervention into a sovereign country, but it is related to that. And I heard a parliamentarian from Ukraine today saying, our people are being killed, our country's being overrun, and people are complaining about paying a little more for the price of gas. Well, we don't want people to have to pay a little more for the price of gas. And one of the suggestions that has come up is that we have a holiday from the gas tax. I bring that up because that's what we've heard the most of. And that sounds good. But do you know that there is no guarantee that the oil companies pass that reduction on to the consumer? And it's very hard to write a bill that requires them to pass it on to the consumer. You think that it's at the pump, it's the consumer paying it, comes off, but that's not the way it works. So I think that if we can have a holiday that guarantees the consumer benefits rather than more profits for the oil companies, that would be a path that we can take. The President has already talked about releasing oil from as he already has done from the sprawl and others. I'm not for drilling on public lands. Yes, ma'am.
Just to follow up on Chad's question with respect to what you and every member experienced, and given this filing that the committee released last night, do you believe former President Trump should be held criminally responsible?
I'm not going to answer any questions about what the committee is doing. They have their independence. I've kept myself completely separate from their actions, and I have no intention of commenting on them except to thank them for seeking the truth and seeking the truth so that the American people know what the assault was on our Constitution, our Congress, our Capitol. Capitol, that's easy. You just repair it. The traumatic effect on our workers and the rest, harder to repair. It was a terrible thing. And again, seeking the truth is very important, and it won't be happening with my answering questions in here. But right now, we're trying to save the lives of our veterans. We're trying to meet the needs of the American people with our omnibus bill, and we have many challenges ahead of us. The president put forth a blueprint, again, for strength and progress and confidence and empathy for meeting the needs of the American people. That's what our legislative focus is. The investigation of the committee is their work. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
There's been a push by some Democrats to ban the import of Russian oil, and I believe that Senators Manchin and Murkowski are going to put forth a bill on that today. Where do you stand?
I'm all for that. Ban it.
Ban the oil.
Ban the oil come from Russia. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Speaker, we saw the State of the Union, no mask there. We saw the guidance come down on Capitol Hill. Is it time to reopen the Capitol to visitors, and could this be the last extension of proxy voting in the House?
No, that's up to the Capitol physician. That we take all of our guidance from there, including opening the House. I think you'll see an unfolding now of the Capitol opening. It's about COVID, and it's about security. Mostly, it's about COVID, though, and so that will be up to the sergeants at arms, and it will be up to the Capitol physician, and we just take our guidance from them. I mean, we were very fortunate that they came to the conclusion that all members could participate in the State of the Union address, but it was up to them. We could not make that call. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Speaker, on the last question, on the State of the Union, you did see numerous outbursts from Representatives Boebert and Green during President Biden's speech. As I'm sure you probably remember, when Congressman Joe Wilson yelled "You lie" at President Obama in 2009, the House actually passed a resolution of disapproval on that. We haven't heard any talk of that now, but I'm wondering just what is your reaction to those outbursts? Should any action be taken, and what does it say about this?
Let me just say this. I agree with what Senator Lindsey Graham said. Shut up. That's what he said to them. I think they should just shut up. Thank you all very much.
Okay, 6. They can't say we started without them, right?
3 seconds, Joe.
First of all, let me just say this to all of my colleagues. I just can't tell you how proud we all are of us coming together. And basically, we're coming together out of the support of Ukraine. What's happening in Ukraine is absolutely the carnage we see going on. Innocent, peace-loving people being attacked viciously by Russia, by Putin's Russia. Let's put it very clearly, Putin's Russia. And we have to do everything we can to support them. I was very proud of the president when he said that basically there won't be 1 inch of NATO land that we will not defend. That's a strong statement, and I feel very strongly about that. And I think showing the support that we have and united about this, we will. But one, what we can make no mistake, this is energy has become a weapon of war for Putin, and he's using that as a weapon of war. He's using it against all of Europe, if you will. But Ukraine is basically the catalyst of what he's doing. So what we're doing today is we introduced a bill. It's been dropped. We have, I think there's 18 of us, 9 Ds and 9 Rs, that are on this piece of legislation that basically bans the Russian Energy Imports Act. That's all it is. We're banning Russian Imports Act. What we're banning is basically petroleum products, crude oil, LNG, coal, mostly all fossils coming in the United States and whatever they should be. It's an impressive group that we put together here, but we're also united. And basically, if we can't show the uniting support that we have for Ukraine and backing Ukraine, and making sure our allies, NATO allies, know how supportive we are and that we're united behind them too and protecting them. If we can't do that here, that's going to be very hard to have them hold in lines together, and that's been always my concern. I've said this as a young person. I think I'm the oldest person here. No. Let me just say, I've never been more concerned since the Cuban Missile Crisis. As a young 15-year-old, I remember that vividly. And man, we were scared, I mean really scared that what could happen because we knew the effects of a nuclear war. I'm as concerned now about what this could escalate into if we don't do what we're doing now and stop. And hopefully he will understand the economics of this to his country and the detriment to his own country and Putin. So with that, I think we can show solidarity here, but also we can make a difference. It also shows you the fragility of energy in the markets around the world and what we're dealing with. The United States has the ability to backfill and help all of our allies around the world as they use this energy as a weapon. But we have to make sure that we're doing ours. We do it cleaner than anybody else. We do it in a better fashion than anybody else. And we have the ability with the reserves to do much more during this time of crisis. So I hope we all take that in consideration. So we're going to step up, and we're asking the government to step up. I've spoken to most of the largest CEOs, petroleum CEOs in the United States, that basically are all over the world. They have markets over the world. They have their tentacles everywhere in the world. And spoke to all of them, and I asked them, I said, I want you to do everything you possibly can. They said, we have basically started aggressively pulling back all of our investments and pulling back all of our dependency on Russian products. That's great. I applaud them for that. And I said, I need you to do something else. I need you to make sure you make a commitment that basically the United States economy and the citizens of the United States will not be impacted because of corporate profits or shareholders' profits, whatever it would be, during this period of time of crisis. They all said this is a matter of national unity for us too. And I was very proud to hear that. So I'm going to say that everyone seems to be very much on board 100% and supporting this effort. So with that, I have no concerns that we should have any shortages right here. So the United States of America in 2019 was producing 12 million barrels a day, 12.3. We're down 11.2 because of COVID. The market dropped off. We have no problem at all ramping back up with what we already have ready to go. So we can backfill that. We have tremendous amount of LNG. We have a tremendous amount of gas that we can produce the LNG for. We're expanding on our exports as far as with our LNG terminals. Germany is putting 2 terminals to receive LNG, so they don't have to depend on Russia. And it's up to us to make sure that we connect all of that together. So without further ado, I want to thank one of our co-sponsors, one of our lead co-sponsors, and everyone you see here. This is a bicameral event. You have House members and Josh Gottheimer and Brian Fitzpatrick here. And then basically the group that we put together. So I'll bring Lisa Murkowski up at this time. And Lisa, if you will.
Thank you. So it's good to be working with my buddy Joe Manchin on bipartisan things. There's been a flurry of bills that you have seen, ideas floated out there in the past week. Bills that have been introduced. I think the difference with what you have here is this is bipartisan. This means it actually has some legs, and the fact that it is bicameral as well, I think, is one of the reasons why you've got so many folks that are gathered here today, because this is actually something that can make a difference, that can get Putin's attention. Senator Manchin has used the words, Putin is not afraid to weaponize energy. He's been doing that. We've seen it all along into this lead-up. And there's been an approach and a policy from this administration that says, we don't want to do that. We don't want to put that on the table. Well, I'm sorry, sir. It's already on the table, and it's been put on the table by Putin. And so what can we do to respond? Well, I will tell you today, our message should be pretty clear and pretty simple. No more Russian energy should come into the United States for the duration of this bloody, horrifying, and unprovoked war against Ukraine. So this measure is in direct response to what Russia is doing with the bombing of the schools and the hospitals and the apartment buildings, forcing the Ukrainians to flee their country, killing the innocents that remain, and using some of the worst weapons in the world and indiscriminately to do it. So these are not just acts of war, they're war crimes. And there should not be a single additional American dollar allowed to finance these atrocities. So the president has said, I'm going to use every tool in the toolbox. Mr. President, this is a tool. This is a tool. The one tool that might just force Vladimir Putin to sue for peace here. So we've got an opportunity here to address this. We in this country can move today to ban Russian energy imports. So we know that we've been bringing crude oil, Russian crude, into this country and oil products. But we've been seeing those numbers drop. Back in 2021, everyone's looking at those numbers. It's about 700,000 barrels that were coming in. We've started to see companies that are basically self-sanctioning in light of Russia's activities. According to EIA's preliminary data, U.S. crude imports from Russia were near zero at January. So to Senator Manchin's point, we can backfill all of this, but I think people need to kind of put it into context in terms of how much we might need to step up. I'm confident that we can fill the supply gaps by American production along with our allies in Canada, for instance. So I would urge the president, take your counterproductive policies like taxes and royalty hikes, take them off the table. Give the industry the confidence that it needs to be producing more. He might not want to hear this, but I think the most important step that can be taken right now to lower domestic gas prices, because that's what everybody wants. How are we going to get the prices down? It's almost psychological in nature. He's got to change course. He's got to embrace American energy. He's got to tell the public that he's doing this. That's going to do a lot more to calm than some temporary SPRO sale. We've seen that. You don't get much mileage out of that in terms of reduction in the price. You don't see it calming the markets. So to me, this is clear as day. We are not going to send Russia any more U.S. dollars to help them kill innocent people. This bill will do it. It's bipartisan, it's bicameral, and it needs to move, and it needs to move today. So let's go to the other side of the House here. Josh Gottheimer.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Lisa. Thanks for inviting us over. We will leave within a half hour. Don't worry. Thank you, Joe, for inviting us, and Lisa. Thanks very much. And it's great to be with all my colleagues and with Brian Fitzpatrick, who's co-chairman with me of the Problem Solvers Caucus. You know, in times of great distress at home or abroad, we have always done best when we've stood together as one nation with our allies. As Putin's forces continue their brutal invasion to the Ukraine, the United States must stand strong against the Russian dictator. So we're joining together today to cut off Putin's largest revenue source and to support America's own energy independence and security. And we're joining forces both across the aisle and, as Lisa said, across both chambers to lead bipartisan, bicameral legislation to ban Russian oil and petroleum from being imported to the United States. And as we're announcing today, and as I'm here with Brian Fitzpatrick, who I mentioned as co-chair of the Problem Solvers Caucus, we plan to bring, not only lead in the charge in the House, but of course to bring it to the Problem Solvers Caucus for consideration. We've already taken critical steps. The Commander-in-Chief has responded quickly and aggressively to the conflict, rallying together with our NATO and democratic allies, helping build an international coalition to counter Russia, support Ukraine, and protect democratic values. We've shut down Putin's access to assets in the United States and sanctioned Russia's major banks. Important first steps, but to truly deter Putin, we need to do more. Just today, my home state of New Jersey, there, the governor, Phil Murphy, signed an executive order requiring all state agencies to temporarily revoke any contracts, permits, or licenses currently issued to companies controlled by Russia or Belarus. This is the type of impactful action we need. But now, despite widespread condemnation of Russia's actions, the United States must do more. And we have to continue to do more to import as well more than 500,000 barrels of oil each day. That must stop immediately. By banning the import of Russian oil here in the United States, we have the opportunity to work with our allies to stabilize the energy market across the world, safeguard our nation's energy security, and boost our own energy independence. It's time to ban all imports of Russian oil. And the U.S. and our allies have already announced the initial release of 60 million barrels of oil from the SPRO. Obviously, we've got to do more. Now's the time to act together, here at home with our allies abroad, and ban imports of Russian oil. And we stand strong. We're glad to hear positive feedback from the Speaker on this effort. This is a moment for people who love democracy at home and around the world to unite, and that's what we must do as Democrats and Republicans here in the greatest country in the world. And now I'm very honored to introduce my co-chair of the Problem Solvers Caucus, Brian Fitzpatrick. Thanks.
When it comes to Ukraine, I think we all can agree that we have a collective similar feeling, and that is pit in the stomach. How is it possible that in the year 2022 we could be witnessing what we're seeing on TV, things that we thought were permanently relegated for the history books? My last international assignment as an FBI agent was in Ukraine. I lived there. Those are my friends that are under assault right now, and it's there where I will be flying tomorrow afternoon to go to the Poland-Ukrainian border to be with some of them. And this is one of the things we're going to be talking about. As my colleague said, there should not be a single dime, not a single cent of taxpayer dollars funding Vladimir Putin's murder machine. And it's a very simple concept. It's one that's overwhelmingly bipartisan, as is evidenced in here. Speaker Pelosi today said she supports the concept of completely banning imports of Russian oil into the United States. This should not be difficult. I personally think we're going to be going a lot further than this, but this is a very, very good first step. I want to compliment and thank my friends and colleagues, many of whom we've worked together on some other very, very monumental pieces of legislation. This is really, really important to send a signal, not only to do what's right and not contribute a dime to Russia's economy, particularly when it comes to oil, but to send a message around the world that every single country should be doing this. We have to tighten the noose around Russia's economy if we want to continue to deter him from killing innocent, amazing, courageous Ukrainian citizens, many of whom, close to half, were born after 1991, after they won their independence. They know little of and want nothing of Kremlin rule. And we got to do everything we can, as my colleague said, in our toolbox to make sure that we stand behind them unequivocally and unapologetically. Senator Tester from Montana.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's been said already, Putin has weaponized energy. I don't believe this country should be importing anything from Russia, but the fact of the matter is energy is something. something that Putin depends upon for his finances, and he's depending on it to fight this war in Ukraine. We see the tragedy that's happening in Ukraine for the last week. It is the very least that we can do to stop any energy imports into this country. I think it will have a dramatic effect, and it will send even a bigger message that the United States is in this with the Ukrainians for the long haul. I just want to thank Joe and Lisa for bringing us together. We almost got the band back together, guys.
No, it looks good.
But thank you very much. If I could see, I'd tell you who's next.
And John.
We'll talk Portman, it says.
He's up there. You're up there, buddy.
Oh, me?
Okay.
So Nancy Pelosi is with us, which made me wonder, what am I doing? She's right.
Putin brings everybody.
Yeah, listen. You've done something Putin nobody else could do. And so I want to thank Joe and the whole squad up here for getting us behind an idea that's long overdue but not too late. So this will be a significant blow to Putin's war machine. A crippling blow would be if other countries would follow our lead. So here's my call. Listen to what we're doing here in America and follow us to the extent you can. Lisa mentioned suing for peace. Putin's never going to sue for peace. How does this end? Eventually, the Russian people are going to have to decide to get rid of this guy. As long as he's your leader, you're going nowhere. The world has turned a blind eye and a deaf ear to war crimes and murder and thievery for the past 20 years. The Ukrainian people have broken that cycle. None of us are going to treat this like Syria, which was a disaster, where we pump our, beat our chest and forget about it. This is about to become an insurgency. Cities will fall, but the Ukrainian people will not fall. So this is an emergency declaration. It's a really smart idea, Joe. This is a national emergency. We're going to suspend Russian imports of oil during the emergency. Well, I'm here to tell you this is going to go for a very long time. This won't be weeks. This could be years. And what I hope will happen over time is that the world will follow our lead here. If you hit him in the energy, the oil, gas sector of his economy, he will fail. Never in the history of warfare has a bad guy been so exposed as Putin is today. The revenue from oil and gas keeps him afloat. If we can isolate the oil and gas sector, produce more here at home, that will do more to end this war than any single thing I can think of.
Rob? We have John first. John Hickenlooper. Then Rob.
Well, I'd like you to echo the gratitude of everybody to getting the band back together again.
Yeah,
Thanks, Joe and Lisa. You know what? In 2021, we imported about 700,000 barrels of Russian petroleum products per day. At present prices, that's pretty close to $75 million a day. That's going to fund their war machine. And I think the U.S., as the leader of the free world, and I'm old enough, Joe, remember when we used to talk about America leading the free world? Well, one thing you can certainly say about Joe Biden is he has unified the free world in a way that has never happened before. NATO's never been so unified. Switzerland is now on board with this. And I think if more people figure out that they can follow America's lead in banning the import of Russian oil in response to Putin's heinous actions, it will make a significant difference and will accelerate the end of this tragedy. My beef, and I have a very good friend in Denver who did 2 years in the Peace Corps in Ukraine. So he's been talking to me for the last several months. And the beef is not with the Russian people. It's with Putin. And I think the sooner the Russian people recognize that the world is against their leader, that that opportunity will come and there will be a change. But until then, we've got to do everything we can in this country to make sure that we cut off those imports. It's going to accelerate the transition we're already seeing from into sun-driven energy and wind-driven energy, water-driven energy. That acceleration is only going to help make us more independent from these types of situations. Anyway, who's?
Rob.
So it's nighttime in Ukraine, and we will again see horrific images on our TV screens of artillery fire, missiles being fired into cities like Kharkiv and Kyiv. They're hitting apartment buildings, they're hitting hospitals, they're hitting daycare centers. Yesterday, they even damaged the Holocaust Memorial in Kyiv. This is indiscriminate shelling that is killing thousands of civilians. The numbers we have don't tell the whole story because there are people who are under rubble who we can't count. There are children, babies who are in NICU units that have had to leave the hospitals who we haven't counted. This is an atrocity. And the United States of America has an opportunity here, not just to lead the free world, but to help Ukraine more. And one way we can help the people of Ukraine more is to tighten the noose on the Putin economy. Oil and gas, fossil fuels is number one. John McCain's famous saying, this is a country of thugs that runs a big gas station. Without those oil and gas revenues, the Russian economy definitely craters. So between 50 and 70 million bucks a day going to Russia, why does that make sense? So of course I support this effort, and I thank Joe and Lisa and Fitz, the House members, Josh, who are with us today, because this is important that we be bipartisan, bicameral, and actually get something done here. It's not just about talking. This is about a crisis. People are dying. I was in Ukraine for the last congressional delegation. Gene Shaheen and I led it. It was in January. The people we met with are now in bunkers, fearing for their lives. I've been to the line of contact. The soldiers I met are now under fire. Some of them are dead. These are the people who have turned to us. I was in Cleveland on Sunday night at a rally. 1,000 people showed up in Cleveland, Ohio, Ukrainians, but also Latvians and Lithuanians and Poles and people from all over Eastern and Central Europe supporting this effort, knowing that they've been under the thumb of Russia before and the Soviet Union before, and they're not going to put up with it. They're going to fight. But instead of having them fight to the death, we need to help them be able to fight and survive and to be able to win. So I thank you guys for what you're doing here. I'm strongly in support of it. We need to do much more. By the way, Russia has most favored nation trading status with us. They're in the World Trade Organization, so we give them a preferential trade status with the United States of America. That needs to end. And we need to ask every country around the world to also end that status. That would actually increase the tariff on oil, by the way, among other things. But it's critical that we not just go on as if this is business as usual. Again, tonight, as these bombs are raining down on these cities and killing civilians, we need at the very least to do everything we can to tighten that noose, to ensure that the people of Russia at some point say enough. And yet, we're not going to do this. We're not going to be killing our innocent neighbors and suffering these economic consequences. We're going to do something about the corrupt government in Moscow. Thank you guys for doing this.
Thank you.
Well, I'm going to read something that just came out. The White House Deputy Secretary, Press Secretary, which I hope spoke on their own behalf and nobody else's behalf, basically said we don't have a strategic interest in reducing the global supply of energy. That would raise prices at the gas pump for Americans. They're so wrong, so wrong. But if there's an inconvenience, because we have to basically change the corporate model of where you get the products to do what they want to do and how they blend, there's other places in the world other than Putin. And when you talk about an inconvenience, can you imagine if you lived in Ukraine right now? I think it's a little bit more than this is life or death. And if they can't show that we can make some sacrifices in order to support them and stop the aggressions of this horrible dictator. And these are innocent people. What Rob just told you, we're seeing kids who are getting basically cancer treatment. And unbelievable, having a hard time getting a sterile place to do it. All of us, I mean, my goodness, for the sake of humankind, this is not right. And for us to think it might be an inconvenience, it's going to inconvenience people, it's going to be, if we don't have an interest in reducing, first of all, we don't have to reduce. We can basically produce whatever needs to be produced. We just do our job. Get back to 12 million barrels a day. Doesn't displace anybody or anything. I don't know what we're waiting on. What was there such a big problem? We have the natural gas, more natural gas in almost any place in the world, next to the Middle East. But yet, if that's basically the desire that this press secretary, I'm not even saying this administration, but this press secretary or deputy press secretary, whoever it may be, put out a statement like this, it's irresponsible. Irresponsible.
Joe, let me just add on that, because I think it needs
take
to
some
be reinforced that our legislation is not a global ban on Russian oil and gas. It is just domestic. Now, there's been press reports out there that if there were a global ban, it would have a definite increase in the price. We would see it here in this country as they would in Europe and in other places. This is domestic for purposes of this emergency. And so I think you've got a deputy press secretary that perhaps has not looked at our actual ban on domestic import from Russia.
I spoke, I'll just give you a few of the corporations that we spoke to and making sure that we understood that they understood. Conoco, Exxon, Chevron, Shell, Occidental, and Valero. Those are the biggest of the biggest that basically support the American market. They've all committed to do everything humanly possible to adjust wherever their sourcing may be, but have committed that basically they will absolutely pull away from Russian products. That's a strong statement from them. And do it by minimizing, if not affecting, the markets here, because they have to make some logistic changes. We did not reach back anything that might be coming this direction. We did not reach back and stop it. We said anything in the pipeline, but what we will do is stop anything further purchases. That's what we're trying to do. With that, we'll take questions to anybody up here.
Why would we not think this is not the second coming? The sanctions, and based on what you just read from the White House, if that's in fact accurate, where you had bipartisan senators willing to put sanctions into place, ostensibly that was undercut by the White House. Now you're telling us you have a bipartisan piece of legislation here to cut off this importation of oil from Russia. They seem to be undercutting that. Isn't this the second coming of that?
Well, I'm hoping that they did not understand, as Senator Murkowski just pointed out to you, they haven't seen or haven't read our legislation. We just dropped the bill. So the bill just dropped now. I'm sure that they are aware of it by now. They have it. The White House has it. They have it by now. Let's see what they do.
That's the same thing that happened with the sanctions. And that's why that backfired.
Well, let me just, the sanction, I'm not going to say that the strategy that was used there, I'm sure Lindsay can speak to it because he's involved on a day-to-day basis. But as I understand that the sanctions, And the reason they were trying to put basically the coalition of NATO. In order to do that, they didn't want to basically get ahead of them. They want everybody on board. Once Russia did what they did, an invasion of Ukraine, then they were able to move. That's what I'm understanding. This is different than that. This is absolutely different.
And think about what has happened since kind of the deal fell apart, where there was supposedly a bipartisan deal, and then the White House comes in and says no. That was 10 days, 12 days ago. Think about how the world has changed. You've got a unified group of allies, and the world has changed with sanctions out there.
And Chad, to your specific question, I mean, I was one of the negotiators with Jim Risch and a couple others on our side, and this is entirely different. I just read the quote from Nancy Pelosi. I'm all for it. Ban it. I mean, our issue was we didn't have that kind of strong bipartisan support for pre-invasion sanctions, which is what we wanted to do. Would it have made a difference? Nobody can tell you that, but it might have. And now we are where we are. So we got to go forward and I think be more unified and act more quickly. And that's why I love, again, as I said earlier, the fact that we've got the House and the Senate, Republican and Democrat all involved in this. It's a different situation. It has much higher chance of success.
You had your hand up. I'll go there, then Garrett, and then we'll jump right around.
What share of responsibility do Democrats have in this? Gas prices have been high since before Russia invaded Ukraine, and a lot of the policies that President Biden put in place got us there. So at this point, at what point would you push the president to reverse some of these policies, whether it's killing the Keystone Pipeline, banning drilling on federal lands, among other things?
Sound like you're on my staff. We've been pursuing this. We really have. We have to have an all-in energy policy. There's no doubt about it. And I think what we see happening and what has happened in the last 2 weeks is something beyond our belief. We didn't think this would go to this event. We thought it, basically with the might of that military, everyone would have backed down. We've seen the strength of freedom, of peace-loving people with freedom. We've seen that strength. We've not seen that type of backbone for a long time in the world. It's people willing to stand up and put their life on the line. Can you imagine putting your wife and your babies on a train for safety and you're going back in? Or people coming over, or Ukrainians that basically are going over there to fight now? I don't think anyone ever thought that would happen. So we have to rethink. I would hope the administration would. We're going to be talking to them in I think, very civil tone that basically this is a time for America to stand tall. You know, they depend on us. The world depends on us. Energy has been weaponized. We have the ability to basically counter that weapon. We really do. And that's what we're asking for. If we're asking, and I've never seen NATO. I never thought that in all honesty, that Germany would actually pony up to the table for 2% of their GDP for defense. I've never seen Switzerland, I ever thought Switzerland would get off the bench. You know, God love them, they're just a peace-loving people, but enough's enough. If you've moved Switzerland off the bench, then we better get off the bench, I can tell you that. And we're going to be moving everything that we had a hearing today, as you know, on the FERC, some decisions they're making, which we think is very detrimental to us and our ability to produce the energy independence that we need.
If the president were to come before the American public tomorrow and give a speech saying that we in this country need to embrace the role that we can take on as a full energy producer, I think that that would do as much to send the signal to help calm the markets, to help address what we're seeing with the daily prices of fuel at the pump. But right now, the signal from this administration is we're going to keep ours in the ground and we're going to count on it from somewhere else. And now we're realizing we've been counting on Russia to help us with that. That signal needs to be uncrossed.
I can't help myself.
Just too much here.
No, I mean, your question is the right one. And you know, my view, I'm not speaking for everybody here, is this is about replacing Russian oil with American and North American resources that this administration has stifled, let's face it. And it's the executive order on public lands. It's the decision to stop the Keystone. Keystone, by the way, is 820,000 barrels per day. So more than all the Russian oil that has been coming in per day, even at its height at about 700,000. So there's replacement right there. Now, you know, that decision's been made. We are where we are. But there are things, Senator Manchin's absolutely right, we can do to just get our production back up to where it was. Finally, I've gotten a little heat on this issue from some folks saying that, gosh, that's bad for the environment, because if you cut off Russian oil, then we've got to produce more here. Are you kidding? Who thinks that the Russian oil is being produced in a more environmentally sound way than American oil? It's
gases that they're using.
I mean, they've got methane flares all over the country. You know, you can go online and look at the map of the world, and you see the methane coming out of it. It's much dirtier in terms of how they produce it. Then they got to send it here by ship, which creates a lot of CO2. So the notion that somehow this is going to be bad for the environment if we cut off Russian oil, just the opposite. It will lead to fewer emissions and also has obvious national security implications right now during this crisis.
I'll give you an example. We have one pipeline, Mountain Valley Pipeline. If that pipeline's 95% built, they could finish it within 2 to 6 months. That pipeline would deliver 2 billion BCF, billion cubic feet a day, 2 billion cubic feet, to go into the market, to go to basically LNGs, to go to Cove Point, to be sent overseas. Immediately we could do that. So we have the ability to do what needs to be done. Yes?
My question is actually for Senator Murkowski, because I think you were starting to address this in a point you made earlier. This legislation wouldn't take any oil out of the global markets. It's just a ban on U.S. imports of Russian oil.
That's
but
it.
Because of it, energy markets are global.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody will buy all those barrels of Russian oil, be it India or China or someone else. So I guess in terms of punishing Putin, how does this do anything to do that other than keep our hands clean of buying his oil?
First of all, I think that there is a moral obligation here. I don't want U.S. dollars to be funding this carnage in Ukraine led by Putin. I think all of us should agree that that is not where we go. Now, it is a global supply out there, but it is not a supply without limitation. Now, we're going to be pushing to do everything that we can to get production up in this country, despite some of the policies that have been put in place that have held us back. Others will likely be trying to do the same. But you can't turn this on a dime. And so in the meantime, you're going to see around the globe pinch points. And what we all need to be doing is making sure that that pinch point is felt most forcefully in Russia, directly to Putin's accounts. So what we can do here in this country, because we are poised to produce more, if just given the right signal, we can help ameliorate the pressure on us. We can help ameliorate the pressure on our allies. But not if we just continue to say, well, we're just going to keep doing what we've been doing and effectively reward Putin. That's wrong.
Let me jump in and say this. First of all, the market's shrinking. There's very few people that are buying Russian products. They're moving away every day. So you mentioned
2 billion people in India. And
Hold
China
on. That's fine. That's fine. But that's a smaller market with less cost. He's going to be punished because he will not get the price he's getting. He's now playing the best price in the market. His market has shrunk dramatically. Okay? So if you only had one game in town, I know I can only sell to you. You'd be a little bit tougher to deal with. I know that. But with that, we're sending a very strong signal, and we're sending a strong signal to our allies, too. We're not disrupting the world distribution.
Is that the missing piece of it? Is this more effective if 20 other countries step forward and say they're doing this?
Countries are stepping forward everywhere humanly possible. They need backfilled. We should be able to be that backfill, and that's what we're working on. And there should be the LNG, we're going from 8% up to 13%. We got to get there quickly. We can go further than that if we do. We have oceans of energy. We have to use that. It's a political weapon today. I mean, not a political weapon. Well, political weapon, it's more a weapon, period. A weapon of war is what he's using it for. And basically Nord Stream.
It is more effective if you have others that jump in. But not everybody else has the ability to do the backfill. And so they're looking to us and saying, what
Can't
the
you
hell?
help us?
What are you sitting on your hands?
You know,
and you're
Nord Stream-
asking us to keep taking it from Russia? No. They're looking to us and saying, you've got the ability to do more to help all of us. So do it.
Nord Stream
It's
2
not just
right
us
now.
saying this.
Nord Stream 2 is charged, okay, ready to go? By the will of the Germans and the will of the Europeans, they shut it down. That shows the resolve they have. Now, we just, I mean, someone's got to help them, and as quickly as we possibly can. Let me say, I know we could go on all day long. I'm going to just, hold on one second. I really, and then after we'll do, but I want to say, one second. I want Brian, basically, we've all heard, and our hearts go out, and I just want everyone to take a moment of thinking about the Ukrainian people, as we said here today, and the safety we have and the defense of our country. And think about these human beings are basically thrust in a war zone to where their children are at risk, they're at risk, their way of life's at risk, their homes are gone. Think about that. That changed all in 1 week for you and me. And we had someone out there who's always been our friend. He said, man, I wish my friend come help me. I really wish my friend would come. That's really where they're at. Brian, why don't you, basically in his own native language, in your own native language.
No, it's it's just before 10 o'clock in Kiev. Night has fallen. President Zelensky, Mayor Klitschko, members of the Rada, members of the press are all wearing Kevlar, if they can find it, arms, carrying arms, if they have them available. Ukraine's independence is 30 years old. They're a very young country, and we were a very young democracy at one point. Our democracy, as we all know, is 245 years old, and we're the oldest democracy on the planet. And Ukraine and the world are now seeing how hard it is to remain free in an era where evil is rampant across the globe. And for all of our friends in Ukraine, Slava Ukraina, as they say, the rallying cry, glory be to Ukraine. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you. That's the right way to end it. Thank you.
Are you confident that you can get 60 votes for this, and what kind of outreach will you
Well, I think I've never seen anything more bipartisan support than I've seen for this in a bicameral way.
That quickly.
That quickly, we did it one day, and basically when you have Nancy Pelosi saying this is something she would support. Wait a minute, hold on.
If it means reducing reliance on foreign oil, does that add any urgency in your view to kind of deal with your party on a reconciliation vote and things, a lot of the clean energy tax credits that you said you've been in favor of?
Oh, no, we're willing to talk about anything. The bottom line is the production of fossil fuels right now. I mean, wind and solar is not going to put natural gas over there. And, okay, we have to be realistic for what we're trying to do here. The bottom line is we can go from 11 million to 12 million overnight if they just let us. We can build a pipeline in 2 to 6 months that gets 2 billion BCF. We can do that. But the people that are fighting and taking to court all the time, and basically the administration, needs to step up and help us on that. And absolutely, we have to go forward with our climate solutions. I'm all for that. I've always been all for that. But it's not all in policy. I'm not going to throw one out the window for the other. You need the horsepower to run a country. You need the horsepower to be the superpower of the world and be able to have your allies depend on you. And we haven't been there for that. We've throttled back and never throttled back up. That's all I'm saying. And I'll just say this for my own. I would gladly, if ever was a poll being taken, they said, Joe, would you pay 10 cents more a gallon to support the people of Ukraine and stop basically the support of Russia? I would gladly pay 10 cents more a gallon.
Senator Manchin, do you think people will feel that way after they've been told for months by everyone in Congress, inflation is attacked, it's a heavy burden?
Inflation is attacked. This is war.
Will people believe that?
I have to ask them. Take a poll.
establishment of a commission of inquiry. We stand close to the Ukrainian people and urge the Russian Federation to fully abide by its obligations by international human rights and humanitarian law. Immediately cease all military actions and allow for a safe and unhindered humanitarian access. Thank you, Mr. President.
Gracias. Tiene la palabra Su Excelencia Ingrid Brokova, State Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs of Slovakia.
Mr. President, distinguished Madam High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, what happened last week is unprecedented. Russian aggression against Ukraine is a blatant violation of international law. The face of Russia will be tarnished for a very long time. Such disgraceful behavior is absolutely incompatible with Russia's membership in the UN Human Rights Council. Our urgent task is to fight for the political sovereignty, independence and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Human Rights Council is there to address the human rights implications of this conflict. This aggression grossly violates or gravely limits multiple human rights and fundamental freedoms of the civilian population in the conflict areas. Slovakia supports the creation of the Commission of Inquiry and asks for immediate function of its mandate. We stand ready to cooperate with relevant bodies and agencies of the UN system. Slovakia also decided to provide a special contribution of 100,000 euros to the Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine and to provide humanitarian aid to Ukraine worth of 1 million euros. Ukraine can count on Slovakia and our unwavering support. Slava Ukraine, we stand with Ukraine.
Gracias. Tiene la palabra Su Excelencia el señor Cornel Ferutá, Secretario de Estado para Asuntos Globales y Estrategias Diplomáticas de Rumania.
Mr. President, Romania commends the convening of this urgent debate and is looking forward to the adoption of a strong Human Rights Council resolution after today's deliberations. Similarly to the ongoing demarches in New York, which we have fully supported, the Human Rights Council must act decisively in defense of human rights and humanitarian law. The Council must voice its condemnation of the military aggression carried out by the Russian Federation, a Human Rights Council member, against Ukraine, an independent and sovereign state. Romania strongly condemns the completely unjustified and unprovoked military attack and the recognition of the independence of the so-called Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics.
These actions of the Russian Federation are a flagrant violation of international law and of the principles of the rules-based international order, with major implications for European and Euro-Atlantic security. We call on Russia to cease the aggression and withdraw its troops and military equipment from the entire Ukrainian territory. We reiterate our strong support for Ukraine's independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders and remain committed to assisting Ukraine. On behalf of the government of Romania and of all Romanian citizens, we express our full solidarity with the Ukrainian people in these very difficult times. Thank you.
Gracias. Tiene la palabra la Soberana Orden de Malta.
Madam High Commissioner, distinguished delegates, the Sovereign Order of Malta fully supports the Council's decision to hold this urgent debate. We are deeply concerned by the grave humanitarian and human rights situation in Ukraine due to the ongoing armed conflict. Allow me first to express our closeness and solidarity with the people of Ukraine living under the most tragic circumstances. Since the start of the war, the Order of Malta has fully mobilized through its worldwide relief agency, Malteser International, its embassies, national associations, relief and volunteer corps in Ukraine, as well as in neighboring and affected countries. We focus on providing emergency assistance, food, shelter, medical care and psychosocial support to the people in need, especially IDPs and refugees crossing the borders into Poland, Romania, Slovakia and Hungary. Malteser Ukraine has now established emergency shelters in Ivano-Frankivsk and is assisting IDPs in Lviv. Mr. President, the Sovereign Order of Malta calls for an immediate ceasefire and unhindered humanitarian access to the civilian population, as well as for the constant respect of international humanitarian and human rights law and the United Nations Charter. May our engagement through diplomacy and common religious values contribute to restoring human dignity and alleviating suffering, thus hopefully leading to a peaceful solution. I thank you.
Thank you. Et maintenant, je donne la parole à Monaco.
Gracias, señor presidente. Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, la Principauté de Monaco tient à exprimer sa solidarité au peuple ukrainien et sa plus vive préoccupation quant au conflit armé actuellement en cours en Ukraine. Celui-ci nous fait craindre une détérioration exponentielle de la situation des droits de l'homme dans ce pays, mais aussi des violations massives du DIH, alors que nous déplorons déjà de nombreuses victimes civiles et d'importants mouvements de population. C'est pourquoi nous soutenons le projet de résolution qui est présenté et l'avons coparrainé. Une très grave crise humanitaire se profile. Nous appelons donc toutes les parties impliquées à respecter les droits de l'homme et le droit international humanitaire, en particulier les conventions de Genève et leurs protocoles additionnels, à protéger les populations civiles et à sanctuariser les infrastructures civiles, en particulier les écoles et les structures sanitaires. À cet égard, la Principauté est profondément préoccupée par le fait que des hôpitaux ont été la cible de frappes et par le manque de matériel médical de première nécessité. Monaco rappelle ici son attachement indéfectible aux principes fondamentaux qui seuls garantissent des relations pacifiées entre États, à savoir le respect de la Charte des Nations Unies, du droit international et des droits de l'homme, le respect de la souveraineté, de l'indépendance et de l'intégrité territoriale de tous les États, le règlement pacifique des différends. Mon pays en appelle donc à un retour au dialogue en vue d'une solution politique au conflit. Je vous remercie.
Merci. Tiene la palabra la delegación de Brunei Darussalam.
Mr. President, Brunei Darussalam expresses concern over the escalation of tensions and military actions in Ukraine and continues to closely monitor developments in the country. Brunei Darussalam condemns any violation of sovereignty, independence and territorial integrity of any country and reiterates the importance of upholding the principles of a rules-based framework and respect for international law. Brunei Darussalam calls on all parties directly involved to de-escalate tensions and refrain from acts that may aggravate the situation further and settle all differences by peaceful means without resorting to the threat or use of force in accordance with the UN Charter and international law in the interest of maintaining international peace and stability. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra Vanuatu.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I make this statement affirming the dignity of nationhood and humanity which is being challenged in a nation, Ukraine. That human worthiness and goodness is a result of the rights of people, of men, women, children, able and disabled, the strong and the weak, and the vulnerable and those who share a common code. This is solemn and worthy respect, and worthy of respect. As the world is witnessing the assault on Ukraine by Russia, we note the tireless diplomatic efforts which regretfully failed to avert the unfortunate events. Today, the stable, peaceful and vulnerable country is being attacked by a superpower, furthering the insecurity and suffering in Ukraine, where destruction of homes, killing of civilians, and the creation of fear and displacement of hundreds of thousands of people. Insecurity and negative effects of war and destruction of a population and on illegitimate government must be averted if human rights, the right to life, to peace, to loving homes, and the right to an environment that is conducive to human and healthy habitation is to be protected. We are reminded through history and through this violent assault of a country that its peoples that we must resolve our differences through peaceful means, not by war. This is a moment of moral clarity to present for our future nations living in freedom and self-determination that these rights, the human rights, are not taken away by stronger people and by more powerful countries. Vanuatu supports the proposed resolution and calls on the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for the Human Rights to keep an active monitoring of the human rights situation in Ukraine. This call is to ensure that violations and abuse of human rights and any violation of international humanitarian law are independently investigated. Any abuses and violations must be investigated to end impunity and to expose those responsible to be held to account. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra la delegación de la República Dominicana.
Señor presidente, la República Dominicana apoyó este debate urgente porque es un conflicto armado el que lo ha demandado, la agresión de la Federación de Rusia contra Ucrania, y porque los conflictos armados son fuentes de violaciones a los derechos humanos. Estamos ya ante una tragedia humanitaria catastrófica. Ucrania es un mapa de dolores y de destrucción, con millones de desplazados internos, 1 millón de refugiados, y el número de civiles muertos y heridos aumenta con cada día que dura esta guerra injustificada. Es perturbador que Rusia, que es miembro permanente del Consejo de Seguridad y de este Consejo, esté violando la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y de la Declaración Universal y desentendiéndose de su solemne compromiso de preservar a la humanidad del flagelo de la guerra. Este es un escenario apropiado para que nuestras naciones le digan colectiva y firmemente que su agresión unilateral a Ucrania violenta la norma básica de la convivencia pacífica entre las naciones, que su poderosa fuerza militar no le da derecho a poner en vilo a toda la humanidad y que ésta merece y espera el cese de hostilidades, una solución diplomática y la paz. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Tiene la palabra Perú.
Gracias, señor presidente. El Perú condena la ofensiva militar rusa contra Ucrania, que viola su integridad territorial y su soberanía nacional y contraviene el derecho internacional. Demandamos el cese inmediato de hostilidades. Expresamos nuestra profunda preocupación por el impacto del conflicto en la población civil y el deterioro.
Vamos a pasar al siguiente orador por video y vamos a tratar de solucionar esto. Canadá tiene la palabra.
Mr. President, Canada unequivocally condemns the Russian leadership's unprovoked and unjustifiable war of aggression against the people and democratically elected government of Ukraine. President Putin's expansionist war, in contravention of Article 2, Subitem 4 of the UN Charter, poses the greatest threat to peace, security, and human rights in Europe in recent memory. High Commissioner Bachelet has reported on the number of civilians, including children, who have been killed because of Russia's military operations. The real figures are likely much higher and will continue to rise exponentially should the Russian regime, enabled by Belarus, persist with its callous disregard for human life. As a result of Russian bombing and shelling, hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians have been forced to flee. Hospitals and schools have been targeted and attacked, causing damage to civilian infrastructure and depriving Ukrainians of basic needs. These human rights violations are deplorable and unacceptable. Don't forget Russia's years-long aggression against Ukraine. Ukraine, including previous human rights violations within Ukrainian territory. Civilians suffer the most from Russia's attacks, including women, children, and vulnerable populations. We must take action at the HRC to hold Russia and Belarus accountable and ensure that both countries comply with their international humanitarian and human rights obligations. Ukrainians have the right to live in peace and free from violence. Canada will continue standing by them as they defend their rights and freedoms. Canada urges every country to do the same. Thank you.
Intentamos Perú. Ahora seguimos. Vamos a darle la palabra a Australia, here in the room.
Thank you, Mr. President. Australia condemns in the strongest possible terms Russia's illegal, unprovoked and unjustified attack on Ukraine and its people. Russia has breached international law and the UN Charter. We are gravely concerned by reports of serious human rights violations as a result of this aggression. The OHCHR has recorded 752 civilian casualties in Ukraine, including 227 killed, 13 of them children. This is a terrible, tragic cost. Australia supports the proposed resolution and the establishment of an independent commission of inquiry as part of efforts to hold Russia accountable. We are deeply concerned by the humanitarian consequences of this conflict on the Ukrainian people. Humanitarian organisations must be allowed to provide life-saving assistance to all Ukrainians affected by the conflict. Australia has announced a substantial humanitarian package. Australia staunchly supports Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. We call on Russia to cease violence and hostilities and withdraw its forces from Ukrainian territory. The cost of Russia's aggression is being borne by innocent Ukrainians. This is a challenge the international community will meet. Australia stands ready to provide further assistance to support the people of Ukraine. Australia calls on the international community to show solidarity with the people of Ukraine and hold the Russian Federation to account for choosing war. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. President. The aggression by Russia against Ukraine is a grave violation of international law and order. It is unprovoked and unjustified. It strikes at the very heart of the fundamental principles of the UN Charter. Turkey stands firmly against changing of borders by use of force. Turkey rejects and deplores these unlawful acts that threaten regional and global security. We call on Russia to stop military operations, withdraw its forces from Ukraine. Right to life is the fundamental right. This aggression puts countless lives at risk. It causes immense human suffering. It has profound and lasting consequences for human rights of Ukrainians. This is going to be a huge humanitarian crisis unless we intervene now. We have to consolidate our efforts to stop this war, to elevate the suffering of the Ukrainian people. Turkey is providing Ukraine with humanitarian aid. We are working to achieve ceasefire as soon as possible. We must take a firm stance against violation of human rights and humanitarian law. We must be resolute in our support for accountability. We must stand by the UN Charter and international law. For this reason, Turkey co-sponsors the resolution submitted to the Council. We call for dialogue and diplomacy. Therefore, we support the continuation of talks. Turkey is ready to facilitate any effort in any format in the direction of a peaceful way out of this situation. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to the International Development Law Organization.
Commissioner, the International Development Law Organization condemns the death and destruction resulting from the invasion of Ukraine. We express our deepest sympathy for the Ukrainian people who have lost loved ones and who face a humanitarian tragedy. The events occurring in Ukraine demonstrate the urgency with which we need to act swiftly and robustly to defend and promote the rule of law. Since the end of the Second World War, the international community has developed and invested in rules and mechanisms to prevent conflict, advance development, and safeguard rights. We invested in the rule of law. The law provides the space for people to prosper, for businesses to thrive, for states to work in harmony. It allows redress for people when systems fail. For over 70 years, the world has benefited from rule of law-based mechanisms that helped avoid the global conflicts that marked preceding centuries. However, over the past years, we have seen repeated attempts to undermine the rule of law and the systems that uphold those essential standards. We cannot allow the world to descend into an era without rules, without accountability. This body and other multilateral mechanisms must defend these principles for the sake of humanity. As the only global intergovernmental organization devoted exclusively to promoting the rule of law for peace and sustainable development, IDEALO stands ready to partner with others to achieve this necessary goal. We join the UN Secretary General, the High Commissioner for Human Rights, and others who call for an immediate end to the conflict in Ukraine. Dialogue and peace must replace war and bloodshed immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra la delegación de Maldivas. Embajador.
Mr. President, I would like to begin by thanking you for convening this urgent debate. As we meet here today, Ukraine is under attack by a military offensive of the Russian Federation. The Maldives remains deeply concerned by the violations of international human rights law and international humanitarian law stemming from the conflict, and we join others in calling for respect for Ukraine's sovereignty, independence and territorial integrity. Mr. President, the Maldives has always taken a principled stand on violations of the territorial integrity of a sovereign country. All states, irrespective of their size or might, must respect the principles enshrined in the UN Charter as paramount. In 1989, the Maldives proposed and advocated for General Assembly Resolution 45/51 on the protection and security of small states, notably stressing the vital importance of principles such as sovereignty, equality, territorial integrity, and non-interference in the internal affairs of other countries. Mr. President, as a small state, the Maldives relies on international law, the UN Charter, and the strength of our multilateral system to protect us. As we observe the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, the Maldives calls on the international community to take action to uphold the universal human rights of Ukrainian citizens. Thus, we encourage all parties to engage in enhanced diplomatic efforts, exercise restraint and caution, and take constructive steps to de-escalate tensions and seek to resolve the current situation expeditiously and peacefully. I thank you.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra la delegación de Singapur.
Mr. President, Singapore has always taken a consistent and principled position in support of the sovereignty, independence and territorial integrity of all countries. All states, big or small, must observe international law and the principles of the UN Charter. For a small state like Singapore, this is an existential issue. Accordingly, we've always condemned in the strongest terms possible any unprovoked invasion of a sovereign country under any pretext. The Russian Federation's military operations against Ukraine are in breach of international law. This unprovoked attack is a clear contravention of the principles of the UN Charter that heightens the risk of serious human rights violations. We, like many others, are alarmed by reports of civilian casualties, displacement, and destruction of civilian infrastructure. No effort should be spared to protect the civilian population in Ukraine and to ensure safe and unhindered humanitarian access to those in need. We strongly call upon Russia to immediately cease its military attacks against Ukraine, withdraw its forces and return to diplomacy to seek a peaceful settlement in accordance with the UN Charter and international law. Given the unprecedented gravity of the situation, Singapore has decided to co-sponsor the resolution Ukraine has tabled on itself. This is not about taking a side, but about taking a stand. This stand underlines Singapore's clear support as a small state for the clear principles of sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of all countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra la delegación de Andorra.
Gracias, señor presidente. Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, la principauté d'Andorre condamne fermement l'attaque de la Fédération de Russie contre l'Ukraine. Dans ce sens, nous appelons toutes les parties à un cessez-le-feu immédiat et nous saluons avec espoir la décision de la Fédération de Russie et de l'Ukraine de continuer le dialogue. Il est de notre devoir et de notre responsabilité commune de prévenir les souffrances des populations civiles et nous saluons tous les efforts effectués en ce sens. Nous appelons également au plein respect du droit international humanitaire, respect indispensable dans ces circonstances, notamment pour protéger les populations civiles. L'Andorre souligne l'importance de s'engager vers un dialogue constructif et d'utiliser pleinement les voies diplomatiques et les mécanismes internationaux pour parvenir à une solution pacifique, politique et durable. Je vous remercie.
Merci. Tiene la palabra Trinidad y Tobago.
Thank you, Mr. President. Trinidad and Tobago aligns with the joint statement of the CARICOM Group. We also emphasize the importance of this urgent debate on the situation of human rights in Ukraine stemming from the Russian aggression. Mr. President, we underscore the strength of our commitment to the territorial integrity of sovereign states and our respect for international law. As such, Trinidad and Tobago roundly rejects the flagrant disregard for these principles, evidenced by the egregious attacks of the Russian federations that are the subject of our debate this afternoon. On the situation of human rights in Ukraine, this delegation strongly condemns the violence perpetrated against the people of Ukraine. We are deeply concerned about the military aggression that continues to cause unacceptable casualties, injury, destruction, disruption, and displacement, undermining the human rights and security of the people of Ukraine. In the circumstances, Trinidad and Tobago calls for the cessation of hostilities. We urge the aggressors to immediately discontinue their military actions and unconditionally withdraw their military presence. Trinidad and Tobago also underscores the primacy of diplomacy and dialogue as the only acceptable way forward. As such, Trinidad and Tobago urgently calls for good faith engagement and intensified diplomatic dialogue with the aim of de-escalating the conflict and securing a peaceful resolution. Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra Grecia.
President, Greece fully aligns itself with the EU statement. Greece strongly condemns Russia's unprovoked attack against Ukraine. This is an attack against a free, democratic and peaceful country. It strikes at the very core principles of the UN Charter. It challenges the inviolability of borders and state sovereignty and constitutes a serious threat to the rules-based international order. Revisionism in international law is a threat to world peace and cannot be tolerated. Mr. President, we stand with Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. All violations of international human rights law and international humanitarian law must cease. Attacks on civilians in Ukraine must stop immediately. The centuries-old Greek community in Ukraine, numbering around 100,000, mainly in the Mariupol area, is already mourning victims. The brutal Russian attack against civilians in the towns of Sartan and Bugas has resulted in the death of 10 of its members, leaving many injured, including children. The Russian aggression demands a unified response commensurate with its gravity. Yesterday, the international community sent a strong message by overwhelmingly supporting the General Assembly resolution. Now it is up to this Council to act decisively and move move towards accountability by establishing a commission of inquiry. Mr. President, it is up to us to show leadership for Ukraine, for Ukrainians, for our values and for peace. Thank you.
Gracias. Tiene la palabra la delegación de Belarus.
Благодарю вас, уважаемый господин председатель. Наш Совет, к сожалению, давно стал заложником политической системы Запада, чьи правительства недолговечны и заботятся лишь о том, как завоевать сердца избирателей. Следуя этому, они превращают серьезную политику в балаган с театральными выходами из зала, как из песочницы. Легче всего, следуя чувствам, заявить на камеру «нет войне». Намного сложнее предотвратить или остановить войну. Для этого нужно мыслить другими категориями, нежели эмоции. Нужно мыслить ответственно и стратегически. Безответственность и краткосрочность интересов западной политической элиты привела нас сегодня в этот зал. Эти дебаты не имеют ничего общего с рассматриваемой темой и служат одной задаче – изобразить бурную деятельность и спрятать от мира безответственность и настоящие цели Запада. Ведь с 2014 года как западные страны, так и сам Киев ничего не сделали для действительной защиты в Украине главного права среди прав человека, а именно права на жизнь. Тысячи смертей гражданских жителей за последние 8 лет тому подтверждение. Легче всего бороться за права человека в Украине, сидя в Женеве или Брюсселе, при этом направляя в Украину летальное оружие наемников и молчаливо кивая на заявки на возвращение Киеву ядерного оружия. Шокирует почти мертвое молчание стран Запада в поддержку мирных переговоров, которые сегодня, непосредственно сейчас, проходят в Беларуси. Эти дебаты бессмысленны и только добавляют масла в огонь конфликта Украины. Спасибо.
Gracias. Tiene la palabra Albania.
Mr. President, yesterday at the UN General Assembly, an overwhelming majority of UN member states issued a resounding condemnation of Russia's premeditated, unprovoked, and unjustified attack on the people of Ukraine. Today, it falls to the UN Human Rights Council to act, to face the horrific human suffering in Ukraine caused by Russia's unconscionable war, and to stand up for the principles and values of the UN and of this Human Rights Council. The situation in Ukraine grows graver by the hour. Russia's violence must stop. The last 8 days have witnessed a tragedy unfolding in Ukraine, one of indiscriminate attacks directed against civilians and civilian objects, of rising death tolls, and of millions of people's lives upended. A human rights and humanitarian catastrophe of Russia's making, with Belarus's support. Those responsible must be held to account. The resolution before the Human Rights Council is an important step in protecting the lives, dignity, and fundamental rights of the people affected by Russia's illegal aggression against Ukraine. Albania is one of the co-sponsors of the resolution, and we urge all states to support it. Albania is also one of a group of countries that have decided to refer the situation to the International Criminal Court, because we owe it to the victims of Russia's aggression, the people of Ukraine, and the international order that has served the people of the world since the founding of the United Nations. I thank you.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra la delegación de la República Árabe Siria.
إن اطلاع هذا المجلس بدوره في تعزيز وحماية حقوق الإنسان ينبغي أن يستند إلى التعاون والحوار وأن يلتزم بمبادئ العالمية والموضوعية بعيدا عن المعايير المزدوجة والتسييس. وفدي يعتبر أن المسارعة لعقد جلسة النقاش العاجل حول أوكرانيا بعد سنوات من الصمت عن انتهاكات حقوق الإنسان التي تعرض لها سكان منطقة دونباس والصمت عن إدانة القصف الأوكراني الذي استهدف الأحياء السكنية وأوقع ضحايا بين المدنيين ودفع بالآلاف إلى النزوح نحو الأراضي الروسية لا ينطلق من مشاغل ذات صلة بحقوق الإنسان بل من مصالح وأجندات سياسية تسعى لتصعيد الوضع وممارسة الضغط السياسي على الاتحاد الروسي. إن اللجوء إلى فرض تدابير قسرية أحادية غير قانونية بحق روسيا وتجاهل مشاغلها الأمنية المشروعة وإرسال الأسلحة الفتاكة والصواريخ إلى أوكرانيا دون ضوابط يؤكد رغبة الدول الغربية بتصعيد الأزمة وتوفير الغطاء للاستمرار في تهديد الأمن القومي الروسي. لذلك فإن سوريا لا ترى في هذه الجلسة وفي مشروع القرار المسيس المعروض عليها أساسا صالحا لمعالجة مشاغل حقوق الإنسان في أوكرانيا بشكل شامل ومنصف، وتحث الدول الأعضاء على وقف هذا النهج المسيس الذي يتناقض مع دور المجلس ومسؤوليته عن المساهمة في إيجاد تسوية سلمية للأزمات. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Shukran. Tiene la palabra la delegación de Latvia.
We witness the gravest security challenge and international human rights crisis that Europe has experienced since the Second World War. Barbarian military aggression carried out by the Russian Federation have put at risk lives of millions of people in Ukraine. Residential areas, schools, kindergartens, hospitals, and other critical civilian infrastructure are damaged and destroyed by Russian bombing. Innocent civilians, including children, are killed. Over 1 million people have already fled Ukraine. We share the view any person feeling the Russians' unjustified aggression in Ukraine should be received by the dignity and respect, irrespective of their nationality and origins, and with all protectionist assistance. By its illegal military aggression, Russia is grossly violating the United Nations Chapter in International Human Rights and Humanitarian Law. Today's urgent debate demonstrates the Council's ability to fulfill its purpose and react promptly. We urge the Human Rights Council to adopt a strong resolution. We strongly support the establishment of independent commission of inquiry. Russia's human rights abuse against Ukrainian people should be listed and recorded. All human rights violations must be investigated and those responsible must be held accountable. Thank you, Mr. President.
Gracias. Tiene la palabra Chipre.
Cyprus aligns itself with the statement of the European Union, unequivocally condemning the invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation. Russia's aggression constitutes a flagrant violation of international law and the UN Charter. Cyprus supports the territorial integrity, sovereignty and independence of Ukraine and opposes any acts of secession and annexation. Cyprus, itself a victim of foreign invasion and ongoing occupation, stands in solidarity with the brave people of Ukraine and its democratically elected institutions and representatives. We support the resolution before us that seeks to establish a commission of inquiry and wish to see the Human Rights Council play a pivotal role in addressing the grave violations of human rights we are witnessing and in upholding accountability. We deplore the high number of killings, including civilians. We are also gravely concerned about the humanitarian consequences, as over 1 million of people, mostly women and girls, have been compelled to seek refuge to neighbouring countries or have become internally displaced. It is essential that unimpeded humanitarian access and aid to all those in need of it is facilitated. We ask the Russian Federation to end hostilities, to withdraw from Ukraine and to reverse its unlawful acts. We need an immediate return to diplomacy, which will allow for a lasting peace, the end of human suffering and the full restoration of the human rights of the Ukrainian people. I thank you.
Gracias. Tiene la palabra Georgia.
A week ago, Russia unleashed a devastating, full-scale military aggression against Ukraine, leading to death, destruction and humanitarian disaster. Fundamental human rights of Ukrainians, first and foremost, the right to life, are being massively violated and forced displacement is on surge. Russia's indiscriminate military attacks against Ukraine, attacks on civilian infrastructure, including kindergartens, is an assault at the key principles of the UN Charter, Helsinki Final Act and the Paris Charter. We condemn all these actions in strongest possible terms and believe that the perpetrator of these horrendous violations has no place in this Council. We stress the need for accountability and echo the urgency to initiate prompt, independent and impartial investigation into all alleged abuses and violations. As co-sponsors of the subsequent Council resolution, we strongly support the establishment of an independent international commission of inquiry in this regard. We also look forward to forthcoming processes in ICJ and ICC. We call on the Russian Federation to immediately and without any preconditions cease military activities and withdraw all forces from the territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Allow immediate, safe and unfettered access to all international humanitarian and human rights mechanisms. Immediately reverse the decision related to the status of integral parts of Ukraine. In conclusion, we reiterate unwavering support to the independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders and navigational rights in its territorial waters. Thank you.
Gracias. And now I give the floor to the delegation of Ireland. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Mr. President, High Commissioner, this Council must act on the violations of human rights law and international humanitarian law being perpetrated across Ukraine by the Russian Federation. Ireland reaffirms our solidarity with the people of Ukraine and our unequivocal condemnation of Russia's shameful military invasion. It is a clear attack on the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine and on the principles of the UN Charter. Russia must be held to account for its actions. We have to respond to the devastating scenes of the past week. The killing and maiming of civilians through the heavy use of explosive weapons in populated areas, the destruction of homes, schools, hospitals, kindergartens and basic infrastructure, the forcing of over 2 million people from their homes, displacement which will inevitably put women and girls at particular risk. Yesterday, Ireland joined a group of concerned states in referring the situation in Ukraine to the International Criminal Court. This Council too must act urgently to ensure accountability at the highest levels. Ireland fully supports the establishment of a commission of inquiry and urges all states to support today's resolution. We salute the bravery and determination of the Ukrainian people and those in Russia raising their voices for peace. It is vital the international community stands united against Russian aggression. Russia must listen to the truth and immediately withdraw from Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra la delegación de Tailandia.
Mr. President, Thailand is gravely troubled by the humanitarian consequence of the hostility, violence, and destruction of infrastructure in Ukraine, the casualty, the plight of civilians fleeing the fighting, the disruption of the social fabric and dislocation of innocent citizens and their families, particularly children, women, and the vulnerables migrating into the neighboring countries, deserve the world's urgent attention. In this regard, we commend Ukraine, neighboring countries, and other states for their prompt actions in mobilizing assistance to those in need and urge all parties to ensure that they have access to the humanitarian support. On our part, Thailand shall do our utmost in addressing the pressing humanitarian needs of the affected citizens directly and in partnership with like-minded international organizations. Equally important is our strong wish to see an immediate armistice of the fighting and our strong commitment in support of the continuation of political dialogue that would lead to the cessation of all combat in Ukraine and eventually a sustainable, peaceful resolution to the conflicts. Thank you.
Gracias. Tiene la palabra Malta.
Thank you. Malta aligns itself with the statement of the European Union and in its condemnation in the strongest possible terms of Russia's unprovoked and unjustified military aggression against Ukraine, a gross violation of international law and UN Charter, and the active involvement of Belarus. We join calls on Russia to immediately cease all hostilities, withdraw all its military from Ukraine to their bases within its borders, and fully respect Ukraine's territorial integrity, sovereignty and independence. We deeply regret the loss of life and reiterate the Secretary General and High Commissioner Bashalet's concern about violations of human rights and international humanitarian law. Refugees and other displaced people need humanitarian assistance, and we need to act rapidly to support them and the receiving countries. Violations to the territorial integrity of states and to international law have global ramifications and only lead to suffering and death of innocent civilians and destruction of civilian homes and infrastructure. Malta reiterates that diplomacy and dialogue must prevail, and we expect that international law, internationally recognized borders, and international humanitarian law are respected and fully recognized in any negotiated outcome. Finally, we join EU member states in expressing our full support and solidarity with the government and people of Ukraine. I thank you.
Gracias.
Monsieur le Président, la Suisse condamne avec la plus grande fermeté l'attaque militaire de la Fédération de Russie contre l'Ukraine. Nous réitérons notre appel à la Fédération de Russie à cesser immédiatement les hostilités en se retirant de l'Ukraine. La Suisse est profondément préoccupée par les allégations étayées d'utilisation d'armes à sous-munitions qui frappent sans discrimination dans des régions urbaines. La protection de la population civile ainsi que des personnes hors de combat doit être la priorité. Les biens de caractère civil, y compris les biens indispensables à la survie de la population civile, de même que les infrastructures civiles et médicales, doivent être respectées et protégées. De plus, nous demandons aux parties d'assurer l'accès humanitaire rapide et sans entrave et de permettre des pauses humanitaires à des fins exclusivement humanitaires. La Suisse soutient la création d'une commission d'enquête qui contribuera à demander des comptes aux responsables de graves violations des droits de l'homme et du droit international humanitaire. Nous soutenons également le renforcement de la mission de surveillance des droits de l'homme de l'ONU en Ukraine qui est toujours opérationnelle. La situation actuelle a également de graves répercussions dans la Fédération de Russie elle-même. Nous condamnons les restrictions imposées aux médias ainsi que le blocage des médias sociaux. Il est essentiel que toutes les personnes puissent s'informer et s'exprimer librement et indépendamment. À ce titre, nous condamnons les arrestations arbitraires de milliers de manifestants qui protestent pacifiquement en Russie. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Monsieur l'ambassadeur. Tiene la palabra la delegación de Uruguay.
Uruguay reitera su condena a la violación de la soberanía, la integridad territorial y la independencia de Ucrania como consecuencia de la agresión proveniente de las fuerzas militares de la Federación Rusa, que constituye una flagrante violación del derecho internacional. En consecuencia, renovamos el llamado a dicha federación a poner fin a las hostilidades, ya que Ucrania forma parte de las Naciones Unidas e incluso de este Consejo, por lo que los principios y propósitos le deben ser aplicados. Participamos de este debate en el Consejo convencidos que constituye un instrumento adecuado que puede contribuir a prevenir una escalada de graves violaciones a los derechos humanos, debiéndose en tal sentido, dada la gravedad del momento, que se utilicen todos los mecanismos a su disposición. Uruguay lamenta profundamente el impacto que posee el conflicto en cuanto a pérdidas de vidas humanas, incluyendo niños. Asimismo, recordamos que las infraestructuras civiles como hospitales y escuelas no pueden ser objeto de ataques de conformidad al derecho internacional humanitario. En base a esto, todas las partes en conflicto tienen la obligación de garantizar que las operaciones militares se planifiquen y conduzcan de un modo tal que los civiles y los bienes de carácter civil queden protegidos, debiéndose adoptar todas las precauciones para evitar muertes y lesiones. Por estas razones, el Uruguay copatrocina el proyecto de resolución introducido por Ucrania. Gracias.
Gracias. Tiene la palabra Dinamarca.
Mr. President, Denmark aligns itself with the EU statement. Denmark is deeply alarmed about Russia's continued aggression against Ukraine. We have seen the Ukrainian people bravely stand up against Russia's military machine. Russia must stop its illegal and meaningless war in Ukraine. Russia must agree to an immediate ceasefire, withdraw its troops, and return to the negotiating table. This is not a matter of the West against Russia. This is Russia against the international rule-based system. Russia goes against the fundamental principles of the UN Charter and international law, including human rights, which makes it a matter for every state and a matter of enforcing the international rules which protect us all. We welcome the call by an unprecedented large number of UN experts on Russia to end their aggression against Ukraine and to stop the violations of human rights. We must continue to help Ukraine and the Ukrainian people with everything we can, and this Council must act to ensure accountability for these heinous violations. I thank you.
Gracias. Tiene la palabra la delegación de Nicaragua.
El GRUN, en nombre del pueblo de Nicaragua, expresa que ante la grave situación de conflicto que se observa en el este europeo, no debe olvidarse que la génesis del mismo se encuentra en la violación de los acuerdos de Minsk, que se ha manifestado en represión y muerte de miles de ciudadanos de los territorios de Donetsk y Lugansk. Estos momentos exigen que los organismos multilaterales propicien soluciones que se basen en el aseguramiento de la paz para aquellos que vienen siendo amenazados con medidas de agresión y amenazas. Todos debemos de desalentar medidas coercitivas o acciones que favorezcan las tensiones. La paz y el entendimiento entre naciones debe ser la constante para la existencia de la humanidad. Los chantajes, sanciones, amenazas y provocaciones solo producen más conflictos. Nicaragua respalda todo esfuerzo que conduzca a la vida, la libertad y la dignidad de la humanidad. Gracias.
Gracias. And now I give the floor to the Republic of Moldova.
Mr. President, High Commissioner, Excellencies, we all view this forum with reverence and consider it important to be vocal and speak up against violations of human rights. I don't know what could be said today to make a difference. I wish we did. Republic of Moldova, while being a neutral country, joined the international community in condemning in the most resolute terms the act of war that the Russian Federation has launched against Ukraine. This attack constitutes a blatant breach of international law and a serious violation of the fundamental documents and principles on which Human Rights Council and the entire international order are based. Together with other countries, we are co-sponsoring the resolution tabled by Ukraine and welcome this urgent debate. Again, is it enough to make a difference, to stop the loss and irreversible devastation of lives of so many people? Listening earlier to the reports of the High Commissioner and the Special Rapporteur, but also seeing all this from the front lines, as Moldova is really in the front line, it is clear that the UN Charter principles and commitments were breached. In the very beginning, it says that we must save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. We already failed them. Thus, today our plea is to immediately stop all military actions in Ukraine, to observe the rules of humanitarian law, to return to dialogue and diplomacy as the only means for ensuring peace and stability on our continent. We reiterate our full solidarity with Ukraine, its people and its democratically elected authorities. We reconfirm our unwavering support for the independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Thank you.
Gracias. Tiene la palabra Nueva Zelanda.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, our thoughts are with the people of Ukraine as they continue to fight Russia's large-scale invasion. Innocent lives lost, everyday lives in turmoil. The people of Ukraine are now facing a humanitarian and human rights crisis caused by the conflict. It is therefore appropriate for the Human Rights Council to be addressing this issue through the urgent debate. New Zealand is pleased to co-sponsor the resolution on the situation of human rights in Ukraine stemming from the Russian aggression and fully supports the establishment of a commission of inquiry complementing and building upon the work of the existing UN human rights monitoring mechanism in Ukraine. New Zealand is in no doubt that the conflict in Ukraine is a direct result of the unprovoked and unjustified actions of Russia. As our Minister of Foreign Affairs stated to this Council on Monday, Aotearoa New Zealand is a proponent of peace and reconciliation, and we condemn, in the strongest possible terms, Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We also express serious concern about the human rights abuses and violations occurring within Russia, and we note the role that Belarus has played in support of Russia's invasion. We call on all member states to uphold their obligations under international law and international human rights and humanitarian law. Further, we, the international community, must act now to prevent further pointless loss of innocent life, breaches of fundamental human rights, and to support those who now find themselves displaced through no fault of their own. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Y ahora tiene la palabra la delegación de Chile. El embajador tiene la palabra.
Gracias, señor presidente, señora alta comisionada. En primer lugar, Chile valora la realización de este debate urgente sobre la situación de derechos humanos en Ucrania, pues la gravedad de los hechos requiere de una respuesta rápida y contundente de este Consejo de Derechos Humanos y de la comunidad internacional. Por ello, Chile ha copatrocinado las resoluciones que se han presentado sobre este tema tanto en la Asamblea General como en este Consejo. En este sentido, apoyamos la creación de la Comisión de Investigación que se va a presentar. El gobierno de Chile rechaza enérgicamente la agresión armada de Rusia y la violación a la soberanía e integridad territorial de Ucrania. Condenamos de manera categórica el uso de la fuerza en las relaciones internacionales y reiteramos el llamado al diálogo para encontrar una solución pacífica al conflicto. Consideramos de particular relevancia señalar que Rusia forma parte de este Consejo de Derechos Humanos y, como tal, se ha comprometido con el respeto a los más altos estándares de protección de los derechos humanos. Es por esto que hacemos un llamado a Rusia para que retire sus tropas, respete la integridad territorial y soberanía de Ucrania y evite la pérdida de más vidas inocentes y daños materiales, respetando los convenios de Ginebra. Para finalizar, manifestamos la solidaridad del pueblo de Chile con los millones de personas en Ucrania afectadas por esta guerra. Chile abriga la esperanza de que prevalezca el diálogo y las negociaciones para prevenir un mayor escalamiento de este conflicto que amenaza la paz y las seguridades internacionales. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Tiene la palabra la delegación de Liechtenstein.
Liechtenstein condemns the ongoing Russian aggression against Ukraine in strongest terms. We stand in solidarity with the government and the people of Ukraine in these tragic circumstances, We're greatly concerned about the rapid escalation of the armed conflict by the Russian armed forces, the shelling of civilian targets, and the use of prohibited weaponry, resulting in large numbers of civilian casualties, as well as multiple rocket launch systems and air strikes in densely populated areas. We urge for the full respect of international humanitarian law and international human rights law. We are particularly alarmed about the precarious situation of the civilian population and the humanitarian crisis unfolding as a result of the Russian aggression. The Liechtenstein government has decided to swiftly make a significant first contribution to help address the most urgent humanitarian needs. We underline the need to prevent impunity and ensure accountability for serious violations of international humanitarian law. In this respect, we welcome the statement by the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court announcing his intention to open an investigation into the situation in Ukraine as rapidly as possible, and have joined other states in referring the situation to the court in order to expedite its urgently needed action. We call on the members of this Council to support the draft resolution on the situation of human rights in Ukraine stemming from the Russian aggression, which mandates a commission of inquiry to monitor and investigate the situation in Ukraine, which we have co-sponsored. We hope that this Council will thus be able to complement the strong resolution adopted yesterday by the UN General Assembly with overwhelming majority. I thank you.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra la delegación de Ecuador. Embajador, tiene la palabra.
El Ecuador participa en este debate urgente consternado por la grave situación de los derechos humanos en Ucrania, derivada de la agresión militar perpetrada por Rusia, que condenamos por violar la soberanía e integridad territorial de Ucrania. Mi país hace un llamado para el cese inmediato de las hostilidades y el inicio de los diálogos que permitan restaurar la paz. Insta a que se respete plenamente el derecho internacional de los derechos humanos, el derecho internacional humanitario y el derecho internacional de los refugiados, y se garantice el acceso de ayuda humanitaria sin restricciones. El conflicto bélico es la negación total de los derechos humanos, una tragedia humanitaria. La población civil en Ucrania requiere urgente protección, particularmente a mujeres, niños y personas en situación de vulnerabilidad, quienes se han convertido en las víctimas de la guerra. Mi país ha puesto en marcha un plan de emergencia para evacuar a más de 800 ciudadanos ecuatorianos residentes en Ucrania y agradece a los países vecinos por el apoyo otorgado al facilitarles el ingreso a sus territorios. La agresión armada contra Ucrania vulnera el derecho internacional y los principios y propósitos de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas, la paz, la seguridad, el respeto a la igualdad soberana de los Estados, la solución pacífica de controversias. Condenamos la amenaza del uso de armas nucleares y toda amenaza o el uso de la fuerza contra la integridad territorial de los Estados. Gracias.
Gracias. Tiene la palabra Guatemala. Embajadora, tiene la palabra.
Señor presidente, señora alta comisionada, el gobierno de Guatemala reitera su condena a la flagrante violación por parte de la Federación de Rusia a la Carta de Naciones Unidas y al derecho internacional, incluyendo el de derechos humanos y el humanitario. Nuestra condena ha sido expresada en foros multilaterales, regionales e interregionales, incluyendo el Consejo de Derechos Humanos. Urgimos también a una pronta solución pacífica que garantice el respeto a la soberanía, la integridad territorial, los derechos humanos y la paz y seguridad a nivel mundial. La intervención e invasión militar rusa al territorio soberano de Ucrania ha cobrado ya la vida de miles de personas, la destrucción de infraestructura y medios de vida de la población y provocado 1 millón de refugiados. Frente a ello, el Consejo de Derechos Humanos no puede quedar indiferente. Debe pronunciarse enérgicamente. El gobierno de Guatemala ha apoyado la celebración de este debate urgente y copatrocinado la resolución sobre situación de derechos humanos en Ucrania resultantes de la agresión rusa. Confiamos en que este Consejo cumplirá fielmente su mandato de responder con prontitud a las situaciones de emergencia en materia de derechos humanos adoptando esta resolución. Hacemos un llamado a los miembros del Consejo a cumplir con la responsabilidad que asumieron al ser electos de aplicar las normas más estrictas en la promoción y protección de los derechos humanos, así como a cooperar plenamente con el mismo. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Tiene la palabra Israel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Israel is a country that has experienced many wars and therefore knows firsthand that war is not the way to resolve conflicts. War sows destruction, chaos, and tragedy, not a brighter future. The Russian attack on Ukraine is a serious violation of international order. We have condemned it and will continue to do so. We call upon Russia to heed the calls of the international community to stop the attack and respect the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. Mr. President, Israel is concerned over the impact on civilians, including the rising number of civilian fatalities and mass displacement. Reports by UNHCR that over 1 million people have fled the country over the past week is concerning. The human rights of the Ukrainian people must be respected and protected. We're also gravely concerned by the growing humanitarian crisis. Israel has provided 100 tons of humanitarian assistance to the people of Ukraine in these challenging times and is calling upon the parties to facilitate humanitarian access. More aid is to come. Israel has a long-standing and positive relations with both Russia and the Ukraine. Given our deep ties with both sides, we are willing to contribute to the diplomatic efforts if so requested and have been trying to do so in the last couple of weeks. I thank you, Mr. President.
Gracias. Tiene la palabra el Programa de Naciones Unidas para el Desarrollo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm delivering my statement on behalf of the Administrator of the United Nations Development Programme, Mr. Rahim Steiner. Excellencies, I echo the UN Secretary General in calling for the violence in Ukraine to end. People's lives, their dignity and human rights must be protected, and international human rights law and international humanitarian law must be respected. For 3 decades in Ukraine, UNDP has worked with local communities, helping them to exercise their rights, including in conflict-affected areas. This week, UNDP joined the rest of the UN system under the Flash Appeal to ensure livelihood support, community and social cohesion, and emergency response. UNDP works with government entities, civil society organizations, human rights defenders, and the Ukrainian Parliament Commissioner for Human Rights, which is the national human rights institutions in Ukraine. To date, we continue to work with these partners to ensure inclusive, sustainable, and rights-based human development. They are at the forefront of the crisis, making a vital contribution to promote and protect human rights and support accountability and justice in Ukraine. In these unprecedented circumstances, UNDP will continue to promote peace building through local development and the promotion of human rights in Ukraine. The UN family will stay and deliver for the people of Ukraine in their hour of need.
Muchas gracias. Tiene la palabra la República Democrática de Corea.
Thank you, Mr. President. The root cause of the Ukrainian crisis totally lies in the hegemonic policy of the United States and the West, which indulge themselves in high-handedness and arbitrariness to other countries. The conflict and ethnic discord between the countries have not ceased, and innocent people are suffering in many parts of the world, resulting from the unfair interference of the United States and Western countries. The peace would never settle on the world at any time, as long as there remains the double-dealing policy, which is threatening the peace and security of sovereign state. I thank you.
Gracias. Tiene la palabra Afganistán. Embajador, tiene la palabra.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Afghanistan knows firsthand that when conflict besieges a nation and when a nation is abandoned to force of terror and tyranny, the first to suffer are civilians. To that end, we condemn the war in Ukraine and call for an unconditional respect for human rights and humanitarian law. As the war escalates, the horrific consequences for human life and human rights increases. This has become evident in the recent attacks that hit civilian targets, including hospitals, and caused civilian casualties. Violation of international law must be noted, regardless of the stature of the parties involved. Turning a blind eye to violation in one area of the world is an affront to human rights everywhere. In Afghanistan, the Taliban regime, using diversion of world attention, has intensified this campaign of intimidation and subjugation through illegal and indiscriminatory house-to-house searches in Kabul and mainly in northern provinces. Civilian lives, homes and infrastructure must be protected. Indiscriminate attacks and the use of prohibited weapons such as cluster munition must stop. As a state party to Convention on Cluster Munition, Afghanistan calls for an end to the use of such weapons by all sides that indiscriminately kill civilians. Finally, Mr. President, Afghanistan echoes the call for creation of an investigative mechanism, as well as to call for all parties involved to facilitate immediate access of humanitarian passage to civilians, including hundreds of Afghans who have saved refuge to Ukraine and now they have to find another safety. Thank you very much.
Gracias. Tiene la palabra la delegación de Santa Sede.
President. The Holy See continues to follow with grave concern the dramatic unfolding of the conflict in Ukraine. We renew the appeal for a glimmer of conscience on the part of those who hold in their hands the fortunes of the world and ask for the immediate cessation of all hostilities. It is undeniable that all people want peace, which is not merely the absence of conflict, but to live in safety and without fear. This aspiration to peace can never be satisfied by military means alone, much less by the threat or use of weapons of mass destruction. Pope Francis clearly states that those who wage war forget humanity. They do not look at the real life of people, but place partisan interests and power before all else. And they distance themselves from ordinary people who want peace and who are the real victims in every conflict, who pay for the follies of war with their own skin. Let us think of the suffering of mothers fleeing with children, of families being separated. Let us think of the elderly and of the massive displacement and disruption caused by conflicts. In this regard, the Holy See is thankful to the generosity that is being shown to Ukraine by several countries in welcoming refugees and in helping the population. However, there is an urgent need to establish corridors and safe passages. The Holy See wishes to renew the appeal of the Pope to reject war as a means to settle international disputes. It is imperative to return to negotiations before it is too late. Dialogue is still possible, but the longer the procrastination, the greater are the losses, especially of human lives, the harsher the animosity will become, and thus the harder reconciliation efforts will be. Thank you, Mr. President.
Gracias. Tiene la palabra la delegación de Líbano.
السيد الرئيس ينضم لبنان إلى بيان المجموعة العربية ويؤكد وفد بلادي على ما جاء في بيان وزارة الخارجية اللبنانية على أثر اندلاع العمليات العسكرية في أوكرانيا.
Interpretación, por favor. Un momento, embajador, por favor. No tenemos interpretación. Vuelva a comenzar, por favor, embajador. Gracias.
السيد الرئيس ينضم لبنان إلى بيان المجموعة العربية يؤكد وفد بلادي على ما جاء في بيان وزارة الخارجية اللبنانية على أثر اندلاع العمليات العسكرية في أوكرانيا ويتخوف من تداعيات هذه العمليات على حالة حقوق الإنسان في البلاد فضلا عن ارتداداتها الخطيرة على الأمن والسلم في أوروبا والعالم ناهيك عن أزمة اللجوء والانعكاسات على الأوضاع الاقتصادية العالمية. لقد عانى لبنان وما زال من ويلات الحروب والاعتداءات وبالتالي فهو متمسك بميثاق الأمم المتحدة وبالقانون الدولي ويشجع دائما على احترامهما عوض اللجوء إلى العنف والحروب. وعليه يدعو لبنان إلى وقف العمليات العسكرية في أسرع وقت ممكن حقنا للدماء وإفساحا في المجال للحوار لإيجاد حلول مستدامة تضمن سلامة واستقلال أوكرانيا ووحدة أراضيها وسيادتها وتساعد على إزالة هواجس الطرفين. ختاما، يشدد لبنان على ضرورة احترام القانون الدولي الإنساني ومعاهدات جنيف، ويأمل أن يساهم الحوار الدائر حاليا في مجلسنا الموقر فضلا عن الجهود الدبلوماسية القائمة في محافل أخرى في حلحلة هذه الأزمة الخطيرة وإحلال السلام المنشود. شكرا السيد الرئيس.
Thank you. Tenga palabra la delegación de Timor-Leste.
Mr. President, Timor-Leste welcomes the organization of this urgent debate on the situation of human rights in Ukraine. Timor-Leste is deeply concerned with the current situation in Ukraine, which is resulting in serious violations of human rights and international humanitarian law. We therefore call on all parties to the conflict to continue and strengthen their diplomatic dialogue and to immediately adopt a ceasefire. Human rights and international humanitarian law shall be respected at all times, especially in times of war. We must not forget that it is up to the states to guarantee the safety of its people, and they must spare no efforts in ensuring that all citizens live in peace and dignity. As a young democracy who came back from the ashes of foreign occupation, Timor-Leste knows firsthand that war brings benefit to no one. It is with a heavy heart that we see the people of Ukraine and of Russia suffering in this war, while in the middle of the global health pandemic. We shall not neglect that governments have committed to practice tolerance and live together in peace with one another as good neighbours, as it's stated in the UN Charter. Mr. President, Ukraine's independence and sovereignty must be respected. I conclude this statement reiterating Timor-Leste's appeal for peace, dialogue and an immediate ceasefire. I thank you, Mr. President.
Obrigado. Tiene la palabra Macedonia del Norte.
Mr. President, North Macedonia strongly condemns and renounces the unprovoked invasion of Ukraine by armed forces of the Russian Federation. Russia's military attack on the territorial integrity and sovereignty of an independent state represents a flagrant violation of international law and the UN Charter. It undermines the European security architecture, the global stability and the universally agreed fundamental rights. The Ukrainian cities are under continuous assaults and siege, causing immense human casualties, including children, women and elderly. With 1 million of Ukrainians having fled their homeland, the situation in Ukraine threatens to turn into a full-blown humanitarian catastrophe and Europe's largest refugee crisis of the century. North Macedonia reiterates its unwavering support and commitment to Ukrainians' independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity. We call upon Russia to end its military aggression, which endangers international peace and security. We stand firmly with the people of Ukraine and its democratically elected institutions and representatives. My country will continue to aid Ukraine as much as possible, is prepared to receive refugees and provide additional humanitarian assistance. This is a time for us to come together, to stand up for principles, uphold the values that are core to our survival and existence as independent, sovereign nations and as a civilized world. I thank you.
Gracias. Tiene la palabra Sudáfrica.
Mr. President, my delegation aligns itself with the statement of the African Group. South Africa remains concerned about the escalation of the conflict in Ukraine. South Africa believes in the peaceful settlement of disputes and that armed conflicts result in unnecessary human suffering and destruction with global ramifications. In situations of conflict, the most vulnerable in particular, women, children, people with disabilities bear the brunt of conflict the most. Mr. President, South Africa maintains that peace is best built through diplomacy and dialogue within the framework of multilateral institutions, mainly the United Nations. We encourage all concerned to respect and uphold the principles of international law, including international human rights, humanitarian law, and the provisions of the UN Charter. We reiterate our strong commitment to the peaceful resolution of disputes. In this regard, we also urge the Council and the High Commissioner for Human Rights to support efforts aimed at finding a peaceful, lasting solution to the situation in Ukraine. We call on the UN Secretary General to use his good offices to help find a durable political solution to the situation in Ukraine. South Africa welcomes the commencement of talks between Ukraine and Russia. We hope that this dialogue will lead to a diplomatic solution that will result in a lasting political solution. We urge all parties to approach the situation in a spirit of compromise, with all sides upholding human rights, abiding by their obligations under international law and international humanitarian law. I thank you, Mr. President.
Gracias. Tiene la palabra San Marino.
Mr. President, the Republic of San Marino is profoundly touched by the events in Ukraine and is following recent development with the utmost concern. Just a few days ago, a war in Europe in the 21st century simply did not seem possible, but it's actually happening now as we speak. The consequences are dire. As every war does, this conflict is causing harm to innocent civilians, resulting in the loss of human life and senseless suffering, as well as systematic serious violation of human rights and international humanitarian law. History teaches us that the principle enshrined in the United Nations Charter shall never be forgotten and that we truly must live up to them. It is the primary responsibility of states to promote, respect and protect human rights. Therefore, San Marino calls on the parties to immediately stop this conflict and reiterate its support for the sovereignty, territorial integrity, unity and independence of Ukraine within internationally recognized borders. We call on the party to return to dialogue and to work for a negotiated solution to avoid further suffering and violation of human rights. San Marino firmly stands in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. Our government is currently putting in place national humanitarian initiatives to welcome refugees. Thank you for your attention.
Gracias. Tiene la palabra UNICEF. Tiene la palabra Perú.
Señor presidente, señora alta comisionada, el Perú condena la ofensiva militar de Rusia contra Ucrania, que viola su integridad territorial y su soberanía nacional y contraviene el derecho internacional. Demandamos el cese inmediato de hostilidades. Expresamos nuestra profunda preocupación por el impacto del conflicto en la población civil y el deterioro de la situación humanitaria. Cada día que pasa y se prolonga el conflicto, la cifra de víctimas aumenta y lamentamos la trágica pérdida de vidas, especialmente de niñas y niños. Expresamos nuestra solidaridad con el más de medio millón de personas que se han visto obligados a huir de sus hogares, principalmente la población más vulnerable, en muchos casos dejando atrás a sus seres queridos, generando una crisis de desplazados internos y de refugiados. Demandamos el estricto respeto del derecho internacional humanitario y el derecho internacional de los derechos humanos, que se tomen las medidas necesarias para proteger a la población civil y que se garantice el acceso a la ayuda humanitaria para la población más necesitada. Exhortamos a que se inicien consultas y negociaciones para una solución diplomática, pacífica y negociada en cumplimiento con los principios y obligaciones contenidas en la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Tiene la palabra Jamaica.
Mr. President, thank you for convening this urgent debate. Jamaica aligns itself with the statement delivered by Barbados on behalf of the CARICOM member states. Jamaica strongly condemns the military incursion by the Russian Federation against Ukraine. Mr. President, this unjustifiable act of aggression by the Russian Federation against its neighbor, a clear violation of Article 2 of the UN Charter, is already having serious social, economic and environmental effects. We lament the needless loss of lives and the continued disruption in the lives and livelihoods of thousands in Ukraine. We are alarmed at the deteriorating humanitarian situation, its impact on all persons, in particular women, children and other vulnerable persons, as well as neighboring countries. Already thousands of persons have been displaced or have become refugees, and their ability to exercise their civil, political, economic, social and cultural rights remain threatened. Jamaica urges the safe and orderly passage of all persons seeking to leave Ukraine for refuge, and we thank neighboring countries for their support in that regard. We reiterate the call for the immediate and complete withdrawal of Russian military forces from the territory of Ukraine and the cessation of any further action that may intensify the current crisis in that country. Jamaica calls on Russia as a member of the Human Rights Council to act in a manner consistent with its duty to protect and promote the human rights of all persons. The continued use of force by Russia represents an abdication of this duty. This egregious act comes within the context of a world now seeking to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic, during which the global community, including Russia, demonstrated a willingness to collaborate with a view to safeguarding lives. Years of progress towards the achievement of agreed international goals are at risk. We therefore reiterate the urgent call for a return to diplomatic channels and respect for the rights of a sovereign nation and its territorial integrity. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias. Tiene la palabra Bangladesh.
Mr. President, Bangladesh expresses grave concern at the deteriorating human rights and humanitarian situation in Ukraine. We are deeply concerned at the sufferings and loss of lives of the innocent civilians. We urge the parties to ensure access for safe delivery of humanitarian assistance to the people in need and safe passage to the civilians, including foreign nationals fleeing conflict in Ukraine. A Bangladeshi national was tragically killed yesterday due to a missile attack at a ship stranded in the Port Olivia in Ukraine. We express deep condolences to his families and near ones. Our government is trying to evacuate the rest of the crew of the ship, and we seek cooperation from all parties for their safe evacuation. Mr. President, Bangladesh calls for immediate cessation of the ongoing military operations in the Ukrainian territory. We believe that the obligations stipulated in the Charter of the United Nations regarding prohibition of use of force, respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, and peaceful settlement of international disputes must be complied with in all circumstances without exception. We therefore call on all parties to resume diplomacy and dialogue in order to settle the disputes by peaceful means and refrain from taking actions that may endanger international peace and security. I thank you.
Gracias. Tiene la palabra Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Mr. President, Bosnia and Herzegovina joins the European Union in condemning in the strongest terms the unprovoked war of aggression unleashed by Russia against the peaceful, independent and sovereign Ukraine, thereby undermining the humanitarian international law, as well as peace and security in Europe. Bosnia and Herzegovina fully supports the International Criminal Court's prosecutors' decision to launch the investigation into possible war crimes or crimes against humanity in Ukraine. We call upon Russia to immediately cease its hostilities, unconditionally withdraw all forces from the territory of Ukraine, and fully respect Ukraine's territorial integrity, sovereignty and independence within its international recognized borders and territorial waters. We deplore the tragic loss of life and human suffering in Ukraine. The rights of vulnerable groups, such as the women, children and the elderly, must be upheld at all times. We extend our fullest support for independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. We also call on the urgent establishment of humanitarian corridor so that the medical supplies, food and hygiene products can safely reach those in need. We do appreciate the efforts of the High Commissioner and her office to protect and promote the universal rights and freedoms in Ukraine and the world at large in these extremely trying times. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Tem a palavra a delegação do Cabo Verde.
Obrigada, Sr. Presidente. Merci, Monsieur le Président. La délégation de Cap-Vert s'associe à la déclaration du groupe africain. Cap-Vert suit avec une grande attention et beaucoup de préoccupation le conflit armé en Ukraine. Aucun pays n'est indifférent à ce qui se passe en Ukraine, car nous sommes confrontés à un moment inattendu, éclipsé par les opérations militaires en cours qui laisseront des conséquences dramatiques dans le monde entier. Cette situation porte atteinte aux principes fondamentaux du droit international sur les relations pacifiques et les règlements de conflits entre les États. Nous appelons tous les partis en conflit à reprendre le chemin du dialogue, car c'est le meilleur moyen de défendre les droits de chacun. Cabo Verde est particulièrement préoccupé par la situation de la population ukrainienne, y compris les citoyens africains qui y vivent, dont les droits sont bafoués par ce conflit armé. Nous appelons à ce que les droits de toutes les personnes dans le pays soient protégés dans cette situation. Nous exhortons les parties en conflit à recourir au dialogue par la voie diplomatique pour résoudre les différends existants, tout en respectant la souveraineté et l'intégrité de l'Ukraine, et de préférence sous les auspices des Nations Unies. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci. Y el último orador de la lista es UNICEF, que volvió a la sala. UNICEF.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. President. The situation for children caught up in the conflict in Ukraine grows worse by the minute. We are receiving reports of hospitals, schools, water and sanitation facilities, and orphanages under fire. Explosive weapons in populated areas and explosive remnants of war are real and present dangers for the children of Ukraine. Children have been killed, children have been wounded, and children are being profoundly traumatized by the violence all around them. We appeal for a suspension of ongoing military actions in Ukraine. Such a suspension would allow for humanitarian help to reach people cut off after a week of intense airstrikes and fierce ground fighting nationwide. It would also allow families in the worst affected areas to venture out to get food and water, to seek medical care, and to live in search of safety. We renew our call on all parties to protect civilians and civilian infrastructure and to abide by all legal and moral obligations to keep children out of the line of fire. We must protect all children in Ukraine. Now, they need peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Hemos terminado la lista de oradores por el día de hoy. Mañana comenzaremos a las 10 de la mañana en la sala 20 y vamos a comenzar con la lista de oradores de instituciones nacionales de derechos humanos y organizaciones no gubernamentales. Quiero agradecer especialmente a los intérpretes por la gentileza y la generosidad y a la Secretaría que ha trabajado incansablemente desde el día lunes para acomodar una sesión particularmente compleja, híbrida, con muchos cambios en las listas y han sido muy eficientes y muy pacientes, y lo mismo que las delegaciones. Muchas gracias. Nos vemos mañana, 10 de la mañana, en la sala 20 y doy por concluida la 9ª reunión del 49º periodo de sesiones del Consejo.
I think he brought all his staff and many of his patients here today. We have Dr. Raj Bendre. He's an oncology specialist. And then we have Dr. Ellen McKnight, who's a rheumatologist, and she has her own private practice in Pensacola, Florida. So I want to welcome all the physicians and everybody else who's here today. You know, we're here today to really stand up for the traditional practice of medicine. I think what we've seen, particularly over the last 2 years, has been a very politicized medical establishment, and they kind of have certain views. A lot of times they're informed by political ideology, unfortunately, very tracking closely with people like Dr. Fauci. And if practitioners dissent from that, you know, there's sometimes movements to have reprisal against that just for trying to practice medicine. If you look at what some of the powers that be have said over the last 2 years, they said lockdown would stop COVID. Then they said, you know, you had to have mask mandates would stop COVID. Then they said schools need. They said the kids had to be forced to wear masks 8 hours a day. Then they said if you got the vaccine, you wouldn't be able to get infected or transmit. So all these things that have been said and have had actually the coercive force of the state behind them in many other places. You know, we're a free state in Florida. We've stood against that. But you've seen a lot of this be imposed against people. People have lost their jobs over these policies. People have lost, their kids have lost access to education over these policies. Their experience has been eroded as a result of a lot of these policies. And there's been huge problems, you know, that have happened with that. And at the end of the day, we made sure that we were choosing freedom really across the board. Yes, keep businesses open. You know, we're doing very well in Northwest Florida. We're happy to see that. We're going to continue to do that. Yes, make sure you're protecting people's constitutional rights. Yes, make sure we have kids in school. Yes, make sure we are not going to let people lose their jobs over vaccine mandates. It's just not going to happen. So, you know, we've done all those things. And if you look, we were down the road in Fort Walton Beach a couple weeks ago announcing that in 2021, Florida set an all-time record for domestic tourism coming into the state of Florida. That's even more than pre-COVID, which is really a testament to the fact that people understand they come here and they can live like normal folks. It's a free state. They're not going to have to show medical papers to be able to go buy a hamburger somewhere. They're going to be able to basically live in a free society. So we're proud of that. But we also understand that for all the good we've done with protecting people's freedoms, you still have more that needs to be done. There's still more threats to freedom. Last year, for example, I had a roundtable. It's probably like February of 2021. I had a roundtable with physicians, big-time medical people, one from Harvard Law School, one from Stanford Medical School, and one from Oxford in the United Kingdom, one of the best epidemiologists in the world. And they were discussing a whole host of things, and their perspective was 180 degrees from Dr. Fauci. They said lockdowns don't work. They said lockdowns are harmful. They were right. Fauci was wrong. They said that kids needed to be in school, and the school closures were bad. And obviously the medical establishment said you couldn't have school for a very long time, and they were wrong, and our physicians were right. They said that you should not force school children to wear cloth masks during the school day. And obviously Fauci and CDC said you have to do this. And these physicians who were at this roundtable were right. But when they were saying all this a year ago, it got censored by Google and YouTube. They actually took the video down because they claimed it was COVID misinformation. And they said that it departed from what the, quote, majority view on some of these things are. Here's the issue. It probably was the majority view that kids needed to be forced masking of people who were willing to speak out, because most people in the medical